Welcome everybody to Day 2, Prague, Central Europe Cup. I can't wait to get started.
Roll a bumper.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Dobar rano, good morning from Prague, Vinoj, the cricket ground here on the outskirts of Prague. It's wonderful to have your company. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you to day number 2. It's 2 matches coming your way. The Central Europe Cup for men continues. And what a great day we had yesterday. Danny and Vinny taking you through all the action. And today it's going to be myself and Danny taking you through the next 2 games. Can't wait to get started. It's going to be Austria and Norway, match number 3 coming your way. Both teams with really good wins over Czech Republic in the games yesterday, and they've got something to show today. It's going to be really, really good match. I know these two going head to head. I can't wait to get into it. Let's get across to our tournament referee, Charles Groucher. He's got the captains. Charles, for the coin toss, take it away.
Good luck. So Austria is the home team. It will flip the coin, heads and tail. The Norway will the call. Yeah, you can flip it.
Okay. Heads.
Yeah, it's a heads.
Bat first.
So the Norway team decided to bat first. They won the toss. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right, thank you, Charles. So there you have it. Norway win the toss, going to have a bat first. Great idea. It's a bit brisk and cool this morning, probably about 12 degrees. The wind's coming in from the west, so as you're looking down the center of the pitch, blowing from left to right, and a pretty good breeze as well. So for the right-handers, they're going to get value for money going in the air on the leg side. You may see a few of these hits today. I'll be surprised if we see the scores elevated just a little bit. Yesterday, we saw the Czech team coming out, and they were beaten on both occasions, emphatically beaten by Austria, who demolished them by 10 wickets. And in the second game, it was Norway who had a big win by 37 runs in the end. Czechs just unable to fire a shot. Their middle order not standing up. That's something to talk about for the game later on. For Austria and Norway, this game coming up next, well, these two teams look really good. Norway ranked 39 in the world, Austria ranked in the 40s, 44, I believe. This is going to be a close contest. I just feel it. I can't wait to get into this. I'll tell you someone else who can't, and that is my good friend and co-colleague, that is Danny Hudacek. Danny, the news for the toss. Norway won the toss, going to have a bat first.
Thanks, Phil, and welcome to everyone here to lovely Prague for this Central Europe Cup. It's going to be a good game between Norway and Austria. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday in a little recap. And first up, we had the Czechs. Had a double header yesterday. That was here we go. So Czechia 113, not enough runs, and no one really going on with the score. Magare with 31, Sahil Grover with 25, but comfortably reached in 11 or just about 12 overs. Karanbir Singh looked really good. Bidal Zalmi looked a little bit sketchy at times, but he did it with the ball, he and Sahil Zadran. So Austria, good win for them first up, and a big win. And the Czechs have a lot of work to do. They had more work to do in the next game against a very good Norway side. Let's have a look at this. The Czechs did get a few wickets. I'll come up as we see the lovely Vinaj ground looking good with the fairy circles down there at the bottom. Look like water stains, but yeah, little water circles, or little fungal circles. There we go. Norway, Czechia, 139. Reduced game because of the massive storm we had here, which blew away tents and just cut power and did created all sorts of havoc. That was between games. Norway 139 off the 13. It was going to be a difficult task, and the Czechs, again, no one really going on with it. The skipper, Van Drassi, with 34, but really some of the batting lineup for the Czechs really have to put their hand up and start taking ownership of an innings. Mansur Shah with 3 for 21, and Kamil Mushtaq 2 for 11. Anil Palmer, the spinner, also bowled very well. So the standings, and it's pretty close between the top two, just that Norway had a bigger... Austria had a bigger win than Norway against the Czechs, who are winless so far. They'll see them in the second game this afternoon. But this should be a good one between Austria and Norway. Two very evenly matched teams. Two very, very evenly matched teams. And as you see here, it's Norway that won the toss, elected to bat. And I'm sure we'll see Kaiser Ahmed, the captain, opening the batting again. We'll have a look as we prepare for the players to come on. In fact, they're starting to come on now. The umpire's already on the field. So two very good sides. Norway are higher in the rankings, but the supercomputer says 39% for a victory. That's what they're ranked, 39. Austria ranked a few places below them, I guess, or above them. I don't know how that works. In the mid-40s, the Czechs 53 in the world. So, again, just about ready for a start. And a nice day here in Vinaj. We're not expecting any showers, which is good. Light breeze, which can be a little bit more than light in this area. Sometimes it, as we saw yesterday, some of you might have seen the results of yesterday. That was pretty huge. So, we're going to get this first over going. I'll just stand in the doorway as I do in this, the bin, we've nicknamed it now, the bin. So, here comes the bowler for the first ball of today's play. Just been prodded back down the pitch, no run. Sliding stop there from the fielder for no apparent reason. Looked good on camera though. So, joining me in the bin is my good friend Phil G. How you doing, Phil?
Doing very well, thank you very much, Danny, and good morning to everybody. Oh, first blood there. Not quite, just over the top of the fielder, running backwards. That was so close. Stuck up the mitt. It didn't stick. The pill just went over his head. So close to an early breakthrough there. That would have been massive. Absolutely huge wicket, that one. So it would have been the skipper. Would have been Kazir Ahmad, who almost came undone. Look how close that was.
It really should have been taken, I think. I don't know if he misjudged it. It is, well, it's not that early in the morning. It's about 10:15 local time.
He's hit it into the wind. The breeze is coming from, as you look down the pitch, well, not from this angle, it's coming left to right. A bit of an outswing there. Goes across the tram line. An easy wide there, signalled by standing umpire.
I don't know if the breeze had much to do with that one.
probably did. It is gusting a little bit. When I was doing my intro, it was a little bit in your face.
Yeah.
It is gusting, but it's dropping. It's not a constant heavy breeze like you and the crew encountered yesterday.
Yeah, that was breezy. That was like end of days type breezy.
End of days, it certainly was.
It's hit in the air, should be caught. And again, misjudged. The breeze again. It's the breeze, Phil.
Danny, I'm telling you, that's two in the over. It's got to be the breeze.
It's got to be the breeze.
And if you get out there and have a chat with the Austrian fielders, they'll tell you it until their dying day. Oh, Karenbeer just backs back. He just needed to take a couple of big steps backwards. Utterly misjudged it. Obviously, breakfast still digesting there. As we're in the still in the first over, just a reminder, Norway won the toss, one of a bat first, and Ahmad has already coughed up a couple of chances here.
Yeah, unlucky the bowler. Good response there, just left alone. So, Mohamed Zalmay is the bowler, and well, it's the skipper who's giving up the chances.
He hasn't given a chance to his other batting partner Rami to get on strike. And so far, he's elevated 2. He needs to be careful here. Needs to get a good start.
Comes in again and this is hit down the pitch. No run. Just went to a regular mid-on. But so, tense start here. 5 on the board. It's been a good over from Zalmay, causing issues. A bit lucky, I think, the batting team. That's called a wide.
Yeah, pretty straightforward wide, that one. Just start straying it well outside off stump. It's second wide, I think, for the over.
Yeah, it's been pretty disciplined. This one just missing. Comes bowler again. Should be the last delivery of the over. And just turns him around a bit. No run. Good start there for Austria. 6 off the over. And the Norwegian batting lucky to survive. All right.
Indeed, yeah, that's an interesting start, but is a T20, so get my head into the game. So I've been commentating so many T10s recently. Just got to remember this is T20. Don't want to get to the 10th over and start doing a final wrap-up, Danny. Warn me if I do, please.
I did find it difficult to remember how long the power play was in a 6 over in a 20 over game. I did say 3 overs and no, hold on, no, not 5.
6.
You see here, this is what's happening. The Tour of Czechia, and so we've got the Central Euro Cup here for the men's, and then the women's. Then we have some ECIWs. And then the 2 divisions of the ECS, the Challenger and Premier. I think it's a good initiative. And it'll give some of the, well, I'm not going to say lesser teams because Vinorati's one of those teams in the Challenger.
Yeah.
But it'll even up the divisions. It'll be very close cricket. And again, it'll be a nice couple of weeks.
We had the Challenger and Premier trial in Portugal back in March. I thought it worked an absolute treat. Yeah. I thought it was such good close games. Good initiative.
It's good bowling up top. It's Akib Iqbal, the captain.
Shout out to people in the chat. Thanks for joining us this morning. I can see Scotty from ECN Supporters Club of Australia. Good to see you, Scotty. And Dave B, as always, Dave B. Missed you yesterday. Viking Bay, KG, Terry Richmond. Good morning, all.
This one's off the edge of the bat. It's got through the field, going towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs. First boundary of the day for Norway.
Yeah, that's a good strike. Well, a bit of a lucky strike as well. But take him if you can get him. Watch this one again.
Yeah, just right off the toe end of the bat.
Ooh, through the fielder.
Yeah.
I think he had a better shot getting on top of that one. Look, I went through him from that angle, but yeah, toe of the bat, definitely, Danny.
So, who have we got in the chat, Phil?
Who we got in the chat? We got everybody. Terry Richmond, Rob Thompson tuning in from New Zealand. Rob, really? You haven't got to bed yet? We're so glad to have you with us, Rob. It's always good to see you there. Dave B, I mentioned, Terry Richmond. Scotty from Melbourne.
This is hit nicely. And that's first bit of work for the ball retriever out there. Heading into the, we established it's a pea pod, a pea patch.
It's a pea patch.
Pea patch.
Yes, yes, that end of the ground, the what would you call it? The crop.
The crop.
It is a pea patch.
Yeah.
And we're being very cautious as we say that, but it is definitely a pea patch.
Definitely a pea patch.
And for the players who've walked across it, where they're walking now, they're going to be where the mushy peas are going to come from. And everyone, if you've been to pubs around the world, maybe the English pubs or even Aussie pubs, fish and chips and some mushy peas. Not
peas.
bad.
Good at down under as well.
Exactly. Oh, we're starting the food chat already, Danny. That's not good.
Yeah, well, it is the down under. So.
Who else in the chat? Let us know you're there and watching. I can see Brad Flynn has joined us as well. Hello there, Brad. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And everyone in the chat, whether you got a blue spanner or not, wonderful to have your company. You got myself, Phil G, and Danny Hudacek taking you through the day's proceedings. 2 matches coming your way. The Central Europe Cup. Bit of a showcase event for Jet Cricket. It's been around for a couple of years now, since 2014, I believe.
Yeah. Look, it's these tournaments are important. You get the Valletta Cup in Malta. There's the Continental Cup in Romania, and I mean, that's what we need is more international tournaments that are competitive and that are really testing sides against. I mean, the Czechs have got 2 good teams that they're playing against.
Yeah.
The Czechs are no pushovers, but these two are like ranked above them in the rankings. But no, some really good tournaments, and it's the initiative of the different federations. These tournaments are been going for, well, it's been 11 years now here, so it's really good to see.
Yeah, it was only just that 1 year in 2020 where we missed out, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, sort of. Last year it wasn't held either. It was the Women's CE Cup.
Yeah, they made it a Women's CE Cup rather than this tournament.
Yep.
True.
Again, it was because of qualifiers. I think it was difficult to get teams going. I think that was the reason.
That's right.
So, but the Women's CE Cup was successful. It's going to be run also just after this tournament. This is in the air, away from the fielder, just over the top, going towards the boundary. 4 runs. Sketchy looking shot from Rahimi, but gets away with it. And well, I don't know if it was very pretty, but effective.
Yeah, I'm not sure it went exactly according to plan, but if the plan was to get a boundary, he got a boundary. So credit where it's due.
Yep.
Niraj Tyagi is in the chat. Hello, Niraj. Saying hello to you and me, Danny.
Hey, Niraj.
Good to see you, Niraj. Hope to see you maybe on the field, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I believe he's been picked in the squad, the squad of 16. Mm-hmm. Congratulations on the selection as well.
I know there's a couple of players that are not in the squad. It's that you would normally see in a Czech squad. Dylan Stain is one who's taking a bit of a break. And then there's Riaz Afridi, who's injured as usual. But I hope Riaz is watching. He's a quality fast bowler. Adds a bit of a danger to this Czech side. And also Beastie. He's apparently just a couple of days before the tournament started, he did something to his back, and he's 70% fit. I was speaking to Kushal Mendon, the coach, and he said, like, if you're not 100% fit, then it's better to bring people in.
Yeah.
I saw that a few years ago with a player who'd obviously just completely ruined his knee and hobbled around the field. It's like, why didn't you just opt out?
Yeah,
exactly. Because I wanted to play. It's not
how it should be done.
No.
Not at all. Not at all. You don't want walking wounded out. That just doesn't make sense.
No.
It affects the team. So,
Continue. New over from Mohammad Zamek. So these two teams were really competitive, Phil. I'm sure. I know you're watching the games yesterday.
Yeah.
But some bowlers with some real wheels. Real wheels. That's it.
I was going to say rear wheels.
Rear wheels.
Rear wheels.
Sal Zadran, of course, we know.
Oh, yeah.
But also Vinay Ravi for Norway. I think he's bowling a little bit within himself as well. And very good bowling. This is in the air. Play coming back. Won't get there, I don't think. That would have been a great catch. Ended up the comeback for 2. It's hit the batsman in the shoulder. All happening out here at Vinoj. But a very, very good attempt.
Yeah, Zami just gives himself a bit of a fist bump there and realises could have manufactured something out of nothing. Oh, so close. Got fingertips on it.
Oh, yeah. It was. It looked like he was walking in treacle for a bit. trying to get back, and then managed to get there, and just couldn't hang on to it. Would have been a fantastic catch.
Would have been an incredible catch. Would have been a... Well, we've had a few chances going there already so far in the first couple of overs, so something's got to go to hand eventually. Something's got to break.
It's a wide.
Well, yeah, that's not the way to do it, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's missed a few that way as well.
Yeah. Hey, Shaka Kultanova's in the chat. Hello, Shaka.
Hey, Shaka, we'll see you in a couple of days.
Yep, she'll be here in a couple of days with the women's team. Looking forward to seeing them in action in the Central Europe Cup for women and in the ECI starting on the weekend.
Yes, that should be two, again, very good tournaments.
Yeah.
And this one's again in the air. Player coming around, drops it.
Oh.
Almost a collision as well. Made good ground to it and just couldn't hang on. So nothing really going for Austria at the moment.
I'm not going to go on about the breeze, Danny, but that definitely held up in the air then. I didn't think he was going to have a chance of catching that, and it did hold up. It got it up about, probably about 20 metres in the air, and it just came straight down. Held up, came straight down. But another one goes to the ground.
Another one bites the dust. Who was it? It was Rob Thompson normally that... who was it that...
No, Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know who originated that. No, I know where you're coming from. I can't remember who originated that. They say cue the Queen music.
Yeah. I asked him as well.
Yeah.
And he ignored me.
Oh, okay.
What Queen song do you mean? And then I worked it out. Because there's lots of Queen songs.
There's a lot of Queen songs,
like
right?
Don't Stop Me Now.
Don't Stop Me
would
Now.
work.
Yeah.
Killer Queen, maybe not as much.
The bicycle song.
The
These sorts of tracks, you never know. You never know what people are referencing. So when I see people say cue the Queen music, I have to think for a second, is there a wicket or was it a boundary or was there something funny happened? I don't know. Or was there... it could be anything because there are so many hits by that band.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bohemian Rhapsody would be apt in Bohemia, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. And guess where we are, folks?
We are in Prague.
We are indeed. There you go. 26 for no loss is the score. Looks like there's still one more to come almost at the power play. One more to come in the third over. And Rami, he's taken over a bit of the scoring here. 17 from 9. Ahmed, after giving a couple of chances in the first over, he was dropped on 0 and put down on 2. And he's still going. He's on 6 at the non-striker's end. Zalmi searching for a wicket here in his second over.
Comes in and, that's a very nice delivery.
It's a cracker.
A cracker, Phil.
Absolute peach, that one. That is the end of the third, 26 for no loss here in Vinoj in match number 3 of the Central Europe Cup. Hope you're enjoying it from wherever you're watching around the world. And yeah, Danny, it's great to be here. I was telling you when we got here, this is actually the first time I've been to Vinoj since these smaller cabins have been installed.
Yeah.
This is my first experience of them.
The bin.
The bin as you've named it. I love
no,
that
you
name.
named the bin. I'm just copying. I'm copying what you just said.
Well, because I told you to get in the bin.
Get in the bin.
Get in the bin, Danny.
And that's it. It's now the bin.
Okay, it's the bin.
Because we had called it that. Vinny was calling it the bunker, and I was calling it just a commentary box because it is basically a commentary box.
Yeah.
But the bin works well.
The bin's good. Just rolls off the tongue. Commentary box takes too long.
Yeah, it's the bin. Get in the bin.
That's interesting. Wayne in the chat saying MSP would have taken those catches. Just saying. And hello to Mark Simpson-Park if he's watching.
That's a nice shot. Played on the leg side and going towards a boundary. And it'll be 4.
Teasing that ball was. Absolutely teasing. Almost holed over by the Austrian fielder chasing it out there. But you see it there. Just tickles the line. And the Austrian fielders arrive a split second too late.
Well, it's the ECN Supporters Club of Australia.
Scotty. Hello, Scotty.
It's like the popular front of Judea.
The Judean People's Front?
The popular
front.
The popular front. Whatever happened to the popular front? He's over there.
That is absolute classic cinema.
Oh, that's got through the field. That hasn't cost him anything.
Yeah, luckily just the one there. There's a question for us. My question for commentators that how to reach stadium and from where can we get tickets of the match?
Oh, we'll sell you the tickets.
Well, sure, we'll sell you the tickets, sure. We can sort that out for you. The good news is it doesn't cost you anything to come to the ground to watch.
This is in the air, should be gone. First wicket. And about time. That is Rahimi, who goes for 17. And they've offered a lot of chances. Finally, they take one. That was the simplest of all. Nice catch there. It's Karanbir Singh.
Yeah, finally with a breakthrough, Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no stands for spectators, but there are seats that we can provide you with seating if you like. There is the Scott Page bench as well, which is out there down at Deep Fine Leg. But yeah, and if you would like food or a beverage, there's a golf club right next door, a short walk. So there are facilities here, but there's limited space where you can, sort of limited space where you can sit, because you can't sit anywhere near the players because of PMOL stuff.
Yeah, the PMOL stuff. Yeah, there's a few restrictions on where you can sit. You're absolutely right. But yeah, I think my recommendation would be, if you want to come down to the ground, it doesn't hurt to bring your own folding chair.
Yeah.
And, if you want to go to the clubhouse, as you say, Danny, the golf course clubhouse is very receptive to people popping in there for takeaway coffees, drinks, little snack, things like that. And actually, they're pretty good. The coffee's pretty good. The snacks are pretty good. They're very welcoming. And it's a stone's throw from literally where we are. We are right next door to them. So, yeah, if any locals want to pop down, you are more than welcome. We're here for 15 days, right through the 22nd of June. And there's going to be a lot of cricket action, over those, the next 13 days after this one. We've only just started.
Yeah. Considering the chance of showers yesterday and then the end of day storm we still had a few spectators.
Did you?
Yeah, we had someone from Brno and from Česká Budějovice, Simon and his mate.
Right. Simon and his +1.
His +1. They came and watched.
Okay.
And we do, I think there's one spectator over there. There is. But no, come on down. There's plenty of grass to sit on as well.
Yeah,
it should be pretty dry, even though we had a lot of rain here.
Yeah, people do sort of talk about how easy it is to get out there on public transport. We'll come to that in a sec.
It's a little bit of a shout.
Not out. End of the red line on the Prague Metro. Then you grab a bus. The buses are only once every hour though.
Yeah.
To the stop that's here, but you get a more frequent bus to. I know you're about to say that, Danny.
Yep.
More frequent bus to Vinoj, and then it's a 10-minute walk from Vinoj.
You get off at the cemetery.
Get off at the cemetery. Can't forget that.
Yeah. In Vinoj. Vinoj is not far, and it's quite a pleasant little town as well.
Yeah.
Still within the boundaries of Prague. Gowrie is a new batter, by the way. It's called a wide.
Took off really nicely, that one.
I was speaking with Vinny about the batter-batsman thing.
Yeah.
And now the ICC have sort of said, it's now batter for both men's and women's games, right?
Right.
And now I can't stop saying batsman.
You've gone completely the other way.
I was fine. I did women's tournaments in Jersey. I did the women's tournament in Jersey. I did it here. And I messed up once or twice, but I caught myself.
Yeah.
Not so far. not here with the men's.
It is easy to do. It is. I mean, but I'm with you on that one. It's one of those things that we've been saying for so many years, and it just becomes this thing. You just got to I don't want to say how to do it, but I have to think for a second. Just go batter.
Yeah.
Keep saying batter, Phil. Keep saying batter.
Yeah.
And I think the more women's games that you commentate, you probably get more into that habit as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's something which is definitely happening a lot more of, which is great to see.
Here comes Iqbal after a few false starts. Nice ball. Got straight through the batter. It's Gowrie.
Naeem the boss in the chat saying, I see 50-metre boundary in T10. Is it also T20? I can tell you now that, no. It shouldn't be T20, especially a T20I. It should be...
I think it's 60.
60...
60 or 65. I'm not sure.
I think it's got to be minimum, I think, 60.
Yeah.
Unless the ground has specific restrictions. For instance, at the Hofstad Arena in Belgium, where they had the Medina Cup, the straight boundaries couldn't extend any further beyond, I think, about 52 metres.
Yeah.
So they had an exception, but the square boundaries were extended.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, the ICC have stipulations that need to be followed to have full international games. They've all been met here in Prague, which is good to see. In the air, gone. And that's the end of the skipper. And Kaiser Ahmed, he looked a bit ropey today. He hit quite a few catches. This one stuck. And good piece of bowling, from Zelma, who finally gets his man.
It was a good catch, nicely taken. You see Basir right in front of the camera here, good angle, just runs out a shot there, down on his knees, takes a well-judged catch, holds it to his chest, and Norway just struggling here this morning. It's 4 in the 5th over, 32 on the board, but they've lost to the 2 openers.
Yeah, it's a good wicket. They've got a pretty deep batting lineup, and I'm sure we'll see how deep they go, because Austria looking right up for it with the ball.
Totally agree on that one. Yeah, I mean, the skipper just looking a bit out of sorts. 11 from 11. And like we said earlier, gave up a couple of chances in the first over that went to the ground and just not really striking the ball too well. Rami went, to his credit, the other opener who's already departed. He sort of, when he got his chance, just got into it straight away. But right now, just need to be careful a bit here. They do bat deep, you're absolutely right. As we see, it's going to be Darshana, who I was pretty impressed with him. I think he put a 25 not out in the match against Czech yesterday. He looked pretty fluid, looked pretty good.
Yeah, look, I think that I didn't think the Czechs bowled necessarily badly. Nothing really went to hand.
Yeah.
It's I wouldn't say it's a new team, but captained by Murali Vandrasi for the first time. As a bowler comes in, bowling to the new batter, just played on the leg side for a single. But it was the batting that was concerning for the Czechs. It was like they'd just done. They were just underprepared, and psychologically, physically, I mean, they're good players.
Yeah.
But psychologically, I don't think they were really up for it. Hopefully, that'll be rectified. I know Kushi Mendon is the coach.
That's right.
Is very good tactically and psychologically as well. He'll definitely have a chat to them and tell them that they really didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I saw them after the game yesterday. They lost 2 in a row, and they were. He had a big smile on his face, and he was laughing and joking with them. And I think that's just to sort of get them back into a little zone. That's one flick towards the boundary. 4 runs, nice shot, good wrists there.
He's played that really well, hasn't he? He's picked the gap. The man backward there, he was very, very square. Had a massive chase. Never going to get to that one. Look at this. Just flicked around the corner, gets it. Doesn't even get it fine, but just that backward square leg was right on the boundary at backward square leg.
Yeah.
Not even anywhere close to fine leg. If you're going to bowl it there, well, you're going to have to put a fine leg in, I think.
Here comes the bowler again. Zalmai coming around the wicket. Bit of a stuttering run. Came out okay, though. And no run.
I just saw Terry Richmond say cue Queen music. Maybe it's Terry who initiated that.
Yeah, maybe.
Possibly. I'll let you know from the chat. Danny and I were talking about this before. If anyone in the chat, the regular mods can let us know who started the cue Queen music.
It might be Terry, you know. If not, he's just copying.
You know, maybe.
But I think it might be Terry.
Was it possibly even Rico?
Oh, could be.
Maybe a commentator did it, and then the mods have sort of caught onto it.
Yeah.
Help us out. I don't want to sort of, not give someone their credit if they've done that, because it's pretty popular when we see that.
Do you know the exciting news about this afternoon in Hornchurch?
Does it involve someone who's one of our moderators?
We have a spanner in the works.
Yes, we do have a spanner in the works. I love that phrase. I think you said it yesterday. It was brilliant. Yes, indeed. Kevin will be playing this afternoon in Hornchurch. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm sure there'll be plenty of spanners tuning in and supporting him. So you see here, this is Gagan against Old Brentwoods. This is what's happening in Hornchurch. Of course, the Havering 11 is the new side after the Eagles something. I can't remember. Had to pull out of the tournament. So Havering 11 have come in last moment, and including Kroom, who'll make his debut, I think, on the network.
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it is. The chat will correct us if we're wrong there. So keep a look out for that. Match 29, Gagan versus Havering 11. Havering, they have got one of our own, a moderator who's now stepped up and will be on the European Cricket Network for the first time. As Danny says, that's Kevin Kroom111, as he's known in the chat.
Terry's also got past the keeper. It's going to be a minimo. That's loose from the bowler.
Yeah, 5 wides indicated there.
Terry Richmond guilty as charged. So we'll blame Terry for the Queen.
Nice one, Terry. Thank you for standing up and owning up to that one. But we're not punishing you, not one bit, not at all. It's a good one. Just there's got to be other Queen songs you can apply to cricket. There has to be.
There has to be.
I mean, there's too many actually. Anyway, 42 for 2 after 5.
I'm just racing through my head as to Queen songs that would be apt. But yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I was listening to Queen the other day actually. The Sheer Heart Attack, which is their third album.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's really a great album. So
I've only got the best of. The platinum edition.
It's pretty good.
It's every song's amazing. I mean, you listen to it, and you think, my God, they had so many classics.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they were good until Hot Space. People who know Hot Space was their disco album. It's when Another One Bites the Dust comes in. It's the only decent song on the album. The rest is terrible.
Was Another One Bites the Dust was on that album?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, it was. No, was it?
Or was it?
It was Under Pressure. Ooh, now you got me.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
now you got me. It might be Under Pressure.
That's
Another One
interesting.
Bites the Dust was. Oh, okay. Okay, but need to Google.
Yeah, I think No One Bites the Dust came out on an album when they were still top of the game before they descended into.
Well, Hot Space was. I mean, they came back a little bit later.
Right.
With I can't remember what it's called, The Works, which is very popular, with I Want to Break Free and that sort of stuff. The Radio Gaga.
Radio Gaga.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I remember that phase of Queen. Yep.
But Hot Space was ugly.
Yeah, because No One Bites the Dust was well before Radio Gaga and I Want to Break Free.
Yeah. Let me just check. Yeah, it was Under Pressure.
Under Pressure, right? Okay.
Another One Bites the Dust. What's that from then? This has just been prodded down to third man for a single.
Just working away here. Looks like Norway are going along nicely. The run rate is below 8, but I think they're just being a bit cautious not to lose another wicket here. What I noticed yesterday in the Norway game against Czech was the top 4 batters all got really good starts, and it was the skipper, who was Kazir Ahmad. He got on to make a 33 from 24, but the next 3 batters all got into the 20s. Darshana with a 25 not out, and the other 2 top batters did really well. And it was just that consistency in the top order, and in the Czech innings, without getting stuck into the Czech batters, we'll talk more about the Czechs in the next game, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was only Van Drassi who scored a really good 34, and no other batter got to double figures.
Yeah.
And you can't have a lone ranger in a T20. It simply won't work.
No.
And he was the lone ranger, albeit that he got 34 from 30, highest scorer for the game. But you don't have support.
I was disappointed with the Czech batting yesterday. In total, there was just no one really applied themselves. Especially the first game there were just so many soft dismissals.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names because they know who they are.
Yeah, they do know who they are.
Some of the run-outs were comical as well.
Yeah, the running was not impressive at all. Now, this has gone to the boundary. Ooh, now. Was that buzzers? Let's have a look at this one again. I think that has... that's a bit disappointing. Watch this. Throw going into the bowler's end. Bowler's not backing up. No one's backing up. And that has gone through the fielder. It connects with his ankle through the fielder, and that's gone for 4 overthrows. That's a bit shocking from us during the field.
Yeah, it's a bit loose.
You've got to get someone to the bowler's end to take the ball. If someone's going to throw the stumps, what's the point of the bowler standing 3 meters away, just staring and just hoping that the ball hits the stumps?
I mean, I
turn around, man. Get back to the stumps.
I just don't understand. I mean, is it a thing that we did, like back up the stumps as a bowler?
I did. I always did that.
But it just seems like bowlers now just turn around and walk back. It's like, I've done my bit.
It's not my job.
Yeah.
That's someone else's job. And I completely refute that. I think that is such a bad mindset to have. And you see it so much in T10. I remember in Belgium, I was literally at one point screaming from my luckily solo commentary box, just back up, get to the stumps. I couldn't believe nobody took the stumps at the bowler's end.
Yeah.
And there's having shies at the stumps from halfway to the boundary line. And the bowler's standing 3 meters away just going, oh, that was close, hands in the air.
Yeah.
Thinking, if you'd been there to take the ball, you would have taken the bails, and guess what? You would have had a wicket.
I don't
get it.
I mean, again, it's, the game's changed, Phil.
It has changed, yep. albeit maybe at the highest level. I'm sure they do take the stumps, but I think at this level, maybe it's a case of, yeah, as you say, Danny, the bowler feels that his job's done and it's up to mid-on or mid-off, who are very rarely there because usually they're at long-off and long-on. To get up and take the stumps. Anyway, that's one of my little pet peeves in the field. I see that and I get a bit grr.
So another one, Bites of Dust, was off the Game from 1980. Hot Space was 82.
82.
And in between that, they did the Flash Gordon soundtrack.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's a nice shot through the covers. Don't know if it's going to get to the boundary.
No.
Come back for 2. They ran very well between the wickets yesterday. They had an all-run 4. At one stage, spectacular take there by the keeper.
Well done.
It was an all-run 4. It was Venki that chased it and pulled it back from the boundary, and they'd run 4. They run very well between the wickets, the Norwegians.
A 4-run on the Scott Page field. That's rare.
That is very rare.
And, Tina, I've been talking a lot about the ECN bingo card.
Yeah.
Could you imagine getting an all-run 4 on your bingo card and how filthy you'd be about it? And then you see that?
I mean, it happens with overthrows, to be fair. We did just see a 5.
Yes. True.
So that's another one on the bingo card.
But if you had an all-run 4,
yeah,
you'd be stressed if you saw that.
It's funny because hat-trick's likely. Hat-tricks are likely.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many hat-tricks that go on. Hundreds now. Maybe not on this ground as much because of stuff. But But hat-tricks are pretty common now. Chases of over 150.
Yeah, it's a fair call. Yep.
Chase of over 200.
Well, you were sporting Jersey with that, weren't you?
That was crazy.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff. That. Don't think we'll see anything like that ever again.
There were a lot of spectators around as well, and the ball was being smashed. There were people with dogs and kids running around, and it was every time it went for 6, which was pretty much every second ball. Apart from the fact that it was going into the car park and the rugby field up top, anything straight or over into Cow Corner or wherever, it was dangerous. One lady got hit in the shoulder, not too hard though, luckily, but yeah, they had a kids area as well.
Oh man!
And there was netting in front, which was great. Except
that's good.
What it would do, it would hit the clubhouse and come back into the kids area.
So you get double chance.
Yeah, it was.
It was good.
It was interesting. I think they had a bit of a chat about it after the tournament. Said, I think next year we're going to have more spotters, more people warning. Yeah. Yeah,
probably a good move, that one. Probably a good move.
Yeah, we had one area, a little stand there, and I can't remember what we called it, but it was apt. The adrenaline zone, I think.
Adrenaline zone?
It kept on getting hit in this little stand. It was right over long on.
Yeah.
And just every few balls, they were ducking for cover. So,
Big Boss News in the chat is saying, why is the win predictor supporting an Austrian win after a good start from Norway? Well, it's been an okay start from Norway. I wouldn't say they've set the world on fire, but they're doing okay.
Yeah.
52 for 2 after 6.4.
Honestly, I think it was the win against the Austrians had a bigger win against the Czech Republic or against Czechia yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they're ranked. They're higher. They're in there. But Norway are the higher ranked team. Yep. I don't think there's much between the sides though at all.
39 to 43, isn't it?
Something
43?
like that.
Yeah, 44. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're right. But seeing them both playing against the same side, being Czechia, you can't. It's hard to split them. But you're right. Austria had the bigger win. The 10-wicket victory. Yeah.
Look, it was a reduced over game against the Czechs in the afternoon. It was a 13-over game.
Yeah.
What's an appeal gone?
Given.
Oh.
Oh, shouts of "come on" as the umpire takes a second just to maybe double check that it was taken cleanly and had a bit of a rethink and said, yes, I agree. Zalmai gets another wicket.
Well, no one on the field had any hesitation. Even the batter just tucked his bat under his arm and walked off. So another wicket goes down. Good piece of bowling.
It was a good piece of bowling. Yeah, have a look at that. Bowler and keeper absolutely adamant. Knew straight away. Bowler didn't even turn around until the very last minute just to double check. And the umpire had raised the finger and said, yes, you are indeed correct. So wicket falls there. Wow. Breakthrough. So 53 for 3 now. just as we tick over towards 7 overs. So maybe that's another reason why maybe the win predictor likes Austria over Norway. 3 wickets down. Maybe the Norwegian middle order needs to be tested. That's Darshana, who I was just giving a bit of rev up from that 25 not out yesterday, and he goes for 10 from 9.
Yep. So just have a look. It did carry, didn't it, Phil?
I think,
the keeper got his gloves under it because it was difficult. Let's have another look. Well, you can't see it from that angle. I'm not sure if we've got a better angle of it.
Maybe a reverse angle. We'll have a look and see if we can get it from the camera at the bottom part of the park because, we're a bit blindsided there.
It's a difficult one. This one might show it. And again, you can't really see. I mean, he's claimed it straight away.
Yeah.
And there was no doubt from the umpire. And there's nothing from square leg either. Yeah. So, but it was closer than what it seemed, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe that would be the hesitation for the umpire. Just had to consider that. Maybe might even had a look over to square leg just to say, look, from your view, were you comfortable the gloves were completely under the ball?
Yep.
It was a lot closer on that replay than first realised. Yeah, but in the end, probably the right decision made.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got to back the umpire in that situation. They've got a better sight than what we do, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Gorry facing up. And straight back to the bowler.
Akib Iqbal, he's been around for a little while, hasn't he? He's been a staunch performer for Austria in these T20Is.
Yeah, the captain, he captains his side well. And he's a good player.
He's got the best bowling in Austria in T20Is, 5 for 5 against Belgium.
Oh, really?
In T20Is, he has got the best. That was in 2021.
5 for 5 is not bad.
It's not a bad return, yeah. And 59 wickets before this tournament.
And this is in the air. Nice shot. Didn't get all of it. Just away from the fielder. Come back for a sort of comfortable 2. So another feature yesterday was the fielding. 2 direct hits from Norway. A couple that from Austria as well against the Czechs. The Czechs running between the wicket. It wasn't great. There was one that Venky had. Oh, he's just walked past as well.
Timing.
Perfect timing. Hi, Venky. And, he hit one. He thought he'd got past the fielder who put it down a hand and picked it up. And he just walked past everything.
Such perfect timing.
It was he was past.
Yeah.
Who was it? Sahil. At the other end.
Oh, yes. That was Venky's first ball.
First ball.
Yeah,
he got a king pair yesterday, Venky.
Oh, dear.
He played one on in the second game.
Yeah, that was one where Sahil Grover didn't move a muscle, put the hand up, said no, looked like he was not running, but Venky completed his run quite well.
Yep, and ran past him by about 20 metres.
Yeah.
But he bowled well, though, Venky. I think he was the pick of the bowlers yesterday.
Picked up 2 for.
Yep. I think he was very, very dangerous.
That was impressive. Unfortunately, Czechs didn't pick up a wicket the first game, did they?
No.
Austria had a 10-wicket win.
Venky didn't bowl.
That's probably the key right there, I reckon. He's got to get a game this afternoon. He's got to get a bowl against Austria.
Yeah. Look, he's a handy fielder. Took a couple of catches in the field. And you can't really pick a fielder. In a T10 game, you can, I reckon.
Yeah.
You can pick fielders. So,
True.
Because it tends to be in European cricket. This is just... dabbed around the corner for a single. That you get all rounders. You get so many all rounders.
Yeah.
That your opening bats also bowl.
That's true. Yeah.
Or keep or do whatever. So you'll get players in the team for no apparent reason apart from that you need 11. So you need to have a good fielder. If you can have a fielder who's not a particularly good bowler and who bats at number 8, then that in a T10 that works because they probably won't get a bat.
True.
And they won't get a bowl if you've got 5 other. This is turned around the corner, 4 runs. Very fine. Nice shot.
I didn't think that was going to have the legs, but there you go. Goes all the way to the boundary line, and Austria just couldn't get around to get that one. There you go.
This field's quickening up, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a little bit cool overnight. I got a funny feeling there might have been just a little bit of a light shower overnight. And ever since we've been here today, the wind has been, well, pretty much going since we got here.
Yeah.
Breeze has been gusting, as I said earlier on, and that's helped the ground dry out. And this ground does dry really quickly as well.
Yeah, with the breeze.
With the breeze, yeah.
Just the surface moisture goes out, and
Yep.
it drains very well as well. And we never have problems with puddling.
Yep.
Even yesterday, it chucked it down, only for 3 minutes, but it drained really well, and we were able to play. We had a slight delay.
Yeah, you basically had like a 2-hour storm in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You got the short version,
Oh, yeah.
but the condensed version.
Yeah.
It really threw it down. Yeah, I was in Vinarati, where I live, and I got the very tail of that storm for about, again, no more than 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, it was like hellfire brimstone, sort of like as you said, Danny, end of day situation.
Yeah.
And I think 5 minutes later it came to you, and I think I even messaged you and said it's on its way to you.
Yeah.
I just got hit.
Yeah.
It sure did.
It does what it does here at Vinarati. It gets dark.
Yeah.
And the wind picks up, and then it just unleashes.
Yeah.
We did have a preview as well, because we heard a bit of thunder roll around.
Yep.
So this is, I'm not sure why I didn't attempt a single there, but no run.
Yeah. Norway now with 3 wickets down, 61 on the board. We're now in the 9th. Just get a funny feeling that, well, I wouldn't say they're getting bogged down, but now it's Zadran coming on a bowl, and he was very impressive yesterday with the ball. I thought he was a bit of pick of the bowl, especially economy-wise. Tore into the guts of the Czech middle order.
Yeah, he's the quickest of the bowlers, and bowls a fantastic Yorker. So it's difficult to get him away, and to have the luxury of to be able to hold him back as well.
Yeah.
It's good tactics by the skipper.
I totally agree. 3 for 10 he got.
Well, Bilal hasn't bowled yet either.
Yeah, that's interesting to note, isn't
So
it? He got 4 for.
He got 4 for and bowled really well.
Yeah. Between the two of them, 7 wickets for like, I think 25 runs or something like that.
Yeah.
Tore the absolute guts out of that middle order. Czechs losing 5 for 15 in 4 overs.
Yeah.
Middle order just melting like butter on a hot stove. Incredible. This is different kettle of fish, though. This is against Norway, and they've so far done pretty well here. I mean, the run rate has been and is at between 7 and 8. It's been there pretty much since the very start of this innings. So it's no panic stations. The score is still on the board, 62 for 3. They probably want to accelerate, though, over the next few overs. Make sure they don't get bogged down with Zadran now bowling.
Comes in bowling to Gary, the left-hander. He just prods it down on the leg side, and what? Just a single, never 2 on then. And they had good backup that time.
Yeah, Guri and Raza there just need to be careful there. Don't want to have a silly run out just to spoil the proceedings. They're already 3 wickets down. They wouldn't want to get too stuck into that middle order in the next couple of overs. Still plenty to come. We haven't even got halfway there yet in the innings. Definitely need to have their set batters there when we turn the corner after the 10th.
Yeah, there's plenty of runs. I mean, it's a 20-over game, and really partnerships are vital in this format. And I'll look for 2. They won't get it. We had a situation yesterday where there was Darshana and also Fazal Raza out there. One was 96, the other one was 69. And I had a moment where I looked and I thought, how did he turn the numbers around?
Right, okay.
I couldn't work it out, and then I realised that actually it's just because they're huge numbers as well. It's not as though you've got to kind of squint to see them.
Right.
Got back early for that pull shot, and that's 4 runs. You can see him line it up. And that short ball came and just waited for it. Let's have a look at this one. So, see, he got set really early and didn't get up quite enough. It wasn't quite short enough.
Yeah, it was a short ball that was probably telegraphed a bit early. And you're right, Gowrie had that extra second just to, as you say, get in position, swivel, line himself up, and place it nowhere near a fielder. It was a great shot in the end. Not a great delivery, not a good disguised short ball.
Let's see what he comes back with. Yorker, I reckon. Nope. Just
Faster.
a bit quicker.
It was faster, wasn't it? Yeah, good bit of pace on that one.
Yeah, he's got good wheels.
Interesting, there's only been 6 boundaries and 1 6 so far in the innings. Sort of had that feeling. We haven't called too many boundaries. There was obviously the 5, the overthrows, as one of those 4s. But That's interesting. So, yeah, Norway after 9, 69 for 3. Still got a lot of work to do, but still a lot of cricket to come. Still 11 overs to go.
Yeah.
Have a look at the scorecard there, Danny. And well, the top 4 batters, again, all getting starts. And now it's up to Gowrie to kick on with Faisal Raza helping him out. Or else it's going to be down to the middle and lower middle order to try to step up.
Yeah, look, it's something which is, again, important. You have to have at least one player that you can cling on to and score some runs, and then even if it's just one, and then help otherwise. The help has been there, but that one big innings hasn't yet.
Yeah, it's just missing here. Well, Austrians would be very happy if they can get rid of Gowrie just to settle that top order and say, well, we've got all the top 4 batters out for less than 20. And then we get stuck in the middle order as a process, as sort of like in your mind, this is what we can do, this is what we can do. So they'd be really keen to pick this wicket up here. And it's going to be a change of bowler. So we're going to slow things down a bit. It's going to be Bilal Zalmar. We mentioned him not too long ago. Say his name 3 times and he will appear.
Yep. That's short and rubbish. And hit for 6. It's hit towards the car park. You can see the fielder out there. Definitely not a plan. He started off with the same delivery yesterday against the Czechs and got away with it. And this time, not.
Yeah, that was not a good ball. You caught it beautifully, Danny. Just as soon as it pitched, you just thought, oh, that's going. Watch how fast. Side on here. Crunch. Hits that really nicely over deep mid-wicket.
As a bowler, you never like seeing your fielder turn around and aim towards the boundary.
Yep. Yeah, or see your fielder just follow it going overhead, like the penguins in Antarctica that fall on their back.
Yep.
Staring at it going up, and then the fielder start complaining that the roofs of their mouth are getting sunburnt because they keep dropping the mouth over.
Like an AFL umpire checking a goal.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good one too. 76 for 3. Raza now on strike.
How are Richmond doing this year?
Raza still on strike now.
That well, huh?
Yeah, they're having another shocker.
Well, Vinny's an Eagles supporter. So.
Oh, I feel good now. Nicely hit down the ground. The Eagles are having a bit of a shocker as well. Richmond's only won 3 games this year. Yeah. Not doing very well at all. They've lost several games with under a kick, which has been really disappointing. Last couple of games, I was saying this on the chat actually just when I was in Romania as well. I was watching them playing a game. Just can't finish a game off. You know, they're ahead by 30 odd points at half time, and then suddenly they don't score for the next half. Just gut wrenching. Really stings when you see a team not finish off a game. I feel that way about cricket too. Your team that sort of gets in front, does all the hard work, and then they don't finish off a match. I guess it happens in team sports all the time. Teams just get overhauled. Maybe they go a bit too hard too early, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you need to finish off, don't you?
You've got to finish a game. It's not over until it's over. So think about T10 cricket. I say it all the time. It doesn't matter. And I know we're talking this is T20 here, but just for a moment, just want to mention T10 cricket is you take the game to the 9th, anything can happen.
Yeah.
In T20, take the game to the 19th, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've got to play it out.
Yesterday with Norway, the Czechs were starting to reduce the runs.
Yeah.
And then they had a few big overs towards the end, 18 off one of them.
Wow.
And it really pumped the score up because they're looking at just over 100, maybe 120, and up on 139.
Yeah.
Just with those few good overs. Have a bit of a drinks break here at the 10 over mark. And up to the end, 10, 79 for 3.
79 for 3, probably not really the score that they would have liked to have had, probably a bit shy of where they want to be. Hey, Challenger and Premier Division, Danny, we touched on this just at the start, and I'm loving this already without even starting yet. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, look, absolutely fantastic. The Challenger Division, a good initiative. The Spartans and Vinarati probably got the nose a bit out of joint with that. Moravians have really come up in the last couple of years as well. Ostrava, pretty new team, as are the Praha Dominators. But that'll be a good competition. See what kind of the team that Vinarati bring out. They've got some big guns in there. A couple of them playing this tournament in Venki and also Shub Chowdhury. But the Premier Division, that's going to be nice to see. Bohemians, the top of the pecking order after winning last year.
Indeed, yeah. And that game, that was that was the first time the Prague CC had been knocked off in a final in an ECS.
Yep.
So that was a really big for Bohemians. And also, you mentioned Spartans and Vinerati might have noses out of joint for being in the Challenger division. You know, as the person who actually put those teams together in that division, I can tell you, yes, they weren't happy about that. that was my role to put them into there. Unfortunately, I did have to cough a little bit, but hey, you know what?
But to be fair, though, the Tigers and United, who are probably, you look at the Premier Division, the newer teams, Bohemians, PCC, Brno, and Barbarians have been around for quite a while. As have Vinerati. But Tigers have been around for 5 years or so. United probably about the same. But they deserve their places there. They're really good teams.
I totally agree. Remember when we first started playing, there were 4 teams. There was Vinerati, Barbarians, Prague CC, and Bohemians.
Yes.
Brno, I think, were the next team to join that group. And then from that point, we started splitting Barbarians into 2 teams, etc., etc.
I think Barbarians split before Brno came in.
I think they did as well. I think you're right. Yeah. And then Spartans, who've been around for a while, as you say. And then, United and Tigers. United Tigers, I think, maybe came in maybe 1 year apart into the domestic scene here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but that's I'm looking forward to that big time. Challenger division starts off Monday next week for 3 days, and then on Thursday for 4 days is the Premier Division. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And Rico will be in town to join you and me, and we're going to do pretty much most of the heavy lifting throughout that. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's going to be great. All right. Let's continue. It's Sahel Zadran. And this one's a bit short. It's pulled away. And just be they're going for the second. Well run. As I mentioned, there was a feature yesterday, I think, with the running between the wickets, especially the top order for Norway.
Yeah.
Good communication, and both very quick, the 2 openers.
These two almost had a little bit of a run-in to each other there, and it was just for a split second. I thought, Raza might struggle to get to the other end there, but they negotiated each other on the pitch.
I know who would win that encounter.
Okay, I want to get your thoughts on that in a second.
It's of the two.
Of the two,
Gori is the more slender of the two. Not that Raza's a huge man,
right?
But he is significantly bigger than Gary.
Okay.
So if there were to be a collision, I would be on Team Raza.
So Team Raza will be the man standing. Yeah, actually, I'm just looking at the sort of comparison there. Yep, I think I'm with you on that one.
Even with a pitch length, he's bigger.
Exactly. Oh dear. There was when the wind was picking up yesterday. There was a few people in the chat who were commenting about our good friend Farouk Sheikh, who was the umpire, and they were saying, well, if the wind picks up anymore, we're going to lose the umpire because he's
slender.
He's very slender. Yes, good umpire though.
Yeah.
Did a good job yesterday.
Yeah, look, he did quite a good job with the women's team as well.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, he brings a lot to Czech cricket. As
Farouk, yeah, he's also. I mean, a lot of people know in the chat and obviously around the place that I was league administrator for the last couple of years for the domestic competition here and the operations manager, and I stepped down last year. And Farouk was one of the people who stepped up to help with scheduling for this year, helping out Raj, who's the new league administrator.
Yeah.
So Farouk's contribution to Czech cricket, it's getting better and better, and he also umpires as well. He's a bit like Venki like that. Venki umpires. He's been helping out. He's always been helping out. I mean, he and I would be at the ground here every Friday for 6 or 7 hours, every week, just working on the ground, cleaning it up, making sure it's all gold for the weekend games. So there's a few people around the digs in Czech cricket, and those two and Raj in that group as well, make it a group of 3, doing a really cracking job.
You have to have that. I mean, there are so many players, but they take it for granted. This is I play in a team, and that's all I do. I just turn up and play.
I turn up and play.
Yeah, and without the work that's done behind the scenes, it just wouldn't happen.
Yep. I know a lot of feds have that as well. It does take a bit of a group and a team to do this.
Absolutely.
Quick single there. As you say, good running there from Norway. They are sharp between the wickets. I'm noticing that as well. They're starting to tick that scoreboard over. The run rate is still between 7 and 8. It still really hasn't gotten out of that little bracket there, but now it's pushing up towards 8. And they just need to sort of try to get that up working towards 10 in the next 5 overs. If they can do that, no rush to do it. But if you do that, you're putting a score on the board in the 170s, 180s. That'd be good.
It's interesting. I mean, I was speaking to Vinny yesterday about how you're seeing teams get high, to get 150 in 10 overs and such, 15 and over.
Yeah.
And even here on this ground, we were getting that regularly last year.
Yeah.
And why isn't it the same with the 20 over game?
Yeah.
And he said, look, it's a 60-metre boundaries. It's just that the boundaries are just a bit longer, so they're not hitting as many sixes, which is fair enough. But still, I mean, it's only 10 metres. It's not that much more.
True.
But also I don't know if it's more respect for the bowling or if the bowlers can bowl more to a plan.
Well, I mean, okay, so the boundary is wider, but then there's also more gaps because there's more surface area that has to be covered off by the fielders.
Yeah, true.
So to me, that's kind of like a trade-off for that kind of thing. 11 overs gone, 85 for 3 on the board. And Norway, well, this is a bit of time for these two who've been there for a little while now. So now it's a good time for them to maybe start to put the foot down. Depends on the bowling, because this is a time when the really good bowlers are coming on. And Zadran and Zalmai are doing a really great job for the team.
Yeah, they did yesterday as well. So, Phil, is that a rocket launching Boba Fett?
Oh yes, my little mascot. He goes everywhere with me during when I travel around Europe for ECS.
It's not a genuine rocket launching Boba Fett.
No,
that would be a lot of money.
I got a story about that. Very quickly, I do carry around a little Star Wars figure from 1979, the year before Empire Strikes Back came out. That's how rare it is. It's got the 1979 stamped on the back of his leg there. He doesn't have his little pistol, and he's out of the package. And that rocket in his back, you can see how it's. Obviously, the chat are going to wonder what I'm talking about here. It's a bit of a flat sort of thing, but it's where you used to have the thing where you pull the pin down and you can fire it.
Yep.
Kenner Toys had that for the first 2 weeks of its release in '79. They had to take it off the market because it was a choking hazard to kids.
Of course.
And so this is the one that came out afterwards. If you can find one of those, run out chance, it's going to be...
No, that was fine.
Not taken.
Was fine.
Didn't take the ball. If taken the ball, could have been close. So if you can get that original one with the rocket launcher still in the pack, sealed, there was one that was sold at Sotheby's in London a couple of years ago. Yeah. £120,000 plus a bit of loose change. Yeah. Sold at auction. You could buy a house for that.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
But no.
Or a Boba Fett.
Or a Boba Fett limited edition.
I tell you, I was at a friend's barbecue the other day, which was fun. And his kids came home, and one of the guys there went to his car and brought back a Millennium Falcon, like a full-on, and the top comes off, and he had all these figures inside. There was a little smuggling compartment. And he opened the smuggling compartment. Darth Vader was hiding underneath it. So he had all these figures there. And so the rocket launching Boba Fett did come up as well. And he said, sadly not. But it was really good, and it had little legs that pulled out. I don't know if you've seen it.
Millennium Falcon?
Yeah.
This must have been one of the first Millennium Falcons, because a friend of mine had one of those way, way back. Gee, I'm talking like end of the 70s, between Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back when the movies got released. Yeah. Yeah, he had one of these, and the legs would come out. And I remember the smuggling compartment too. I remember that. Yeah, we used to put Smurf toys in there. Just for no reason. The things you did as a kid.
Smuggling Smurfs.
Well, for some reason, his little sister collected Smurf toys, and he would steal them and hide them in the Millennium Falcon. So she would be walking around the house complaining to her mum that couldn't find her Smurf toys, and he would just plead, "I haven't taken them." Yeah, just teasing his little sister, and of course I was in on it too, just hiding him in the Millennium Falcon. The things you do as a child. Yes. Anyway,
but it was cool because there's a little compartment where Han Solo would, like, with the cockpit.
The cockpit, yeah. You could fit them in there, yeah. And Chewbacca and Han Solo, they'd fit perfectly into there, yeah. I know exactly the one you mean. That's scary though, isn't it? Yeah, I know the exact Millennium Falcon.
It's probably worth thousands.
and it's big too. It's like, it's a good size.
Yep.
Yeah, thousands. And then
we should get back to the cricket.
Yeah, more Star Wars later. Okay,
I'm not the greatest Star Wars fan, Phil.
I know that. Yeah.
I don't mind it, but I'm not quite as one.
You're more of a Star Trek fan.
No, I never watched. When I was growing up, Oh, now we're back on this.
No. Okay. All right.
Growing up, I used to love watching Lost in Space, the reruns of Lost in Space.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I was never really a Trekkie, but I think it's something I should visit one day. Nice shot down the ground. 6 runs into the pea patch. And let's see if the fielders can find that one. Oh, we can chat more about stuff. No, the first film I remember well, and then the next 2 were great. And then after that, when they had the one with all the meetings.
The meetings?
There was a sort of an updated version of the Ben-Hur chariot race, and then there was just meetings.
Oh, okay. So Star Wars Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
The pod race.
The pod race, yeah, which is just, it's Ben-Hur, but with kids.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
That's right. Yeah, and meetings. Yeah, cause
meetings.
The Senate and the politicians trying to make it a political thing.
Yeah.
And all these kids just watching the film going, I got no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And fair enough too.
They weren't great. And then Rogue One I thought was fantastic.
Loved that film.
Yeah. But then nothing else has really tempted.
The sequels, the sequel trilogy.
I just got reminded of Endor. Endor's fantastic as well. There's a new season out. I haven't watched it. It's going for a couple of runs.
Hang on, is that Endor or Andor?
Andor? Yeah, Andor.
Because Endor is the name of the planet where the Ewoks live.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Andor. I got false information through the cans.
That's right. Me too. Yep.
Yeah, Andor.
Our director said Endor.
Yeah, Andor's fantastic.
Right. I never got into the TV shows of Star Wars. Have
you seen Andor?
No.
Oh,
I haven't seen Andor either. But because of the sequels,
yeah,
the sequel trilogy, I just completely went off, and I just said, you know what, I'll stick to my original trilogy.
It's completely free, apart from one episode at the end. It's completely free of stormtroopers and anything like that.
Right.
It's like a prequel to what was happening with the rebellion.
Okay.
And it's really good.
Okay.
So I would highly recommend it.
So it probably sinks nicely into Rogue One then.
Yeah.
It's the same character, isn't it? Right. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
100 up, by the way. 100 for 3 after 12. And we might leave the space talk for a second. Just get back to the cricket. The 100 is up.
They did get the ball back from the pea patch. So, Gowrie on 39, Raza on 12.
Yeah, the old mushy pea patch. Put that together. That's interesting as well. Run rate's picked up though.
So got a new bowler. That's Kogiani. The left armour. Just change the angle a little bit for these 2 batters.
It's a good move. Kogiani, he picked up 3 catches yesterday too in the game against Czech. The ball was at one point was just following him everywhere. It was. Yeah. I think he might have one even went over his head. Could have been a 4th catch. Oh no, he put one down. I think out on the boundary line. A bit of a hot chance.
Comes in again and just dab down through the into the 3rd man area just for a single. Bring the left-hander Gowrie back on strike.
This partnership is already now up to 48. So a couple more runs, they've got a 50-run partnership. These 2 have done a really good job from 53 for 3 up to 101 for 3 now. Pretty impressive. Gowrie's been very impressive. That 39 and 29. A little bit sort of fits and starts at the start of his innings. He might have been given a couple of chances, but he's sort of put the head down now and he's looking really tight. And I'm really enjoying him getting amongst the runs.
Yeah, hopefully you can go on with it. Or dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary. The chase is on. They'll get at least 2, and that'll be it.
Oh, has he stopped that?
I think so.
Oh, okay, there you go. I thought maybe that stopped on the rope, but the fielder... We'll take the fielder's honesty there.
It's difficult to see that. Oh, you can't tell. Can't tell.
Well, Bilal doubles back and picks it up. I'm sure if it touched the rope, you'd think he'd give the old, signal to the umpire. So, well done. That's the 50-run partnership between these 2 right there.
Yeah, it's been good. That's a bit of a shout. Might have got a bit of bat in that. In fact, I don't think he has. It's going to be called leg buys.
Yeah, it was a stifled shout. Maybe they felt that it was going to miss.
Yeah, I thought I heard a double noise, but the umpire says not out. He can continue left arm over the wicket.
That 50 partnership off 5 overs and 3 deliveries. So that is really good scoring from these 2.
It is, without really blasting either.
Yep. not giving a chance, and just getting the heads down and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah.
And it's a good platform they got now. 104 for 3, 2 to come in the 13th.
Comes in, and let's hit back to the bowler. No run.
It's not a bad over from Cogliani so far. Still
Yeah.
got one more to come.
It's those pesky left armers. Just bowling outswing. I always loved the bowling to left-handers because you get that gap between bat and pad that opens up, and it's the same with left armers. Left armers, they're not as common. You get a lot of left-handed batters now that bat sort of reverse, with the dominant hand being the right hand, right? Just actually right-handed bats cut away. It should just be a single. Yeah, you get a lot of left-handed batters now, but not that many left-arm bowlers. And if you see a left-arm bowler, they're often off-spinners.
Yes.
There are not that many left-arm pace bowlers. I mean, there are some good ones,
Yep.
but they're just not that many compared to right arms. So it does add that extra element,
Yep.
I think, to a bowling lineup.
Yeah, and the left arm spinners, off spinner or even a left arm leg spinner to a right hander.
Yep.
You know, we see them all the time causing so much trouble for the right-handed batter. You know, calling when they're coming on to bowl and you're thinking, well, there's going to be wicket in this over for sure.
Yeah.
And suddenly rush of blood, boom, done. You know, things like that. Saw that in Portugal a lot. Was it Jawad Singh? Played for Lisbon Capitals, and he was the guy who opened the bowling, guaranteed 1 wicket at least in the first over. Just that left arm, really sort of like that sort of, you know, looping sort of like this kind of delivery, and yeah, always guaranteed to get a wicket. He had a great moustache too.
It's always a positive. This is in the air and dropped.
Oh,
It's a bit slow to get going, and never set was the fielder out there.
looked like he was going to get there and comfortably take it. In the end, you're right. He was still moving. Look at this. I think he's gone the wrong way the last few steps. He hasn't gone to the left. Just a couple more steps.
Sahil Zadran out there.
It was Zadran. Oh, dear.
And, well, not going to be too happy. Bilal the bowler. Talking about left arm spinners, Anil Palmer is a very good one for Norway. We'll see him in the second innings of this game. Dave B asking if they get to 180. Maybe. Oh, it's a nicely guided shot. Pick the gap. And they should just come back for 2. And they do.
Yeah, 180. Well, let's have a look. I mean, 180 is, what's this? You got, we're in the 14th over, so what's that? 6 overs plus 4 deliveries, which is what, 40 deliveries to maybe go at, 2 runs a ball. Well, yeah, you'd probably have to go to 11 per over from here on in. It could be done. No reason why it can't. They got the talent out there.
Absolutely. And that's nice shot. 4 runs, I think. Or was it gone all the way? No, just 4. Got it in position well. Just dropped it a little bit short, Bilal. And he does. He did try to push that one through a little bit. But Bader look right back in his crease. A nicely played shot. Good footwork.
Yeah.
And 4 more to the total.
Yeah, just a little bit too short there, wasn't he? You can see what he's trying to do, trying to put a little bit extra sauce on that one, but yeah, ends up being a bit short. So 112 for 3. So yeah, Dave B, if I want to get to 180, that's the way to do it. A couple of boundaries every over and keep that scoreboard ticking, you'll get there.
Just by the way, RJ in the chat saying, hope Australia will win.
Oh, good luck, Australia. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Who are we playing?
Yeah, AUS is normally Australia. AUT is normally Austria.
Yeah.
Just as a bit of a thing. But he
FYI.
hopes that Austria. I'm assuming he's saying hope that Austria wins.
Yeah, it's funny. We do see that a lot. Yeah, you're exactly right, RJ. It's as Danny says, AUT is the short version for Austria. AUS. That's where we come from. Oh, a bit clever there. Doesn't get anything from it though.
By the way, Dave B is number 2 in the rankings. Well done. I think Terry Richmond was number 1.
Do you participate in those rankings?
No. Participate? What do you mean?
What, like you haven't opted out of it or anything like that? Because you can still see them. So you
I never
opted
contribute
out.
to the chat, Phil.
Oh no, I'm talking about whether you opt in or out. That's all. Because I can't see it on mine because I've opted out.
Oh, really? No, I can see them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to opt out.
You just don't participate.
I just don't participate.
That is 50 up for Gowrie, 50 from 36. That is a good half century when it was needed. There were 3 wickets down. He's still there, and he's looking forward to kicking on for a big score here. Well-deserved 50.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because it's at 50 off 38. Doesn't seem that quick in the sense that he's hit a few boundaries, but he's not really blasted, as we mentioned. Raza either.
Yeah.
It's just been a good, steady innings, and it's what you need in this format. You need someone to focus an innings around, to base it around it, like the anchorman type thing, not the Ron Jeremy type anchorman, but like someone to anchor the innings.
Hanks, the who?
The who? Ron Burgundy? Isn't it Ron Burgundy?
It is Ron Burgundy, but
isn't it Anchorman?
No, you said Ron Jeremy.
Did I say that? Really? Yeah, no, a different kind of film. Oops. I think there are hedgehogs around this area as well. So lots of wildlife here. I heard a pheasant yesterday.
Oh, we've seen pheasants here. Yeah. Nicely played. Hey, Gowrie's going on at striking about at 138 at the moment. That's pretty good. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, 116 for 3, start of the 15th. Expected score 172. So Dave B, you're looking for 180. That's pretty much where they're going for there.
Well, I looked down and he said 180, and then someone else said 160, and someone else said 170. So one of these is going to be pretty close, I reckon.
Yeah, that's kind of the ballpark we're thinking. Unless there's some sort of amazing either batting collapse or someone gets on a heater in the next over or two. But otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at there.
I'm bringing third man up, and then bringing Cow Corner back. We haven't really seen anything hoiked, so what's the plan? Just turn around the corner, and not even turn around the corner. It was right next to the stumps.
Gowrie just put the foot down and said, go, 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 go. And Raza was still thinking about it. That was a good call. Very good early call there from Gowrie. Look at him. He's absolutely piled down there so fast.
Michael Lonsborough's in the chat. He's supporting the Saffers. I don't know. He's not South African.
The Saffar bowlers will make short work of the Aussie batsman. Michael Lonsborough, maybe just a bit of spell check there.
Oh, I gotcha. And now he's talking about the Test Championship, which starts, apparently it's cricket. This is nice shot. Pulls through the fielder, 4 runs.
That's a cracking shot. Really good hit, that one. Gets through the player, though, who probably should have done a bit better to try to stop that one.
Does that start today? Test Championship? I thought it started on Wednesday.
I don't think it started today.
No, I think it starts on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. Yep. But yeah, good to see Michael in the chat. Hello, Michael. Hope you're well. Obviously, the Czech cricket chairman there.
He'll no longer be welcome down at the Down Under for supporting. Actually, no, to be fair, it's Saffers are welcome. They're like our African cousins.
So what are the Kiwis?
And Kiwis are our cousins as well.
They're just straight cousins up. They're just bang cousin.
Yeah, and Canadians are our cold weather cousins.
Cold weather cousins. I've not heard that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they are very similar, like heritage-wise. So yeah, it is on Wednesday. Czech ladies will be opening the CE Cup here as well. Thanks, Lons. Yeah,
indeed.
This tournament will end tomorrow.
That's right. 6
games. Yeah, it'll be Austria to play the doubleheader. I think. No, it'll be Norway to play the doubleheader.
Norway have got the doubleheader, that's right. Austria got the doubleheader today.
Yes.
So Norway playing 2 games tomorrow, one against Austria, one against Czech. Czech had the doubleheader yesterday, yes.
We'll see if the Czechs can improve on their performance from yesterday with the bat. I thought they were okay with the ball for the most part, but struggled with the bat. We'll see if they can come up trumps.
Yeah, just remember as Michael Lonsborough was saying, and as we're discussing, the Women's Century Europe Cup starts on Wednesday, and that's Czechia, Austria, and Gibraltar.
Yes. Same
sort of format, 6 games, so each team will play the other twice, and that's going to be across 3 days, take you through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday cricket action before we hit the ECIs on the weekend. Oh, straight through the fielder. Thought he had that covered. I bet he thought he had it covered too.
Yeah, it's a pretty good fielding outfield for fielding. It's maybe the odd bobble, but that one little bit lax, I think.
Yeah, they took it a bit too easy. Have a look at up-and-coming events. Well, England, Hornchurch, and Czechia. That's going on right now. ECS, W. Well, ECS here starting later. This is T20Is. As we just discussed, ECI action coming up on the weekend. Hornchurch, ECS action. And next, well, 2 weeks' time, Finland, ECS and ECSW. Bulgaria at the end of the month. And then, wow, we're already talking about the second half of the year, Danny. It's crazy. Belgium, the second week of July. And then Germany, Krefeld. After that, starting on the Saturday after that. So it's the summer of cricket is kicking off in style. We've got so much cricket coming up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we love it.
Yeah, it's great. Great to see. And, of course, here we've got the women's cricket, and then there's the two divisions, as you mentioned, the SES, which will, again, will be nice to see.
It's cool. It's like we're running 5 tournaments over 15 days, which I think is absolutely sensational.
Yeah.
You know, think about the early days of ECS coming to Prague. We'd play for 2 weeks, total. It'd be like just one tournament. Now we're just compacting it and giving you T20I. T20I action is always something that draws the crowds too, because it's ranking points. It's a chance to see other countries coming here, and it's always wonderful to welcome Austria, who've been here so many times now. And great to have Norway for the first time as well here in Czech.
I'll tell you what, gone.
Oh, what a delivery.
That's,
well,
it just smashed back straight at him, saved his kneecaps, and took a nice catch. Bilal is a good cricketer. That was absolutely hammered back at him. We'll have another look at this one.
Yeah, it's a big breakthrough, this one. Really big breakthrough. That partnership was really picking up here.
Let's have a look. Straight back at him. But really did well to get down and pick that one up.
Yeah.
So, big wicket.
Good reflex to take that catch. That's Gowrie, who was looking strong there. 57 from 41. Have a look. He's hitting it all around the park too, but he's very, very strong on his in deep mid-wicket area. 17 runs from there. That is a pretty interesting wagon wheel. But good innings from him. Gets a welcome pat on the back from his Norwegian teammates there. But a big breakthrough for Austria, that one. Massive.
Big breakthrough. Got a good batter coming in, though, Mohammed Sher Sahak. He's all action. No doubt he'll go from the first ball as well. But he's got a cagey customer in Bilal Zalmo to face first up.
And Sahak, he's got the cap on. He's not going with the helmet. He's going with the cap. And he's looking to fire up. I always loved batting in just a cap, not a helmet. I never got used to batting with a helmet on.
He can't. Yeah, of course he can bat with a cap because
Them's the rules.
Them's the rules. You can bat with a cap.
Yeah.
So it's going to be legislation eventually, I think, with the ICC.
You get that feeling. Yeah. It will probably happen. But, I remember back in the days when you and I used to play, I used to always prefer playing in a cap. And then I got hit in the face.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
And you were there.
I was.
Oh, dear.
Nice shot down the ground. And just a single. That'll bring Raza back on strike.
Off the mark straight away. Nicely played there. Yeah, Paul Kempen in the chat. Hello there, Paul, saying if Norway need to get going, if they're going to get 180. Well, they sort of have picked it up. We were just saying before that the run rate has has picked up. It's now well over 8. But they need a few more boundaries, though. 125 for 4 in the 16th. And now, as you say, with Sher Sahak coming out, who's Mr. Action or likes to get into it straight away, then we should see some fireworks now.
Let's hope. Bilal comes in. This one's hit in the air. Player coming around. Won't get there. And it's taken a right turn at Albuquerque. Left turn for the fielder. Ran past it.
That's right, through the field. He didn't know if it was going to be a left turn or a right turn. He's put the brakes on, skidded past. But yeah, there you go. So there's a bit of a push there. There's that's the intent we want to see. Don't forget, boundaries are pushed back a bit further. It is a 60-metre boundary. Oh yeah, just puts the skids on and gets back in time.
Just going to respond to a little comment again from RJ. He's made a good point. This is going to be gone. Good catch out in the boundary. That's the end of Raza. So double breakthrough.
Oh, yeah, that's big. That's a really big over this one. Karambir takes another catch. That's his second catch, I think, for the innings. Safe pair of hands, albeit maybe in the first over, one went over his head. And, yeah, double breakthrough in this over. Bilal striking when it's needed.
Yeah, absolutely. So just RJ mentioned, thank God they don't get the chance to play against Australia, India, England, and Nepal. Well, look, I mean, it's getting closer. It's going to take a long time, okay? And most teams are not playing on turf, so that's a big difference between what's happening in Europe and other parts of the world compared to test playing nations and established nations.
Yeah.
But you're getting teams like Italy and Spain who are now competing at a high level.
Yeah.
The Netherlands, of course, have been around for quite a while, beaten England, for instance. You know, and even look at the USA beating Pakistan in the World Cup. So it will be shorter forms of the game to start off with, but the aim in Europe is to look at getting into to World Cups, and it's the quality is getting better and better.
Yep, agreed.
So
yeah, got to remember, I mean, cricket in Europe, it's developing, and it's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just prodded down there into the gully region just for a single, and we'll have a batsman running all the way back to try to get a helmet. No, he's getting a helmet.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So hopefully he doesn't change that every over. That would be annoying.
Would indeed.
Terry Richardson is back in the chat. He's number 1.
Congratulations, Terry.
Yeah. Number 2 goes to Dave, and Kempen was out there as number 3.
Danny, question.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my hand up. What happens if you finish the day number 1 in the chat with that little thing? Do you get some sort of... What happens?
Why ask me?
Well, because I don't have it on my screen, so I'm thinking maybe you might have a little bit more of an insight to that.
No, I saw this yesterday and went, there's a number 1 with a crown there. What does that mean? And Vinny sort of explained it. And it goes through all this. It's not like you can't just like batter it like a monkey on the keyboard to send things.
Yes, it's not quantity. It's so how do they understand the quality of
algorithms?
Oh, please don't mention AI.
I don't know.
There's some robot sitting in a room somewhere just going, "That's a rubbish comment. No points for that."
Yeah.
I could a robot version of you, like during our introduction, just going, "No, rubbish."
Turned around the corner just for a single. I think it's fun. It's a bit of fun, and I'm sure there'll be competition between spanners.
I think they have that. I think they have it on Twitch, which I don't use, but I think that's where I've heard of it on before. Just to get engagement sort of moving and things like that. Which I always think, well, if there's something going on the screen and the commentator's doing a good job, surely there's engagement already, isn't there? But
yeah,
no, fair enough.
Is it too early for beer talk?
What time is it? It doesn't matter what time it is. It's not too early.
Yeah, in the Czech Republic, it's not. Especially, it's the.
Wow. Now that's an interesting throw to who? Who, Danny? Who was he throwing that to?
I think he was thinking of holding it back and then didn't, and it ended up. I had a good view of that because it did go straight over the middle of the pitch.
This is the problem. That where you and I are sitting, we had the best view as he threw it to absolutely nobody.
Let's hit the pad and just a leg by. Going back to beer, there's a Pilsner Urquell is the standard by which all beers are judged by here in this country and around the world, in a sense. It was the first lager beer, and it is delicious. But they have there's a concept, and I think it's still around, called the Pilsner Unique Pub. I think it's called. This is an unusual looking shot.
Oh,
it's just called pub, but it's the Pilsner Unique Original or Pilsner Original Unique Pub or something like that. No, because you shorten it to pub, so it's Pilsner Unique Pub. No, Pilsner Unique. No, it's not.
Pilsner Urquell beer.
No, it's Pilsner Unique
Brewery.
No, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
But I thought it was Pilsner Urquell.
Pilsner Unique something.
Okay.
That starts with B. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
So on the tables, you pour your own beer.
Oh right. Yeah.
It's tight chance. They'll look for the overthrow, but it's Sahak who's run past that. In fact, it's not. Let's have a look. And
he was in.
He was in.
Fine.
So you pour your own beer, but But the genius of it
Yeah.
is that you compete against other tables,
Oh,
right?
Oh.
And it's on the screen, and then you also compete against these Pilsner Unique, like these places
Yeah.
around the country, and everyone wants to compete against Prague.
Right.
So you get Brno and Pilsen and wherever,
yeah.
where you get groups of guys, or I'm assuming it's guys, competing and trying to beat the other things. And there's totals from around the country.
That's
I think
incredible.
it's genius. So
That's something new, right? I've
no,
come across that before.
no, that concept's been around. We were playing cricket, and that's a while ago. It's at least
Okay,
It was
okay. Really?
pretty much at least 12, 13 years or so.
I've only been to one. I've only been to one pub where you had the tap on the table and you pour your own beer, and that was in Cluj in Romania.
Oh yeah,
The beer they had on the tap, I think it was Ursus, which is Romanian beer. That's that. Funny enough, owned by the same company who own Pilsner Urquell.
Yep.
Asahi. And yeah, okay.
Pilsner
Just
Unique bar.
bar.
I shouldn't have overthought it.
Bar.
But yeah, there's a
Right.
few of them around still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm not a big beer fan. I'm absolutely not.
Really?
I'm not a beer drinker.
What are you doing in Prague?
I was never a beer drinker. I was always a wine drinker, a whiskey drinker.
Yeah.
Whiskey, Scotch whiskey, and bourbon are my thing.
Yep.
Drink wine with dinner. Beer's something which I've only gotten into the last few years, thanks entirely to you.
Yeah.
And also Mrs. G, who now works for Asahi.
Just looking. So there's in the Czech Republic. They're only in Prague now, I think. There's
Oh.
one at Spindlerhof Mlin, which is a ski resort. This has gone down towards the boundary. They come back for 2, but there's also one in Berlin and Bucharest.
Oh.
So
there's one in Bucharest.
That might be it. You can join the pub club as well. I'm not waving flags for this place. I think it's good fun.
Okay.
But
Well, it's just something different, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
don't know. Yeah, anyway,
I've got a couple of crates of Pilsner at home.
if you don't like beer, I know where they can live.
I know where they can go. Yeah. Well, next time you have a barbecue, let me know.
Absolutely.
I'll bring the bubbly stuff, the
Well,
suds.
well, maybe I know I'll have a day off sometime next week. I might have a barbie at my place.
Let me know because it might coincide with me having a day off.
Well, it could be, but I could get the ECN boys after the day to come down and I'll have a
Okay.
barbecue on the terrace. They can meet the dogs.
That'd be cool.
That'd be fun. There we go.
I've still got a whole bunch of vouchers from Asahi
Uh-huh.
because Mrs. G gets
Yeah.
an allowance every month and she
Yeah.
gets the vouchers so we can buy Asahi products.
You should definitely go into business. This is picked up and throws. Someone backing it up, but no one at the stumps. It's well run though by Sahak.
Yeah, the score of 180 sadly though has pretty much, I wouldn't say it's gone out of the picture. It would have to be a real rush of blood. I mean, a couple of magical overs, which is always possible. But Zadran's bowling a bit too well, I think.
Slow bouncer. He hasn't really bowled that many of the Yorkers. He was bowling yesterday.
So, yeah, the expected scores come down to 157. I know we talked about 180, but that was when Gowrie and Raza were still out there.
Yeah.
And since their departure in the same over, the run rate has taken a bit of a knock. It's back under 8. So these two have just taken a while to pick things up here.
Yeah, so I'll see what work on as far as
Yeah.
chance for a run. Should have gone to the stumps.
Should have shied the stumps. Why didn't he?
I don't know.
Gives-
Still a dot ball.
Gives it to the keeper who was probably thinking, not me. Don't put the pressure on me. I've got to do that extra effort. Well, it hits the stumps in the end, though. But unfortunately for Austria, the Norwegian batter was home.
Oh, I don't think it really matters that much. A dot ball's worth it.
True.
It's, Shea Sahak, who hasn't got going yet. He's only 3 or 4. Again, both these batters going at about a run a ball.
Yeah, Mushtaq has been pretty much facing most of the deliveries, but he hasn't been able to really get going. And as you say, Shea Sahak, I'm looking forward to seeing him get going. But they've only got 2 overs to get going. That run rate is 7.7.
They get it at 150, 160 maybe, but it'll still be a defendable total. But Austria have got a good batting lineup. It just depends on the Norwegian bowling, which is also very strong, to be fair.
Yeah. That's right. It's not over until it's over, and I think it's going to be a good run chase coming up. But they're going to need another 25 runs, I think, on the board.
This one's going to be a chance for a run out. Oh, he's quick, isn't he? He took off like a hare, did Kumar Mushtaq. And they're looking for runs. Definitely looking for every opportunity to pick up at least a single. And it was well run.
Yeah, Sahak, his eyes probably lit up when he saw that coming towards his leg side, thinking it's short, leg side. I can put this one away, and he's just not got anything on that one at all. Just a slight little deflection.
Got to say that this pitch has a bit in it for the bowlers. It's hit down the ground. Should just be a single. So it's a little bit different to a lot of the pitches in Europe. You get some that are concrete based. This is not. It's a clay underneath the matting. And then there's sand and stones underneath that. It was actually based. The idea of it was based on the Romanian pitch.
Yes.
A few years ago, and then that was investigated. And I think in Dresden they have a similar. This is turned around the corner. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Yeah, I was in Romania last week, and I was talking to the guys who look after the ground there.
Yep.
And when they described the pitch, I was just having a conversation because it was my first time in Romania at the Moare Vlasier ground.
Yep.
Get that one out. And they described the pitch, and I suddenly went, "That's the same pitch we've got.
Yep.
Exactly the same."
Yeah, it's clever. It works well because it does vary. If it bakes in the sun for a while, it'll start to crack and there'll be a little bit of uneven bow. So it plays a bit more like a natural turf wicket.
Yeah.
Oh, gets funky, gets away with it. 4 runs, nice shot. Oh, is it going?
It's going to go.
Oh,
it's going to go. No, you called early, Danny, but it did go. It was going to go.
We saw a strange one yesterday where Sahil Grover thought it had gone for 4.
Yeah.
Down here, so he decided that he shouldn't stop running because he thought it was 4 and it wasn't. And he got about 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and his batting partner took off and started running.
Oh.
And Sahil just went, what's going on? So he didn't get anywhere near the touching ground and got called 1 short. It was very bizarre.
Incredible.
But he obviously thought it was 4. It wasn't called 4.
But it was pulled in just right at the boundary line, was it?
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Oh,
it was about a metre out.
Oh. Sahil Grover.
Dodgy edge, 4 runs.
Yep, that's another one. Danny, you're calling this early and they're going to the boundary line. It's good work.
Yeah, this ground is starting to get a little bit quicker. And, that's beautifully manicured, looking really good. The run-ups, of course, a bit of an issue because we've only got the 2 grounds up in Prague and it's the heavy workload on these 2 pitches. So there's the Banks field, which is just up to the left. Actually, you can see it.
150 up as well with that shot.
Yeah. And swing and a miss.
And I know that they're probably not listening, but we do like to give a shout out to our friends at the golf course, the groundsman who helps us with getting the grass cut. They get their big machinery on here, and obviously it's not gratis, it's not free. You know, we pay for them to come and do that for us, and they're very receptive, and we've got a good collaboration with the golf course now.
That's good,
as opposed to maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah, there were issues
back in the day.
But it all comes to the fact that they thought that they owned the ground. That was a little bit odd.
Yeah.
That they were here surveying it, and we're like, "What you doing?"
Yeah. we actually know who the owner is, and he's just over in the village.
Ah, okay. Yes.
You know.
Yeah, we do know him.
We do know
pretty
him
well.
Yep.
In fact, we did mention his name just before.
You did indeed. Yes. Well, actually, it's technically it's his
parents-in-law.
Other half, isn't it?
Yeah. It's parents-in-law of Hugo Banks.
That's it.
As I mentioned, the Banks field. So he had a dream, and he's sort of they've leased it out to Czech Cricket, and Czech Cricket have really run with it, and it's a really nice facility here in Prague. We're the envy of quite a few of the associations around Europe, but we do need more grounds. It should be. Looked like it was over the head. Umpire not calling it.
they re-signed the lease as well, just at the start of the year.
Ah, really?
So it's locked in, I think, for another 5 years at a very good deal.
Good.
So I can say that the Banks family and the extended family who own the ground have been very good to Czech cricket, and we thank them very much for all of their support.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic of them. Bowler comes in again, and again, slower bounce, a chance for a run out, and he's not on my bowling team. The keeper there. It's Amar Naeem with the gloves. So Hill Grover kept on hitting the stumps yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, he kept on just bowling it in, hitting the stumps. He's definitely on my bowling team.
Okay, good to see. Did he have the gloves yesterday?
Did I have the gloves?
No. Did Sahil? Did
Sahil had the gloves.
He had
yeah.
the gloves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Divi did play the second game. I think they're both good keepers. This one's hit out towards deep point. Maybe 2 more. Yeah, look, Divi Singh. I think he's better with spin than Sahil. He's very quick behind the stumps. I don't think there's much in it with either of them. Divi came in for his batting and got a duck, I think.
Yeah.
So, but he was in good form last year. As I said, I think the Czechs are a little bit underprepared for this tournament compared to these two.
Yeah, Divi's been around for quite a while now too. He won't mind me saying this, I'm sure, but he's 39 this year.
Is he?
Yeah.
Huh.
Doesn't look it.
No.
Doesn't look over 25.
Yeah.
So 2 balls to come in the innings, Danny. So 160 something should be the score on the board after these next 2.
We'll see.
Oh, there's a dot.
150 something
No,
maybe?
it's a run out.
Ah, it is. Well, that'll be the end of Mushtaq, who goes for 10. And they crossed. So Sahak will face the first ball, I think. Let's have a look. And they did cross.
They did. There you go. Okay.
Bit of a sacrifice. New batter will be Vinay Ravi, who we'll see with the ball a little bit later. Well, he's going to come out and just be another sacrificial lamb, I think.
Hey, Danny, I like a bit of trivia. I know you do as well.
Yeah.
Here's something interesting for you. Bilal Zami, Hamid Safi, and Zahil Zadran, all out there at the moment for Austria.
Yep.
They've got something in common.
Same birthday?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. 1st of January.
Oh, really?
Same birthday. And there's another player, Mansour Safi.
Hold on a tick. Last ball.
Yep, sorry. Yep.
Down the ground. They'll come back for a second. They should get there. They do. Well run between these two. They'll look for another one, will they? No. But 2 runs at the end.
So close. Just very quick before we go to any highlights. Mansour Safi, not in this team playing now, but in the squad. Also, 1st of January birthday.
Wow. That's amazing.
4 players.
I know there's some sort of weird statistical thing that if you get a room full of like 30 people or 50 people, that 50 people, I think, that 2 of them, statistically 2 of them will share the same birthday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a weird thing.
That is
Vinny tried to explain it, and I just went,
Stop talking.
Yeah.
20 overs gone,
statistics.
159, so they don't quite get 160 on the board. A little bit surprised about that. I thought they'd hit the 160. Only missed it by 1, though. But Norway, they've got a score on the board. Their bowler's got something to work with. Yeah,
look, it is a target. Austria will have to bat well, and there's a good bowling lineup for Norway as well. As I said, we'll see Vinay Ravi out there, Anil Palmer, the off spinner, left arm off spinner as well. We'll see some of the highlights, and it was a couple of missed opportunities early on for Austria. As we see the P patch there, they're looking for the ball. Again, that one was a tough one. In the end, they did take one.
Not that one.
Not that one.
No. We'll keep
There's
rolling
the next
tape.
one. They did. There were quite a few that went down, but mostly tough catches. So.
Yeah, it was a funny old start for Austria, wasn't it? The fielders seemed just a little bit out of sorts. There's the final catch. So there you go, Karen Beer, and he points to the sky and he says, "I got it, guys. I got it. I did get the first catch." There was the second catch moments later. That was a nice one. That was Basir Khan who took that one. And then there was the caught behind where we had to look at the replay a few times to make sure that the keeper's gloves are up off the ground. You see the umpire there, a little bit delayed getting the finger up in the air. I think he wanted to be sure as well.
The batter looked at the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
And I think he definitely hit it, just whether it carried or not. And both umpires agreed that it had carried. So
Yeah, I think so too.
Galmi, the pick of the batters. It was Zadran that put the catch down, but definitely that's his 50 there for Gurry. He did go a little bit later than that. Didn't add too much. There was that double breakthrough. That was the caught and bowled.
Yeah, that was it.
Bilal, really nice catch there. Hit pretty hard. And then that was the end of Raza. Caught on the boundary. And that was a double breakthrough. Saw Mohammad Sher Sahak getting funky there. And in the end, that was the final run out. Didn't really do much apart from get Sahak on strike. Scored 2 in the last ball. And that was it. 159 is the score. As you said there, beautiful overhead shot there of Vienorge. And the pea patch in the background. The golf course you'll see coming up on the left, or part of the golf course. It sort of wraps around us, the golf course.
Yeah. Have a good batting card there, Danny. I mean, that's it's not a bad batting card. That partnership though from Gowrie and Raza, that was 71 off 8.1 overs. That they did accelerate. They did pick things up, and they steadied the ship after they were 3 down for 53. Batters getting starts there. Mohammad Shaq with that 20 at the end, they're just helping things along. Unfortunately, they don't push on into the 160s, 170s, or the 180s that Dave B was hoping for. And to note, 15 extras as well on that total. But a good score on the board for mine. I think that's not too bad. It sets a tantalising task for Austria to come out and try to overhaul those runs against a good bowling lineup.
You can see the bowlers, Mohammad Zalmi with 2 up top. Kipik Bowl, I think, bowled pretty well as well with 1, and Bilal Zalmai again pick up another couple of wickets. Pretty economical from Sahal Zadran as well, just going for around about 6 and over. So 160 to win. It's going to be a good batting effort for Austria to get there, with a very good bowling lap for Norway, but they're very capable, still very much in the balance this game. And so 160 to win. We'll be back here with the ECN Central Europe Cup for 2025. Their full T20 internationals live from Prague. Game between Norway and Austria. We'll be back to see if Austria can get the 160 they need to win. See you back here soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground here on the outskirts of Prague. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and it is going to be the resumption of match number 3 with a big run chase coming your way. Norway, 159 for 6 in their 20 overs, and Austria, who were a little bit rusty in the field, I felt at the start of the innings, but I think they came really good. The bowlers came a bit better towards the end there. But Norway got a score on the board, and it's a pretty good score for mine. I think Danny and I were talking about, maybe during the break about the scoring and how well they'd done, and that we were looking at 180 at one point, then things got a bit shaky. I think that over 19 got 14 runs on the board. That really helped them along. There was 3 boundaries in a row there. So they finished with a bit of a flurry there. Walid Gowrie, 57 from 41. And there was Raza got a 19. Their partnership was 71 off 8 overs, right in the middle of the play there, and really good work from those two. But yeah, that's the score on the board. Austria need 160 off their 20 overs. It's a run rate of 8 runs per over. Austria impressed us yesterday with the one match that they've played in this competition, the one against Czechia, where the 2 opening batters were not bothered one bit at the start, as they have now gone out to the centre looking to kick on today. A few people in the chat there. Hello to everyone. Thank you for joining us in the chat. A lot of names to get through. I can see KG, Ken, good to see you, Ken. Dave B's in the chat as well, Rob Thompson. And I saw Daniela jump in the chat. Buonasera to Daniela. Good to see you. And it was great to catch up with you last week as well in Romania. And I tell you, it's also good to catch up with, and that is, of course, Danny Hudacek. Danny, we've looking forward to this run chase. This is 2 teams who are playing pretty well so far at Vinosh. I'm looking forward to this run chase.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. Saw Karanbir yesterday, looking really good actually when he started getting going. Just picking the bad ball, picking the ball that he wanted to hit, and hits with a lot of power. Bilal Zalmo, I think, looked a bit sketchy actually. We've seen him a lot better, I think, with the balls, with the bat. Sorry, both were not out in the end. We've got a left armour, very good bowler, and Amadullah Shinwari. He'll be opening the bowling for Norway. Got some good bowlers. Shinwari, as I mentioned, also Vinay Ravi. We'll see, probably with the new ball as well.
Yeah, just to go on the back of that too, that match against Czechia yesterday, Austria, as you say, Danny, both batters not out. Karanbir Singh, 77 from 38. Bilal Azami, 33 from 32. Chased down the 114 required and then some, got 117 in the end off 11.4 overs. They looked strong and real with purpose too.
Yeah, look, you can tell there's both these sides have played a bit of cricket recently. This is a bit of an appeal. It's going to be called a leg bye. First runs on the board for Norway.
Nice bit of swing
for
there.
Austria, I should say.
Yeah, just swinging down leg side there a little bit there. Just watch this one again. Just tapers off a little bit. Watch this one. Just there it goes. Straightens and just starts to work its way around. As you say, Danny, just a leg bye to get the scoreboard ticking.
We saw an interesting call yesterday. It was Joe Foster who was umpiring, and it was one that missed the leg stump, but it would have hit the batsman, batter, I should say. And he didn't call it a wide. It was surprising. And then I realised this is a full international game, so it's not it's slightly different to the T10 rules we have, where it just misses the leg stump.
Yes.
So it was a good call. Oh, this one rolls, gets past the keeper.
Oh dear.
And
are they going to get that? Oh, just gets it inside the line.
We'll come back for 2.
So was that one? I think I might have seen that one. Was that one where Joe gave it byes because it did get away from the keeper?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so the batter moves out of his normal stance, expose the stumps, but as you say, in a T10 that would be called a wide.
Yep.
But yeah, here it's not. Yeah, that was a good call from Joe.
Very good call. I thought the umpiring was good for the most part yesterday.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
And good pace there from Shinwari.
Watch this one again, Danny. You'll like this one. Being an exponent of swing that you were when you used to bowl back in the day. Have a look at this one. Looks like it's going across. Yeah. Just that last minute pitched and also a little bit of in swing. Right-handers going to have to watch out for that.
That's a good line and length, isn't it? So they do have a fly slip in. Pretty wide, though. Shinwari coming in again. And just dab down on the leg side. just for a single.
Just a bit more of that movement, that it pitched and cut in a bit, but also just aided by a slight little bit of inswing as well. So Shinwari starting well here. It's a good over so far, causing a few issues for the batters, but 4 on the board, 4 balls been bowled. And score on the board, you can see there in the bottom there, 156 required of 116. Run rate, let's call it 8 for now.
Yeah, it's pretty close to 8.
Good enough.
If they get 8 and over, they'll lose. But
Be a close match.
It'd be a close match. Shimari again, a bit shorter. He's got the batsman the batter that time, and that's a place where it doesn't tickle. Let's have another look at this. I think it might hit him just in the
midriff.
Midriff.
Yep. Just walks away, doesn't show any sign of discomfort there apart from the little scratch of the belly. It says, "Nah, I'm all right. I'm okay. Just give me a sec." That's what I'd be thinking. So, last ball to come.
Paul Kempen in the chat saying, hope they're okay with the weather in Hornchurch. Wouldn't that be devastating? We've built up Kroom's debut on the network. I hope it doesn't rain.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get rained off for him. Hope the chat are very aware about that. That Kroom 111, Kev is going to be featuring later today in Hornchurch. Well, I say featuring, but...
I have no idea what he looks like.
Don't you?
No. Why would I?
Well, exactly. You'd have no reason to, I guess. Yeah.
No.
But that's okay because we'll keep a lookout for his name.
I caught up with John Gray in France, which is nice.
Saw that.
So he's the only, I think, apart from myself, spanner that I've met. I don't. Dave, I've seen pictures of and I've seen him on video playing music. A very talented musician. But apart from that, it's all a bit sort of...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I've only met a couple of spanners myself. I've met Steve McVeigh.
Ah.
He popped into Portugal in the first year I was there last year. He didn't pop in this year, though, in either the night series or at Santarem. But I got a funny feeling he might have turned up at Santarem for the ECIs, and I missed out on that. So I think Tina met him. And, of course, last week in Romania, Daniela turned up. And Daniela's in the chat. I'm sure I saw her. That was really great to catch up with her. She brought myself and Rico an icy cold box full of ice, as well as ice creams and cold drinks, because it was very, very warm there in Romania after the rains they had, and almost just the pitch was an absolute mess. So Daniela very kindly came down, said hello, sat in the tent with us for a couple of games, and then she went on her merry way. So it was wonderful to meet her. And Daniela, if you're there in the chat, thank you so much again for looking after Rico and myself. You spoiled us. So thank you.
We're pretty well looked after here, actually, at Vinage. Although I did have to steal these almonds that are just lying around. But there's coffee on tap. There's lunch is coming up, which should be good. It's a buffet today, Indian buffet.
I heard that, a buffet by our good friends at Ravi.
It was delicious during the women's tournament a couple of weeks ago. That was very impressive.
Yeah, Venky's actually taken me to that restaurant a couple of times.
Has he?
It's just near where he used to live in Hradčanska.
Ah, yeah, nice area. Oh, this is gone. Good catch. Oh, no. Yes, no.
Yes,
I think,
no. Yes, it is. It's given.
So Joe Foster puts his finger up, and spicy bit of bowling there from Ravi. First up, and that's first wicket down.
Massive breakthrough, that one. Watch this one again from the reverse angle. Look at that. Gets up high on the bat, almost hits the fingers. Look, to me, I think that just clipped the very top of the bat. See it from the reverse here again.
Yeah, it's...
Nope. Just can't quite see that one, but there we go. But a good catch nonetheless. Vinay Ravi has got a breakthrough here, and it's Raza who completes the catch. Very excited with that dismissal. This is a massive wicket to get rid of Bilal at the top there.
I said he did look a little bit sketchy, I think, yesterday, Bilal, but that's a beautiful ball first up. Got big on him. And...
yeah, indeed. That was a cracking delivery, that one. Punches into the air from the Norwegian teammates. They know how important that was. And it is now up to Rasmal Shigarwal to come out and try to steady the ship in the second over. First ball, the second over yields a wicket.
There's a good batter as Shigarwal. And so what a catch! What a catch! First up, that's an absolute ripper. That's Faisal Raza. Well, what a catch, Phil.
We need to see that one again. That was absolutely breathtaking. And there is a proper get around of the Norwegian players here. Watch this.
Oh, we missed it. There we go.
There it is. No way. Plucks it out of the hair as easy as you would pluck a chicken. Bang, done. Goes for the run. Throws the ball in the air and says, get around me. Come and get around me.
That was an absolute beauty. It's a big batter as well in Rasmal Shigarwal. And that's 2 big wickets and 2 balls. Vinay Ravi's on a hat-trick with his first 2 deliveries in this game. And they've both been fantastic pieces of bowling. And what a catch that was. That's going to make the highlights, Phil.
That'll definitely be the highlight reel. Don't you worry about that. It's going to be clipped and posted in the next few hours, I reckon. And for Rasmal Shigarwal, he could not believe it. He's gone and played a square drive. He's got it too fine. And just rip that out of the air. What a fantastic catch that is.
Hat-trick ball, Phil. Hat-trick ball. Comes a bowler. And well kept out. Yeah, dot ball.
Oh, boy. Akib Iqbal just says, I'm just going to absolutely forward defence crush this one down to the pitch. And he does exactly that. Does not want to give any sort of chance there. 5 for 2 in the second over. Ravi on fire.
Bit of an update. Paul Kempen now number 1. Dave back to number 3. So bowler comes in again. Just been prodded back down the pitch. No run. Good over this. Ravi looked impressive yesterday. And he's followed up his good form with a very, very tight over. 2 for none.
Yeah, it's a devastating over this one. Absolutely devastating. Tell you what, I don't want to jinx him, but he's on course here for a double wicket maiden. Another couple of dot balls and he's locked it in. I wouldn't be surprised. He's absolutely on fire. So plane goes overhead.
Yeah, we've got some planes around here. Comes Vinay again. And bit of an appeal. Still no runs.
Still no runs, yeah. Definitely going down leg side, that one. So it's a bit of work to do here for the Austrian batters to try to just see off the over firstly. That will be, surely that's the game plan. See off the over, and then they'll worry about what happens next after that. Remember, it's T20 action here. They've got a lot of time. That run rate is still very much in hand, so nothing to worry about there. It's just about keeping the wickets together and just steadying the ship and getting a partnership. Last ball, the over coming up. And played for runs. Nicely played there down towards the mid-on area. So it's not going to be double wicket maiden. It's going to be 2 wickets and a run. 2 for 1 to Vinay Ravi. That is sensational over from him. And, well, talk about turning the game on its head. So 2 overs gone, 6 for 2 on the board. Austria still need plenty of runs. There's still plenty of balls, though, left in this match, so don't you worry about that. It's about keeping the wickets together and making sure that these 2 are continuing to hold their own.
Yeah, look, it's a good start. 6 for 2 off the 2 overs. And what a fantastic over there from Vinay Ravi.
Is indeed. Had a hell of everyone in the chat. You mentioned that Paul Kempen took over number 1 spot and Dave B coming in. Was he 3rd now?
Yeah, you're 3rd.
You just get the feeling Dave B will correct that pretty soon.
Terry Richmond now in 2nd place. See, you shouldn't have gone for lunch, Terry. That's you've dropped that 1st place, but Paul Kempen jumping up a spot.
Could the chat...
spot or 2, actually. He was 3rd before.
He was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there you go. The chat reacting to that catch in the previous over as well. I think they enjoyed it. And that was indeed 2 quick wickets, Paul Kempen, yes. So we start the 3rd.
Shinwari, bowler. Ooh, it was a bit too quick there for the batter, Iqbal. And I did mention that Norway have got a very good bowling side.
Yeah, have a look at that one straight. And just need to be careful of that. If he gets it on a different line and length, it's going to cause all sorts of troubles there.
So...
Good bowling. Very good bowling. Good start here from Norway.
Austria no longer favourites.
There you go. That spun the percentages around. People early talking about percentage, the win probability.
It's a long way to go in this game. And, well, it's been cut. But, again, very sharp in the field, Norway. They were good yesterday in the field. A couple of direct hit run-outs that really affected the batting lineup for the Czechs. You're going to see the Czechs back here after this game. There'll be a lunch break as well. We're going to have a curry.
The unique 5 in the chat making a comment. I'll get to that in a second.
Comes in again, and a bit of a slash outside our stump. Called it wide.
Unique 05 in the chat. Hello, Unique. He's saying, Paul, where is Phil G? Yeah, we're keeping our eyes peeled for him as well. Hopefully he'll turn up soon.
Yeah, he's not been in the chat. I don't know. Normally he's in the chat, especially if he's in Prague.
He's always in the chat.
Always in the chat.
Just that guy just won't leave it alone.
Yeah.
There you go. No, Unique. This is Phil G here on the microphone with Danny. It's my turn to commentate with Danny today.
Yeah.
So I'm taking over from Vinny for the day.
It's been fun so far.
It's been good so far. In greed, yes. It's a good start here too. I'm really impressed with Norway here. They got a good total on the board of 160. Well, that's the target, 160 after scoring 159. And now it's 2 early wickets and a few runs on the board. Slow going here. The run rate required is now 8.68. It's slowly creeping up, and it must be getting a little bit annoying. Paul Kempen helping out Unique and saying, he's there. He is indeed there. It's me.
Oh,
it's me. It's me. Oh dear, that sounds terrible, doesn't it? Shinwari here is bowling out of his skin. He's unlucky not to have picked up a wicket so far, I reckon. He's looking very dangerous with that in-swing to the right-hander coming out from that angle. It's looking really devastating. And would you believe that Karen Beer is still yet to get off the mark, considering he had an absolute belter of an innings yesterday. Still yet to get off the mark. Wow. Quite astonishing, considering that his in match yesterday against Czech Republic, he absolutely dominated, came out and belted 77 from 38. And obviously he's playing against a different bowling attack here, which is, of course, Norway, and he's just struggling.
Well, the other thing is that because of the moisture on the ground yesterday, in both games, the ball wasn't swinging very much after the first over or so.
Yeah.
Whereas now the ball is in good shape. The quality balls they're using here for these internationals as well, and I think it's playing its part. They're getting just a bit more movement than what they did yesterday. So it might be an effect. Good over again there from Shinwari. So
3 overs gone, Danny, 8 for 2. That is a cracking over that. There were 2 runs off that, including, well, one of them was a wide and then a single. Apart from that, dots as far as the eye can see.
Phil G's in the chat.
Phil G's back in the chat. There he is. I thought I had to do that just to try and help a few people out. Yes, it is indeed. Phil G's back in the chat. Have a look at the standings there. You can see that these two are looking pretty good at the moment. These two teams, Austria and Norway and Czechia. It's a 3-way battle, a tri-series, this Central Europe Cup.
Yeah, the Czechs will want to win next game. They've up against Austria, who are struggling a little bit here against a very good bowling lineup from Norway.
Well, you know, ifs and buts, it's still very early on in this run chase, but if Austria struggle through the rest of these overs, then the Czechs might fancy themselves coming up against a team who's had a bad loss. Yep. Assuming that happens, of course. There's still a long way to go.
Yep.
But you're right. The Czechs, they need to get a win to feel good about themselves. They've only got one game today, one game tomorrow. The other game tomorrow is against Norway, because yesterday they had a double header, and nothing went their way at all.
No, you're right. It was, again, probably a lack of application. There were some very, very soft dismissals, especially in the first game.
Yeah.
Bit of an improvement in some ways in the second, but still no one really got on with it. Nice shot around the corner, going towards the boundary. Bit of fancy footwork. And I think he stopped it there. Good piece of work there. That's Anil Palmer, who we'll see with the ball a little bit later.
Just have a look at this one more time. Watch it when it hits the... It was just when the ball hit his right foot the second time. I think they just want to see that replay again, just in case his left foot gone over. Hits the ball there, and now this one here. And he's... Oh, I think he's okay.
I don't think they can use the replays now. Even they might use the boundaries, I'm not sure, but definitely not with run-outs. We had a few yesterday that could have been given that weren't.
Yeah, true.
But it's just an ICC thing that if you they're not in use with the replays, so it's just it's good because it'll just it'll be the on-field umpires making the decisions. So gives the responsibility back to the umpires, which I think is a good thing.
I think it's a good thing too. I agree with that 100%.
Been a good spell so far. It's taken 2 for 4 as Vinay Ravi bowling to Iqbal. Another good delivery. They've got 2 slips in. And why not?
It's true. I mean, might as well keep the pressure on the top order here. It's still inside the power play. 6 over power play, don't forget. And, yep, they're inside the 4th. And Iqbal is 4 from 11. And can you be Karambir? He's yet to get off his 0 and he's faced 6 deliveries. It's tough out there for Austria.
It is tough. There's a long way to go still. It's only the 4th over.
Yep.
Still a couple of overs of the power play left. But, again, nice delivery lifting. And that's what he does well, I think. Vinay Ravi, just that short of a length. He's quite tall and digs it into this pitch. It's just a bit in it for the quicker bowlers. And it'll cut off the pitch as well.
Yeah, a bit of extra zing there, wasn't there? Really kicked off. Nice. Very good delivery, that.
So, 1 ball left of his 2nd over. 1 ball left of the 4th. And short again. Just patted down there by the batter. Just a single. End of another really good over there from Ravi. And at the end of 4, Austria are 11 for 2.
Yeah, what a good over that was. 3 off it only. 3 runs off it. And Vinay Ravi finishes at 2. Well, he doesn't finish. He's still going. 2 for 5 of his 2. And Amandullah Shinwari, none for 4 from his 2. Tough going out there. 2 very top talented batters already back in the dugout for Austria. So there's a lot of work to do now. It's a what is it? The run rate required is now 9.31. So 149 off 96. And these 2, you know, they just want to see off these maybe the first 5, 6 overs, and then maybe start to look to sort of, keep that scoreboard ticking. But for me, I think they need to be ticking the scoreboard now. The bowling's tough, though. It's really good bowling attack.
It'll be interesting to see if they hold these 2 bowlers back. I mean, they've been dominant. Do you put just a bit more pressure on them and keep them on for the... So do you keep them on? Do you bowl them the 4th overs? I mean, there'll be 4 overs from Anil Palmer. He bowled brilliantly yesterday. But do you hold one back of these 2 bowlers, or do you just bowl them out? I don't know. Maybe hold one back of each, or do you just bite the bullet and just keep on putting pressure on the run rate, or take wickets and that's out?
Oh, you keep taking wickets, I think, Danny. That's a great catch. But just to finish your question, I'd bowl them out.
Yeah, I would too.
Because look at what they're doing. They're having an absolute field day out there in these early overs.
Yep.
And that's a great catch. Another good delivery too.
Dave in the chat saying Norway's bowling is very restrictive. It is, and the fact that they're picking up wickets as well just adds to that. So, yeah, good observation, Dave. And that was a good catch. So
there you go. As you see the batter just walking off there, a little bit slightly dejected. I can understand that, because that is a pretty big wicket indeed.
It is.
And 3 down in the 5th. That is problematic indeed for Austria. So Aqib Iqbal has to go. He's gone for 5 from 15 deliveries faced. Just couldn't get going there. Have a look at the replay again. Nicely taken from the keeper. Walks across and completes a very good catch.
Yeah, he did go a little bit wider. You can see that edge. And nice take. He went with the ball. And
Kazir Ahmad there, the captain of Norway, with the gloves, with the duty behind the stumps there, doing pretty well.
So, new batter comes in. And it will be Kogiani, left-hander. So it'll change the angle a little bit. They've put 2 slips in. In fact, they've got pretty much a regular 2nd slip, just about.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
I think it's a good idea, because he will get a bit of swing away from the left-hander. Oh, take 2.
They've also got, what would you call that field? He's close, and he's like a short backward point. He's almost like a wide gully, but he's very close to the bat there. He's a lot closer than I think a regulation backward point.
Yeah, I think he is very close. I don't know. Maybe just for one to pop up if there's a shorter ball.
Yeah, on the wide shot, he looks like he's like just a bit of a wide gully, but he's just taking a few steps in.
It's left outside our stump by the batter.
It's a good leave.
Yeah, again, what do you do? I mean, you've got 2 bowlers are right on song.
Yeah.
And the Austrians are struggling. We thought it was going to be a close game. It still is. But we'll see. It's they're on all sorts of trouble at the moment at 11 for 3.
Yeah, it could still be a close game, but that scoreboard's got to start ticking. When the run rate's now 9.61, you know, we're going to have to start seeing some overs where they're getting a boundary or 2 and getting singles as well.
Nice cut shot.
Lovely.
Going towards the boundary, and it's stopped. They'll come back for 2. They'll have to hurry, and they do. Throws it a little bit high.
Yeah, it's a good stop and a good quick throw, albeit just slightly a bit high. Keep had a bit too much work to try to affect a run out, but good work there. I think that was Vinay Ravi on the boundary line there.
Yeah, it was well run, pretty quick between the wickets. And there was the left-hander. So good contest between these two. Gogani, well, Gogani's on 2, and it is Karen Beer still hasn't scored a run. Faced an over already. Oh, another good delivery.
Great delivery.
Just high-level bowling here from Norway, and just causing issues. We'll see who they bowl afterwards. As I mentioned, Anil Palmer's definitely one. Mansur Shah, I guess.
Mansur Shah, yep.
But I mean, it's uncomfortable for Austria at the moment, putting them under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a hole here. 3 down inside 5 overs into T20. You're in a bit of a hole.
Bowler again, and a bit of a swing and a miss there from the batter. End of a fine over from Shinwari. He's got the figures of 1 for 6 off 3, and 13 for 3. Now the score.
So let's have a look at the Challenger Division. For ECC coming up, Cardamom Oval, the action starts with Group 1 on Tuesday the 7th of October. That's a 4-day group there. And then Saturday the 11th, Group 2. Finals will be straight after that. So you're going to have the Group 1 winner, Group 2 winner, and then the playoff winners from Groups 1 and 2 are going to progress through. The Challenger Division, that is the filling in the sandwich of ECC. That's going to be surrounded by, firstly, the group stages of the Premier Division and the finals of the Premier Division. But the Challenger, that's the meat in the sandwich, as I like to call it. Looking forward to that. ECC, it's a wonderful tournament.
Yeah, looking forward to that. As I said, well, the Czechs are playing, which is always going to spike my interest. But some good sides there in the Challenger Division, and there'll be very even games, and it'll avoid those blowouts we sometimes see when we have emerging countries compared to some of the more established nations.
Yeah, it's a very good idea for exactly the reason you say, and having maybe a relegation and a demotion situation going on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's lifted over the top. Nice looking shot. Going towards the boundary and 4 runs. Well, just got under it and lifted it over the infield. It's the last over of the power play. And that's a nice shot. That's kind of like what we saw him yesterday, Karimbier. He does look for the balls that he really wants to hit. And he's a very clean, powerful hitter of the ball.
Yeah, he's off the mark with that boundary as well. First boundary of the innings for Austria. That's why you could hear a bit of a generous round of applause from a few people in the dugout as they see that one go across the boundary line. Karimbier was impressive yesterday in that match against Czech. You know, they're going to need that from him again right now in the next few overs. They're going to need him to stand up.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got this over to navigate from Ravi. Comes in again. Just short of a length, and that's about the right length, I reckon.
Yeah.
Because he wants to hit it off the front foot. Does Karimbier, and just don't give him the opportunity to, and he won't be able to. But as long as he's still there will be other bowling.
to cleverly deliver that. Hits him on the body as well. So you're right, Danny. He's looking to get forward, but that kind of delivery, it's so hard to get forward to something like that because it'd be an awkward length. So it pushes him right back on the crease.
So Paul Kempton talking about the kebab meat and the pita bread. I'm getting pretty hungry. So it's this hit in the air over the top and going towards the boundary again. It'll just plug. It's the fastest pad of the ground normally, just a little bit soft, maybe this ground compared to how it was last year.
Yeah, I think Paul Kempen jumping onto my description about ECC challenge division being the filling in the sandwich. Yep, it is indeed the kebab in the pita bread. You can call it all sorts of things.
Do you like a good kebab?
I do, and I hesitate on that only because I never used to. I used to be sort of like, nah, kebab, rubbish.
I've had a few dodgy kebabs, which sort of spoils the party a bit, but
Yeah.
still, normally a dodgy kebab happens at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I know a few places like that when I was living in North London, staggering back from sort of the Old Street area up towards Angel Islington and that sort of area. I know about 3 or 4 which are always like, they got a great chili sauce, it's really yummy. And that's all that was good about it. Apart from that, it tastes like probably could have been mattress stuffing as far as I know.
yeah, no one really cares at 3 in the morning, do they?
Nah, not at all. So the next morning when you've got to go to work and you're feeling a bit rough, a bit...
And you blame the kebab.
Of course you do. Of course you don't blame anything else. No. It's just that kebab, boss. No, seriously, I can't come into work today. I'm feeling rough as guts.
Yeah, dodgy kebab. Oh, I understand that one.
Great.
Yeah. Is it code? It must be code for something. Or,
Yeah, I think so too. Oh
but,
dear. Okay.
no, kebabs are good. I like kebabs.
We had a couple were given as our meals in Romania. A couple of them actually were not bad at all, actually, really. I was quite surprised to see, I think it was on the second day, I think one of them turned up, and I thought, oh, okay, we'll have that. And actually, really quite good quality. I mean, the chicken tasted like chicken.
That's a good thing.
That's a good start. That's a good start.
Here comes bowler again. And again, just it's nice to see pitched up, just defended well by the batter.
Tough going. 6 overs gone, 19 for 3. Danny, I'm not sure what they can do. The run rate is now over 10. It's ticking up every single time I look down at it.
They've got to take risks, but again, it's one of those things. It's only 6 overs down. It's the end of the power play, and there's still 14 overs to go, so they can still get there. You know, it's 10 and over from here.
Yeah.
All right. So really, when the bowling's going to get a little bit easier, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll see how it happens. It looks like it will be Anil Palmer. Well, I'm saying it's going to get easier. He's a good bowler, Anil Palmer. Bowling left arm around. Takes a weird first stride. You'll see what I mean. But what comes out is very, very good.
Danny, Kenneth Surridge is asking, what are you doing out at 3 in the morning? I don't think it's that unusual.
No. But maybe more unusual now.
Well, possibly. What? Because we're on the other side of 40.
Yeah. And look, living in Prague as well, like 3 in the morning is kind of normal. You can still get meals at 3 in the morning in Prague in pubs.
Yeah. It's true. Not everywhere, but they are there.
I was in Jersey covering that tournament, and it was excellent.
Yeah.
But like Jersey closes at 8.
That's right. Last orders, I think, just before 8 o'clock. Then pretty much as a case of kitchen's closed.
There were a few bars around, but yeah, even there was an Asian place next door. So
Yeah.
it's just dabbed down nicely for a single. We'll bring the dangerous carrying bear on strike. And yeah, we had to struggle and say, look, we're definitely coming. Can you get us in? Because the kitchen closed at 8:30, I think, but we'd get back at 8:15. So we'd go straight there, and then we'd oh, there's more coming. They're just dropping off stuff, literally next door to the hotel. But Jersey was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. Oh, good ball. Again, not getting any easier with the bowling.
In the Belgian Night Series, which I was looking after probably about a month ago now, we'd finish at the ground about 10:30, 10:45.
Yep.
And there was one night we were driving around for about half an hour trying to find a kebab shop. specifically a kebab shop because the crew were absolutely starving.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, in that part of Belgium, nothing is open. Nothing. It's the problem was that the hotel we stayed at, it was in almost like an industrial estate. It was
Charming.
It was car yards, car parts, petrol stations, and a couple of gyms. Honestly, and it was real bit of a shock. Like there was one pub in the surrounding 10 kilometers radius. One.
Wow.
And we lucky enough we found it, and we sort of called that home away from home for a few nights. But they didn't do any food there.
We were very lucky in France because we'd go out and the restaurants, even though they're like, oh yeah, the kitchen's just about to close. Yeah, can you fit like 5 of us in? Like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, the French have got a reputation. It says in the air. I don't think the theatre will get there, and he won't. Just a single. The French have got a reputation, but I mean, I think it's Paris that's got the reputation of not being super friendly. But in Dreux, it was lovely. We had great experiences everywhere. The staff and the restaurants are great. The food was amazing.
Yeah.
So that was a really, really good tour.
The feedback, no pun intended, by feedback from the rest of the crew that I've heard is nothing but positive about that with regards to the hospitality.
Oh yeah,
and the area that you guys were staying in.
Yeah, it was great. Everything about it was great. So I'm looking forward to it next year. Nice shot,
Wow.
leg side, but it's gone. Another wicket. Didn't get quite hold of it. Might have been. He was hitting against the wind, and another wicket goes down, and that's first wicket there for Palmer, and it's Kogiani, the left-hander. Let's have a look at this. Maybe got it towards the end of the bat, but just not enough legs on it. These 60-metre boundaries, and another wicket goes down, and Austria struggling now. 23 for 4.
Yes, struck it nicely, but unfortunately not quite nicely enough. T10 match would have been Maximo, but this is not T10, this is T20, and hit it straight down the throat of that boundary rider, who has taken it really nicely indeed. So yeah, Kogiani's been caught out by Mansour Shah on the boundary line there. Well judged catch. As soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble. He just took a couple of steps forward and went, oh, okay. Didn't get enough of that one.
Mondeluz in the chat. Red team win for sure. I agree with you there.
Nice one, Monty. Nice one. Yeah, we concur with that comment, 100%. Yeah, okay.
They do have very similar strips, don't they? The Czechs would have been the same a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's really true.
Yeah, but gone to the blue shirts with the Czechs.
Gone to the blue. That's right. Hello to Adion Tedasande and Helix in the chat as well. Hello, Helix. Johnny He's in the chat. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in the chat. Joining myself, LG, along with Danny Hudacek, and we welcome you to Vinoj.
Johnny He's in out number 3.
Johnny's here. How did he get
Terry
number
Richmond.
3?
Terry Richmond back to number 1.
I've barely seen much of Johnny in the chat.
Yeah.
Well done, Johnny.
Yeah. Good stuff.
The old silver fox.
Again, no idea what it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I have met Johnny in Malta. We're talking about which of the moderators we've met.
Yep.
Sorry, John, I forgot to mention I met you in Malta.
So, you have a new bowler.
There we go, 23 for 4. Inside the 8th, it's really tough going here. That run rate required is 10.67. 137 runs on the board, 77 balls to chase this down. Well, while Karanbir Singh is still there, there's obviously hope. And the middle order for Austria need to stand up and lend him a lot of support.
Yeah, look, comes in pretty quick again. Helix saying that Paris is not so friendly, especially if you think you're English or American or from anywhere on the planet apart from Paris. Even Parisians don't like Parisians. But actually, if they find out you're Australian, it's more than northern France because of World War One. I remember a few years ago. There were some girls at a hostel that I helped to get them a hotel. The lady I was speaking to said I think it was called the Anzac Hotel as well.
Okay.
In Lille, maybe? Maybe I'm making that up. But this has been in on the leg side. And when I said that there was 2 Australian girls who were trying to get a room,
yeah,
she said, wait a minute. And she found a room for one night and said they'll have to move the next night, but we've got rooms. Because of how much respect Australians have in that part of the world and helping, that they were stunned that Australians would go to and New Zealanders would go from the other side of the world to help defend France.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
So-
I've heard that said before, and I've met people who've gone to ceremonies for Anzac Day and also Remembrance Day in that part of the world,
Yeah.
where yes, the Australians and New Zealanders very welcome that part of the world for what happened all those years ago.
Yep. The other thing is there's a, I think it's Vimy Ridge. Is it Vimy Ridge? I'm not sure. There's a Newfoundland memorial where this big sort of chunk of the population, the male population of Newfoundland, went and fought.
Oh, okay.
And not many came back.
Yeah.
But there's a big, there's a mound there with a big stag. Was it a moose? I'm not sure. Can't remember. But yeah, it was the Newfoundland Memorial. That's before they were Canada. So,
Oh, wow. Yeah.
yeah, again, interesting history in that part of the world.
I thought there was something coming across the sky there. I just realised there's an ant crawling across the glass in front of me. My eyes focused on him completely, and I was like, oh, that's a low fly. Why is it zigzagging up and down? He was going across, and suddenly he just went like this, up and down.
You're thinking aliens already, aren't you?
I was starting to get a bit concerned there.
Good bowling by Mansur Shah. It's been another good over, and just no respite with this bowling from Norway, and Austria have no answers at the moment.
Yeah, so impressed with Norway. This is absolutely sensational bowling. And, well, the batters come together and having a chat. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that conversation about what the battle plan is going forward, because they don't seem to have many answers at the moment. And I think it's, one more ball to come in this over. Arif, he's only faced 2 deliveries. So I wonder what Canberra told him to do here.
Well,
about to find out.
Get some runs, son. Oh, kept that out nicely. And a bit of confusion from the between the batters, and no run. Canberra obviously wanting to keep the strike. But, well, they need a partnership. They need some runs. Canberra's on 9 from 18. And Arif not scoring yet.
Yep, they're going along at 3 and over at the moment, and that is just not good. Have a look at that white line on the run rate graph there. It's running in parallel to the light blue line, but unfortunately it needs an upward tick, and it needs it pretty soon, or this is going to be an absolute north face of Everest climb for the Austrian team if they're not careful.
It's about the same period that the partnership started in the previous Norwegian innings.
Yeah.
And so they need about the same, but they really need to pick up this run rate, which is not looking good at the moment. It's going at 3 and over.
Yeah, Gowrie and Raza, 71 runs in 8 overs. If they could get something similar here, well, they probably need to go a bit quicker than that. They probably need about 70 off the next 10 overs.
You calling it already?
No, not yet. Not yet. I don't like to go early.
I've seen too many unusual things happen on the network to call it.
Too many unusual things happen here at Vinage as well, and I'll hold my tongue for a bit longer. Helix saying there is none, Phil. I'm trying to remember what that's a reference to, but there you go.
Let's hit back to the bowler. Good piece of fielding. So,
everyone saw that as bump ball. I was waiting for someone to go up there, but no, they didn't. That was good. KK Kang saying, I can play better. Give me a chance. No, no. Kang, if you can get to the ground in the next few minutes, we'll see how we go. But otherwise, sorry.
I don't know. Do you qualify for Norway or Austria?
He probably qualifies for his local domestic team. If so, good luck there. Obviously, we like to know people are doing well around the world. Hope everyone's doing well here on this start of the week. It's a Monday. It feels like a Tuesday. It's only because we started yesterday.
Yeah, I see, man.
It does, yeah, it's a Monday. It was like last week in Romania. We started on a Sunday of the 4-day shorter Romanian ECS, and the Monday just had me completely spinning. I thought it was definitely Tuesday.
That's a nice looking shot. That's gone for 6. Again, shows a bit of power.
Good strike. Well onto the Hugo Banks field. That's a long chase. That's gone almost across the entirety of the other field there. The Banks was actually looking very nicely cut. Very nice little bit. There's a very good ground, that one.
Yes. We came here and there were flags around. And Vinny's like, they must be playing cricket this weekend. And then realised that actually, no, it's because the rope was stolen a few weeks ago.
The rope was indeed stolen, yes. Yeah, very disappointed when I woke up and saw that.
Who would steal a rope? And that is not out, given by the umpire.
Yeah, there were from the bottom of the Scott Page field, there were tyre tracks going straight across the mushy peas.
Well, that's not a bad shout.
It's a good
you know.
shout, actually.
Maybe because of the angle coming around the wicket, if it didn't straighten, yeah, benefit of the doubt, I think. That one not getting past the slip fielder.
Good fielding there. Yeah, there was tyre tracks going from the bottom of the Scott Page field going straight across the pea patch on an angle, a diagonal angle, all the way to the end of the driveway. So they didn't even go up the dirt road. They just went straight across the pea field, the pea patch.
They lost a couple of old mowers as well.
Yeah, a couple of old mowers. One of them was completely busted, broken down. So thank you.
Yeah.
But the rope, 2 lengths of rope, and I think the rope lengths are 250 meters long.
What
mind
do you
boggles.
do with it?
What do you do with that?
Are they rewiring like a sailing vessel from the 1800s, or what? What do you do with 250 meters of rope?
Because it's a good thickness rope
Yeah.
too. I mean, maybe they're going to sell it to some harbour master who's going to use it to lash ships to the side of the wharf.
No idea.
Yeah. No, it had us a bit bemused. Had us a bit upset as well, clearly, because that's a terrible theft to have.
Do you remember the gate that we had for barbarians?
Oh, the one we used to have a Vipic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. You made it.
We had it here. Yeah. We had it here as well. It was basically it's something I'd like to bring back.
Yeah.
Because it's a standalone gate that every batter had to walk through.
Yeah.
Right. And but there was no fence around it. It was just a gate.
Yeah.
Right. It was great because you would just walk in and out, and it was
I
like our
remember that.
mascot. Yeah. That came here
Yeah.
and was put on. It was put somewhere. That got stolen.
Don't understand
Hugo was like, "What do you mean they stole the gate?" I said, "Well, see if you can find the gate." You know,
A gate.
a gate.
Yeah. No,
It wasn't a very well built gate either.
Didn't it have a little bit of fence on either side? Just like literally like a
No,
foot
there
of
was
a fence?
no. It didn't have any fence. It just had 2 big posts.
It's just a gate.
Just a gate. I'd like to bring it back. A big swing and a miss.
I like to see a gate back just so I can do my imitation of Dirk Wellham.
Yeah.
Except for hopefully there'll be no gate attendee standing by.
We're the only two who remember that incident. And Dirk Willem.
And, 3 people on the planet remember that incident. 2 of them are localised here in the commentator's bin.
Dirk Willem. Didn't he? He hit 100 on debut and then hardly played a game afterwards, I think, from memory. Dirk Willem.
I think he played a couple of games, but he did nothing with the bat.
Yeah.
And then the selectors sort of went, yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. And I think he was captain New South Wales,
I think so,
for a
yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
And then even then that sort of slid off the radar.
Dirk Willem.
Yeah, look him up, Dirk
I'm
Wellham.
going to look him up now.
Go look him up.
Yeah.
If anyone in the chat's wondering who on earth Danny and I are talking about, go to YouTube and just search for Dirk Wellham. I think just Dirk Wellham will do you. That's pretty much all he's famous for. Just
No,
that.
he's from Marrickville in Sydney.
Marrickville.
Yeah.
Isn't that where the boxer came from?
Jeff Fennick?
Jeff Fennick.
Maybe.
He used to always say, Emine, had a good fight, Emine.
You know that he partly the reason why he spoke like that, he couldn't breathe through his nose.
Yeah, because he's broken so many times.
Well, apparently this has been squeezed out for a boundary. They needed that, Austria.
Oh, they desperately needed that.
Apparently the story goes, I'm not really sure, but that as a kid he got hit in the face with a shovel, and which broke his nose. Which is good for a boxer. Good for a boxer. Because you don't breathe through your nose anymore. You don't need to, especially if you get it broken again.
As a kid, he got hit in the face by a shovel.
I can look it up.
What on earth?
I can look it up. That's a story I remember. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I thought I had a rough childhood. Marrickville's a rough part of out of Sydney, isn't it?
So he played 6 tests and 17 ODIs.
Okay.
His batting average is 23.36, but his highest score was 103.
Yeah.
It says over the top, another 4 runs.
Nice.
They needed that, and that's a little bit short there by the bowler.
Caribbean letting loose here. Needs to. And a bit of luck going his way as well.
So he took 5 catches in his 6 tests, and he scored 100, averaged 23.36, and about the same with ODIs, 25 for ODIs. So, but I remember him well. He scored. Yeah. Anyway. Dirk Wellham.
I don't remember him being much of an ODI player.
No.
I think it was a case of, well, we've got the test team. Let's try them as the ODI team.
Yeah.
It was before selectors sort of had their different approaches for different forms of the game.
It was interesting with ODIs to start off with, like 50 over games.
Yeah.
I remember and a team would get 230, be like, oh, it's a big score of 50 overs. And you think, oh, maybe not. Not anymore.
I still remember commentators like Bill Laurie and all these guys, Ian Chappell, saying, well, any score over 200 here is going to be hard to chase.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, that's T20. Any score over 200, it's going to be hard to chase. Hey, let's have a look at the calendar for 2025 very quickly here. This is the ECS calendar, and England, Hornchurch, and Czechia, of course, down the bottom of that left-hand side column. Still got Finland and Bulgaria to go in that half of the year. Then we're going to turn around and go for the second half of the year. Can't believe we're already talking about the second half of the year, but it is the 9th of June today. So another 21 days, and we are flipping it over to the start of the second half of the year. Wow, this year's gone quick. A lot of great tournaments coming up. A lot of ECSs coming up your way here on the European Cricket Network. I hope you've enjoyed it thus far. We're just getting into the summer proper now here in Europe.
So, yeah, just looking up Jeff Fenning. I can't see the shovel story anywhere. But hold on. Hold on. 2004. He had his face repaired by a plastic surgeon after being slashed in an attack in Sydney.
Oh.
So, yep. But AI comes up randomly. Every time I Google something, it comes up and says, Jeff Fennick's nose was broken multiple times during his boxing career, likely consequence of an impact he received in the ring.
That would, yes, I don't think I need AI to tell me that, but okay.
While the exact number of times is not explicitly stated in the provided research results, it implied that his nose was indeed damaged repeatedly.
So AI is just Googled. That's all AI's done.
That's it. Yep.
Oh, AI, you can get in the bin. Just in the chat there, Dirk Wellham just telling us that, Dirk Wellham. Terry Richmond tells us that Dirk Wellham also played for Tasmania.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. And Monty calling him Dirk Underwellham. Monty, that's a beautiful nickname. Love it. Yeah. Terrible ODI player, yep. Dirk Underwellham.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so Jeff Fennick. He was. What was his nickname? It was the Marrickville
Mauler.
Mauler.
The Marrickville Mauler.
I was going to say Mangler there, but no, Mauler.
No, yeah. That's one.
Yep.
So Marrickville. Let's have a look. And it says Sydney, but he was the Marrickville Mauler or Bricktop.
Oh right, okay, yeah, Bricktop. Oh, it says some footage there of someone with their dog using the dog park at the end of the run.
Yeah, very good little facility there.
It's an excellent facility there for the dogs. Although she hasn't let the dog absolutely run crazy on it. Still got it sort of keeping it tight on the leash. Just wondering why she hasn't let off the leash, but that's her concern. Maybe just getting the dog familiar with what's going to happen there and run it through its paces.
My dogs wouldn't use them.
Wouldn't go on that?
Nah. You get a treat out and they'll just look at you and go like, give me the treat. You need to go up here. And like, why? Yeah. Why do I need to do that?
Yeah, I grew up with border collies who would absolutely love that.
Yeah,
they wouldn't stop. You show them a treat, they still wouldn't stop. They were absolutely, they work animals.
Great dogs. My cousin Lutzka has just got a border collie that I met the other day called Maida.
Nice.
And Talia is a bit reactive to other dogs. And after a few little growls, she was fine. She didn't maul it to death, which is good. It's an appeal. But no, Talia's a little bit defensive when it comes to other dogs. She's getting much better. But, and Oki was just fine.
Yeah. Oki's always fine with other dogs, really, isn't she?
Maida was jumping all over and she's like, whatever. She's been a mum, so she knows.
Yeah. Well, Border Collie's got a great temperament as well.
Oh, yeah.
They're such great dogs to get along with.
Yeah, very smart. This one's hit down the ground and straight to the fielder around cow corner. Just a single.
Does good, the fielder, though. That took one bounce and it took off a little bit, but he was ready for that one. Didn't take an angled bounce, didn't hit a Tortuga. And good pick up and throw back. Palmer bowling pretty well here.
There's a big gap there between the man at cow corner and also the fielder at square leg. This is in the air. Keeper calls it. Should be out. And is another wicket down.
Ooh, Oh, that's not good at all for Austria. Staring down the barrel here now. I may have to start thinking about the car keys. That is not good at all. So that is the 5th wicket to fall. 43 on the board. They still need 117 runs. That run rate required at 12.3.
Well, Carambia is still there.
Yep.
And, he's watched all his batter mates disappear.
He has. He's watched him come and go like a revolving door in the first 10 overs. And now here in the 11th, he has to watch another one go. Hey, Finlay's Chickens is in the chat. Hello, Finlay's Chickens. Good to see you again.
Finlay's Chickens?
Finlay's Chickens. Yeah, Finlay's Chickens was joining us in Romania a few times.
Okay.
Good to see. And I think Finlay's Chickens, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're based here in Czech. I think maybe based in Brno.
Oh, really?
I think so. Hopefully Finlay will respond to me there.
Is it someone we know?
I'm not sure.
I think there's only one Brno player in this lineup for the Czechs as well.
Niraj.
Niraj, yeah.
Niraj Mishra.
Niraj Mishra is a good bowler.
Yeah, he is.
Because normally we'll have a few, especially with Dylan Stain.
Yep.
And Riaz Afridi, but they're not playing in this tournament. I'm sure we'll see them run out for Brno.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, just one from Brno, which is, I mean, they've had a couple of great seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the T20 League. I mean, you know, they've done very well.
They're a good club, Brno. And I think it's Himalaya. Is it Himalaya Restaurant? Owned by one of the guys down there, which is
sounds right.
their meeting point.
I think
I
so,
think it's
yeah.
Himalaya.
Yeah.
And again, a good restaurant in Brno.
Yep. I need to find out what's happening in Brno too, because they're under threat of losing their ground.
I think they've definitely lost their ground.
Has that come through now? At the end of the year, I think they're losing it.
Yeah. That's it was an announcement. Well, it was quite a while ago that they mentioned it, and there's no real chance because I'm not sure if it's being rezoned or something like that. I don't know what's going on with it.
I heard it was going to be rezoned to be like a catchment for the river that goes past or something.
Yeah.
They're gonna like literally excavate it as like a runoff.
This is a nice shot in the ground. It's gonna be
almost
just a single, eventful single. No, come back for 2, I think, or maybe I don't know. Actually, let's have a look. So it was high in the air. Should have been taken. Knocked the cap off, and well, at this level, should have been taken.
Yeah, Rahimi, he's already taken a catch down there. He misses a bit of a tougher one.
Not sure what he's complaining about. He's the one who got a bit aggressive with his fielding partner. He did put the catch down.
Yeah.
So I think it was 2 runs, but I'm not quite sure if they did take a run because it was very casual second.
I've got it down as 1.
That is 1, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Gee, that's surprised by that. Plenty of time. Yeah, a bit of a struggle there for Austria. I'm a little bit surprised at this contest. Is sort of going. I wouldn't say it's gone one-sided.
You say it's 1?
What have you seen?
I don't know.
I'm looking in the scorebook says 1.
I don't know how they got 1 because I'm sure that was it Naeem that hit the ball? I thought it was Karambir. Oh well, doesn't matter.
It was that was Naeem.
It was Naeem. There you go.
Naeem.
There you go. Doing his best Karambir impersonation. And again, short of a length there from the bowler. And it's a good length of bowl on this pitch, I think.
Well, one of them's got a 13 on his back. The other one's got a 15 on his back. So maybe. I know we both wear glasses, so maybe there was something in that.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
But either way you look at it, Austria are in deep trouble here, and a few people in the chat are already calling it.
Oh, I'm just about calling it as well. I can't see them getting the runs.
I can't see it either.
Yeah, especially with bowling like this, it's been good bowling from Norway. Very tough to bat against, and Austria just not up to it, losing those early wickets. And it was good bowling up front from both Shinwari and Vinay Ravi. And then there's just been no drop-off. Bansal Shah and also Anil Palmer.
Oh, sorry, Finlay's Chickens. He's actually based in Dubai.
Oh, okay.
Czech.
That's close to Czech.
It's close to Brno. Don't know why I thought that.
This one's going to go for 4. And get welcome relief, but still not quite the 50 up.
Not at all. There's so much work to do here. You know, I mean, I'm holding off on the khakis just yet, just because, you know what, Austria with a rush of blood with a couple of big overs, they could spin things around, but it's got to happen now. That's the catch. When you look at 112 and 51.
They need some big overs, but just with the Norwegian bowling at the moment, it's hard to see that they're going to get big overs here, Austria.
Yep.
I mean, I think there's still another bowler to come, because they've only used the 4.
That's right.
But still, I don't know. Oh, got him. I'll go through for a leg play. The throw not going very far there from Shah. Fake fielding, I reckon, Phil.
Watch this. Pulls out of the throw, does he?
No. Fake fielding.
Straight out the top of the hand and goes nowhere. Well, yeah, you'd be hard done by if you got done for fake fielding on that one. Karen Bin Singh, 20 from 27. And you know what? If he can put the foot down the next 2 overs, you may see something here, but you still need 111 runs off 50 deliveries. This is uphill.
Yeah, it is uphill. Oh, this one's up in the air. Should be safe. They're chasing it, and they'll come back for 2.
Keeper's run a long way to chase that one too. So the fielder goes to take the stumps. The ball comes in, it bounces, it's leisurely, and he just misses it, and hopes that he's got backup. If you're going to back up, if you're going to take the stumps yourself, try to take the ball maybe. 50 up with that as well. 51 for 5 now in the 12th. One more to come in the 12th.
Paul Kempin is number 2 now. So the car is waiting. And he's got a car emoji as well.
He's got the car emojis happening. Okay. Haven't seen Christopher Ward. He's usually my barometer for doing that.
Well, this is going to be 6. Nice shot.
There you go.
Karen Beer.
Nice way to finish the over, that. That's 13 off the over, and that's the run rate required for that over. So Austria win that over. And that's something they can take away. Shah goes for 13. He's got 23 for no wicket after his 357 for 5 after 12.
Yeah, well, 13's what they need.
They do.
So maybe they put the keys back in the pocket.
Yep, hold that thought.
That's only 1 over, though.
Well, that's just it, isn't it? It's, you know, you win 1 over, but there's 20 overs. You've already lost the previous 12. You win, well, you're 11. You win the 12th over.
Yep.
Can you win the next 8 overs?
I mean, the law of averages and statistics and all stuff I don't understand.
Yep.
Probably not.
Yeah. If you crunch those numbers, it's not going to happen. And cricket is all about numbers too.
It is. Sort of.
Sort of.
You need numbers in cricket.
You do, that's what I'm saying. You need numbers.
But
in
you
cricket,
need numbers in most sports, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, true. But I find cricket so much more analytical with its numbers. Like, I mean, appeal here. They're pleading with the umpire.
Got him.
Who gives it? Oh. Have a look at this one from front on one more time. Umpire had a good think about that, though, Danny. He wanted to be absolutely sure.
Yeah, it was definitely not going over. And let's have a look. It's coming around the wicket, remember? So this is hitting him in line. Oh, no doubt for me, that's out.
Oh, it's plumb.
Yeah, that's a good decision. He thought about it for a little while. But yeah, it was definitely hitting. Aman Naeem goes for 6. And Karen Beer's still there.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just plugging along.
He's the one. He's playing a great innings here. See this replay one more time. Look at this. Pitches, bounces, hits. Does it hit the inside of the back leg?
I think so.
But it was definitely going on to hit the stumps.
Oh yeah.
And that's really good flight, really good delivery. For me, it's the flight that's deceived the batter there. He's in about 3 changes of mind before he swings.
I tell you what, as an umpire, they're awkward because you see LBWs and there's something about them that you've seen them hundreds of times.
Yeah.
And you give it out because you know, or you give it not out because you know.
Yeah.
But the way he was positioned then, he's got the bowler bowling in front of him. Really good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, I agree. He's got that bang on.
It's new batter called a wide.
Also got that one bang on correct, I reckon.
It's Safi, the new batter.
So we've had wicket falling in this over, the previous over, and the over before that. So 11, 12, and 13 overs falling. Wickets falling. And that's going to be problematic. So much more pressure.
Ahmed Safi hits that one pretty well, but just over the fielder.
Ooh.
And 6 runs.
Not far away.
Not far away indeed.
Oh, boy.
But there's a good effort there on the boundary. Let's have a look. Just big hoik to cow corner, and gets it. That's 6 more runs to the total, and I don't think he's going to hang around and wonder too much. Hamid Safi. Let's see what he does or tries to do with the next one. Let's see what the bowler can do. And I thought it might be a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Sort of that the writing was on the wall for that delivery and for that shot, and he literally played a carbon copy of that one, missed it completely. But I wonder if Safi's got the word from his skipper. Right, runs. Get out there and make it happen.
I don't think he needs the word. I think he just needs to do it. Karambir is the key for me, though. Still, if Austria are going to get near this total, just a single.
I wonder what the approach is, because you've got 7.5 overs to go. Karambir is set. He's on 28 from 29. He's not exactly accelerating. But if you're the new batter in the middle order, would it maybe be a case of get out there and belt as much as you can?
You've got to take risks. You've have to take risks.
Got to take those risks and let Karambir still play that safe batter at the other end, maybe.
Yeah, Karambir, I mean, he's a big hitter of the ball. So it's just going to be a single. And he hits it very cleanly. But you haven't seen that much, and it's to do with good bowling. I think that's the main thing that we've taken away from this game is that Norway have got a very good bowling lineup. 100%. But they still have to use one more bowler, which has to come up pretty soon, I think. Still an over left from each of the two openers, because they only, I think, Ravi and also Shinwari have only bowled 3, I think.
That's true. They have, yep.
Nice shot. That's 6. And, that's Karambir. That's what he can do. Nice shot.
Danny, did you see that? The spectators were out of their seats as well. All 2 of them.
Spectators.
We had 2 spectators on the bench there. They were out of their seats.
Well, one of them's Venky, isn't it?
I'm not sure it was Venky.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
We passed a couple on the way in, remember?
Yeah.
I think they were the 2 who were seated there. We might see them one more time in the replay. They're launching themselves out of their seat. No, that's the replay. That's Venky down there in front.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
There you go.
There he goes. The Czechs are here, and they're in the house.
Czechs are in the house. There
Apparently, the food's on, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
We got a nod earlier from Paolo.
Oh, okay.
Saying the food was on, but we got other stuff to do.
Yeah, we'll see out our duties here on comms as it's 13 overs gone, 73 for 6 on the board. Still a bit to do, and you're right, Daniel. I keep thinking about that next bowler who's going to come on now. It's going to be Mushtaq.
Okay, we'll see if they can take him apart, because I'll have to do something.
They will indeed. They need to. Yeah, you're right. Safi's coming in shown intent for the 3 deliveries he's faced, and Karambir. Well, we've seen him just play a couple of big shots. We know what he's capable of.
Phil, something unusual here. You don't see it very often. Number 56 is bowling to number 56.
Oh, that's a rarity.
That's a rarity, isn't it?
Yeah.
So which 56 is going to win? Well, it's a wide first up, and they'll look for one, and it's a good run taken. The next one, 2 free runs there, and more importantly, it'll bring Karambir back on strike, who's yet to be dismissed in this tournament.
We had a situation in Romania where we had 2 players on opposite sides. Their numbers were 999. and so I simply call them emergency services. And one of them ran out the other.
No.
Ran them out.
Whoa.
And we kept talking about, Rico and I was saying, is that the ambulance versus the fire brigade or versus the police? But emergency services takes out the other emergency services. Yeah, rather unusual when that happens.
And that's another wide. We had a guy, it was like 4816 or something, in Milan. 4816, I think it was. Something like that. Something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. Pin code Kumar.
Pin code.
Pin code.
That's a great name.
Became a bit of a legend. Playing there for Albano in Italy.
Albano, yeah, I remember Albano.
They also had in the Enigma, who in the space of 2 deliveries will do something remarkable, take an amazing catch, and then just let one through his legs for the next delivery. It's just an enigma. Yeah. You never knew what he'd bring to the table. Ended up playing for Italy actually, in T10s.
Yeah.
So the enigma. He was very, very good. It was good times in Milan. Some very good cricket out there too. All right, let's get back to this one. 56 to 56. And bit of a random appeal. Only from the bowler. And they'll get another leg by.
Finley's Chicken's asking, are there any matches in Austria this summer between July and August this summer? Because he'd love to go and watch some games.
I think so.
I would expect that to be.
I think I'm going to be in Austria for a weekend. I'm not sure. It might be a women's tournament, though.
International?
Which should be fun. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
It's a weekend that I'm scheduled to go to Austria. Going to Hungary as well with you.
That's right.
Should be good. That's a terrible delivery, which almost got him a wicket.
Oh.
It's going to go to the boundary for 4, just over the cover fielder.
Yeah, just for a second. Just for a second, I thought it was going to fall into his lap.
Well, the bowling's been so good for Norway. Mushtaq is not to that level at the moment. Just not quite working for him. Let's have another look at this one. This was wide and short, almost picked up a wicket, but 4 runs instead.
Yeah, not been a great over this one. We've had a wide +2, then a wide 1, a leg by +1, and now a 4.
Oh, nice shot, but it's just over the fielder again.
Oh boy.
Fine margins there, 6 runs. And well, this is where the drop-off is with the Norwegian bowling, I think, is their 5th bowler. The other 4 have been fantastic. Mushtaq, though.
Is this why maybe they hesitated to bring him on because they knew that this was the weak link in the chain?
I mean, look, he looks, I mean, he's playing for Norway. He did do a bit of batting as well, did Mushtaq.
Yes.
But as a bowler, he's not maybe to the same standard as the other 4 on evidence so far.
Yeah. He's gone for 14 so far off this over. 14 is quite a fair bit, including those wides at the very start of the innings. So he hasn't covered himself in glory. And as you say, compared against what the bowling attack has been already, he's already proved to be the most expensive.
And, well, Carambier's now, it's on 46. Kind of out of nowhere. He was a runner ball 28 or something.
Yeah.
So after the next 6 balls, he's accelerated.
And he took 7 balls to get off his mark as well.
Yeah. No, he's a quality player, is Carambier. I saw that yesterday. It was beautiful, clean hitting.
Still 2 to come in the over. Still plenty to get here.
Oh, it's better delivery.
Much better.
So it's a bit of a fascinating point, I think, at this game, where Austria got this. Well, look at the run rate needed now. It's gone down to under 12. They've only got 4 wickets left. If these 2 can continue, the car might be parked for a while.
If they're in with a chance in the final over, like say needing, let's say 15, even 16 runs in the final over, absolutely game on.
Yeah, again, it depends on who's going to be bowling that final over.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hit hard and straight and just be a single.
Good work in the outfield there. Quickly rifles a throw back to the bowler's end. That was really good work to make sure that was nothing more.
So 15 off the over from Mushtaq. And that's exactly what Austria needed at this point. They are 89 for 6 off 14.
Exactly. So it's another over they win. So the last 3 overs has gone for 13, 16 and 16. They've won those 3 overs.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted. So if they can keep winning over after over, they'll take it to the 20th.
Yeah.
And they may, I don't want to say they're going to sneak a victory away from Norway here, but it's still game on.
It is still game on, yeah. But it's a lot riding on Karambir Singh, I think. Safi, he's hit a 6, but he's certainly scored 1 off the other 3 balls he's faced.
There's still a bit of love for Austria in the chat. Good to see. And obviously a lot of love for Norway as well. So it's good to have everyone in the chat supporting either of these 2 teams. This is a really good ding-dong battle here. I'll tell you what, Karambir, if he can stick around for another, say, honestly, until about the 18th or 19th over, it's game on. If he gets dismissed in the next few overs, that's going to be trouble.
Well, it's going to be hard for him because the skipper has put on Shinwari, the left armour, who opened up very, very well.
I think Kazi Ahmad, the skipper, has said, I've seen enough. Let's get him back on earlier than anticipated.
Well, it's been hit towards cow corner just for a single. Bring Safi on strike.
Let's see what Safi can do here, whether he can free the shoulders and try to look to get at least 12 runs to try to win the over again. Taking it just one over at a time. There's still a lot to go here.
It's a good way to look at it, winning overs, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at Shinwari's figures, though.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 7 off 3.1.
He's won his 3 overs.
He's definitely won his 3 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
And dodgy inside edge. They'll get a single. I'll bring the danger man. Karen be back on strikers on 48. 91 now the score.
So they weren't running those singles at the start of the innings. Yeah, those were the singles where they just didn't want to take them. The scoreboard got really stuck. I reckon if you have a look at the first 6 overs, you'll see so many dot balls. It would be absolutely ridiculous. And I think that the bowling was really good. We were praising Shinwari, and it was at Ravi, the other bowler, Vinay. Just absolutely sensational start for Norway in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one is the look for 2. They won't get it.
No, just the 1.
Good piece of feeling there. Looks like it's, I think it's Vinay Ravi down there. In on it very quickly.
Yeah, Shinwari doing well here, keeping up the effort that he did earlier on. Just 3 singles from it.
Yeah, look, I'm just looking at Finlay's chickens.
Finlay's chickens, yeah, from Dubai. We've now established that.
This is in the air and just away from the fielder. Difficult to come back for 2. Have to hurry.
Oh, I thought he was gone. If that hit the stumps, I reckon he was done.
I think so.
He was absolutely done, cooked.
So I'm looking at it and I was confused because, but he says when I'm 20 or so, I'll be in Austria or for uni. So a young'un.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a young'un. What's with the chickens?
Yeah.
I don't get the chickens bit.
Yeah, Finlay's chickens. Can you explain your YouTube handle, please? We'd like to get a little bit more information, please, about why you're Finlay's chickens.
And who is Finlay?
Yeah, who's Finlay? Because that's a bit of an Irish name, right?
Yeah, and what's he got to do with chickens?
Yeah, what's he doing with the chickens? Maybe
Finlay's.
I'm thinking he's got like a I don't know, a chicken burger hut or
that's
somewhere in Dubai.
what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So come on, Finlay's chickens, explain yourself.
And good luck when you're in Austria.
Johnny here saying, Finlay, do you have more chickens than your age? Well done, Johnny. You've just won. Nice one. Oh, this is good bowling from Shinwari. He's right on the money. Every delivery is absolute quality here. And that is a really good tight over. It's a handful of singles and a 2, so it only goes for 6 runs. So Norway win that over. And that's going to just push that run rate up a bit more. Just coming up, just a reminder, match 4 after this one is starting at 12:15 GMT and or 14:15 Central European Summertime. Czechia take on Austria. It's the rematch of the first game from yesterday, and a lot to prove for the Czechs.
Yep.
And if you're a fan of Czech or if you're a fan of cricket, please tune in for that one. Myself and Danny take you through that one. And straight after this game, well, not straight after it, there'll be a break, lunch break, and then we'll get into that.
Yeah, looking forward to it and seeing the Czech boys come back and hopefully just apply themselves a bit better with a bat. And, well, Austria after this game, they're still in it, but looking a bit more fragile than what we saw them yesterday.
Yeah, that run rate required is up to 13 now.
Doesn't take, just takes that 1 over to change things. But either way, to be fair,
Yeah.
bowler comes in and miss hit, just be a single. I'll bring the right man back on strike. Karambir is is on 49. See if he gets his 50.
I reckon from Mushtaq, they're going to want, surely they're going to want something in the region of sort of like, 18, 20 runs here, just to get their noses back in front and and try to bring that required run rate down clearly.
So Phil, there's a big gap straight, but just because the long on is very wide for me.
Oh, he is a bit, isn't he? Yeah, I
So
can see him now.
straight down the ground. Let's have a look if he spots that. Also a big gap past point. Well, gets it square. Be picked up, just be a single.
Brings up his 50. Karambir gets 50 off 39 deliveries. Well, the job's not done, so I'm sure he's not going to spend too long saying thank you very much for the round of applause. There's still a lot of work to do here. And even the dugout, they just stand up, give him a quick clap, sit down again. They know this one is going to come down to the wire. 63 off 28. It sounds like a T10 game right now.
Yeah.
Rather than a T20, but that's the equation required. But there's 6 wickets down.
You've got to approach it in that way, don't you?
Yeah.
Comes the bowler again. And it's been hit fairly well. That's in the pea patch.
Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, saw it land in the pea patch. That's a good 4 or 5 metres back in that pea patch. They're going to have to, well, they're going to go into there now and try and look for it. One of our retrievers is going in there. And the fielder doesn't want to go in there. He's saying, I don't like mushy peas. Something about it.
It's nicely hit. Just very straight there from the bowler. So Norway, they've released the pressure a little bit. With as Charles Croucher goes out with new balls. Going to get a choice. I think they show it to the bowlers, or to the batters. I mean, no, they found the ball. Charles Croucher.
Oh, okay.
Now going back, looking cool in the shades. Should be wearing a hat. The reflection of his dome is getting a bit bright.
Yeah, I'm gonna need those shades if he keeps running out there like that. 100 up with that strike as well, Danny. Forgot to mention that. 100 up with that. 103 for 6. 57 from 27 required.
He's gone back out there.
Charles is getting a bit of work here now.
Maybe they found a different ball.
They found one from 2021. Never know. We've lost a lot of cricket balls in that part of the field.
Pea patch is pretty thick.
Is indeed. And the umpires are having a chat with our tournament referee. Charles Croucher there just negotiating with the umpires. What do you think looks good? And they like that one. Now, umpire, who do they show it? Do they show it to the batters?
I think they must show it to the look. Well, yeah, the batters get a look at it. That's what you're trying to hit.
Yeah, you see that? You see that? Yeah, hit that.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's
that's it.
White and it's round.
It's coming your way at about 80 miles an hour in a moment.
Yeah, here we go.
Mushtaq is going to continue. Still got 3 balls left in this over.
56 to 56. 56 won the last one.
Oh, who's going to win this one?
Yeah.
56, I reckon.
56 will win it for sure.
Here we go.
Could be a tie. It is a bit of a tie. I reckon 56 won it.
Yeah, 56 misses that one, unfortunately. Safi can't get anything on that one. It's a good delivery. It's much quicker and fuller. That was important. So it's 57 from 26 required. That run rate is at 13. And as Danny I've been talking about, it's about winning the over.
The thing is, a T10, that you reckon Austria would be favourite in a T10 to get this?
You reckon?
It's weird, isn't it? It's just the way that the perception with T10s is just completely changed. It's skewed the universe of cricket.
It has indeed.
It's a mishit. They won't look for 2, will they? No. Yeah. Just a single.
They ran that first one hard, and I thought for a minute, is he going to try to go for 2? Is Safi going to try to just turn and go here? But I think the right thing was done there, and he kept kept Karambir on strike. He's only got 1 more to face in this over. So far, this over has gone for, what's that, gone for 9?
That's a pretty good one here from the bowler, 56. But there's still a ball left, and it's the right man on strike as well, Karambir.
See what he can do.
Ball comes in. And got him!
Oh, massive.
Oh,
Massive.
That's the end of Karambir Singh. Goes for 50 exactly. He's not happy. He punches his bat down onto the ground. And he knows now that it's going to be a difficult task now for Austria to get there. And a good comeback from the bowler there. That's Phil departs. He's going to get some food, no doubt. So, or I'll be flying solo for a little bit. So it was 100 up, as Phil says, but that's Karambir Singh going back, getting a bit of a round of applause from his teammates. But anyway. So Finless Chickens explaining things. You do have chickens. Okay, that's good. I'll have a bit of a read of that in just a moment, as we do have Vinay Ravi to come back from the bottom end. So Finlay's Chickens is the name of your channel. You've uploaded videos of your chickens. They're named, was it Frio and Brie? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about Frio. So that Frio passed away. But I'll try to check out your chicken channel. I think it'll be fun. So anyone out there on the chat want to check out Finlay's chicken channel, that'd be cool. All right, here comes Vinay Ravi. And that's been hit pretty hard. Going towards the boundary, be cut off. Just be a single. It's Zahal Zadran, the new batter. He'll join Hamid Safi. He's one who hit that pretty hard. So Zadran, again, a big hitter of the ball. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, Montelus saying decent second over from Mushtaq. Yeah, apart from the one in the pea patch, it was a very good over. And keep the pressure on, and then that big wicket, that of the opener. Going to be a sing. And this one's hit down the ground pretty nicely as well. Just a single. And it's a good bowler to be bringing that back at this stage in Vinay Ravi. I'm sure we'll see Mushtaq on the other end. So 3 overs after this. It's Vinay Ravi. Just balks a little bit. Come in, bowling to Safi, who's on 20. And it's pitched up, hit pretty well, just in front of the fielder, who just knocks it down. No need to take any risks, and fires it back to the keeper. Just another single. So singles are fine for Norway. They're hitting the ball pretty cleanly, these Austrian batters, but just can't get past the fielders. Keeping it nice and straight as the bowler bowling to his field. There's a cow corner. There's a long on and a long off. Bowler comes in again and just dragged to the leg side. Again, same result. Quick along the ground, the fielder out there. It's Wahid Ghauri, the left-handed bat. It's been a good over so far. They've had a good hard swing at him, but he's bowled well throughout this game, has Vinay Ravi. I think all the Norwegian bowlers have. Kamal Mushtaq's first over went for a few. Oh, a bit spicy then. Getting short of a length. Doesn't give him anything drivable. We do see a lot of those fly. Just a dodgy outside edge or top edge, going for 4 or 6 even. Sometimes with these, how quickly the ball comes through. Nothing on that, unfortunately, for the Austrians. So that run rate creeping up to about 16.5 and over. Looking like a long way to a victory for Austria. And this is high in the air. And I don't know if anyone's going to reach it. The bowler, well, he fell over. They're going to go back for another one. And I think it's hit the batter. So we'll have another look. We've got the keeper on the ground. We've got the bowler on the ground. We'll have another good look at this one, I think. So this is the bowler was on the ground. I think he fell over initially and then got back up and then fell over again. So, yeah, anyway. So that's the end of the over. That's so Vinay Ravi. Again, a pretty good over. And looks like Norway will now win this one. As you can see, that it started to converge slightly, but with 3 overs left, I think it's too much to ask for Austria to get these runs. They are swinging hard at the ball, but they'll need a massive over here. That's the end of Vinay Ravi. So Shinwari and Ravi are both bowled out. Phil, who else do they have? He's back. That was a quick lunch.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else they've got then. It's let me have a quick look and see.
Hold on, 4 runs, straight down the ground. Nice shot.
That's going to help big time. Okay, so let's have a look. Mansoor Shah, he's got 1. Mushtaq's got 2. So that must be how they're going to do it. So Mushtaq bowls this one. Shah will bowl the 19th, and Mushtaq is he's got the duty to bowl the last.
Yeah, well, he's conceded 4 off the first delivery. He's having a bit of a chat to him. It's Sahak out there who's having a word in his ear as they're looking for the ball in that pea patch again. And finally the ball retriever's coming around to see if he can find it. And well, that pea patch, it's causing havoc. Should get the mowers out overnight, I reckon, Phil.
Is that actually? Are they on our property? They're not. They're just, I think, inside our property line there. So yeah, maybe we should get something cut over there. We'll have a talk to the maybe the golfing groundsmen, see if they can extend that. But obviously, we don't want to cut into the pea patch.
No, not into the pea patch.
Because there's enough of the mushy peas there. Charles runs out again with another set of balls. He wants to get things going. He wants to make sure this game finishes without spending too much time searching for the balls. We can look for them a bit later. And this match is coming down to its finality here. 46 from 17. The run rate required is at 16.23. And I've got to say, Shinwari is over 15. They went for 6 runs. That was the start of the right. And you spotted it on the run rate graph there.
Yep.
That was where it stopped. It stopped the incline. It flattened.
Yep.
And since then, it's kind of flattened quite a fair bit. So the last few overs have gone for 6, 9, and 6. That's where the trouble is. After winning the previous 3.
Yeah, look, Mushtaq's over was pretty good. Got that big wicket as well. But but then you brought back Shinwari and also Vinay Ravi. Yeah. And you're not going to get too many runs off those boys.
True.
So they tried hard. They hit the ball pretty cleanly, but straight to fielders.
Yeah.
All right. Game on. Oh, big swing and a miss. That's a winning delivery there for Mushtaq.
Yeah, much better. He can get it. He can bowl quite a good fast delivery. Just they've gone. Well, they have to go after him. But he's gone 1 for 28 from his 2.1 overs, so he's been expensive. But every now and then he pulls a response like that. He looks sharp. Looks good.
Yeah, look, I think he's a good bowler, but I don't think he's up to the level of the other one, the others. And they have to go for him. He's just pitching up a little bit too much, maybe. That's in the air. No one's going to be able to reach it. The keeper, not quite. He pulls the parachute right at the last minute. And, well, they'll get an overthrow. That's a bit scrappy there from Norway, underarming it to the stumps. And, well, that's another sneaky little one.
Yeah, there were people there waiting for it. Mohammed Shahak is hobbling off a little bit. He took a bit of... I'm sure he took a bit of friendly fire there. No, just try to gather the ball, and he's gone down on his knee. And he's watch out for that. He's made his way back out to the mid-off area.
Getting a lot of shouts in the chat. Don't cut it. So we won't. we're kidding around. We're not going to cut the pea patch. So.
Johnny, he's saying don't cut the poppies. Hang on, it's not a poppy field. Where's this one going? Just down the ground for a single, or is it going to be? Yeah, no, just the one.
Poppies are very popular here. Poppy seed.
Poppy seeds,
yeah,
yes.
Poppy seeds here.
Very
Mark,
popular.
it's called in Czech.
Yes.
And they make kolač with them, like the cakes, the kolač. And they love them. They do get sort of stuck in your teeth a bit though.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So smiling with a face full of black poppy seeds is a little bit weird. But they are very, very popular here.
Yeah,
and,
Mrs. G is a big fan of the kolač with the poppy seeds.
Yep. Tvarok's another big one. Oh, this one's going to be just a single. Tvarok's a weird one. It's called quark in English, and it's sort of mutated milk.
I haven't
type cheese.
Yeah, I haven't developed a taste for Tvarok.
It's okay. It's a bit dry.
I can't get my head around it. Rennie demolishes one a day.
Yeah, because it's a thing that is just normal here.
Yeah,
but for the rest of humanity, it's just not.
Yeah.
It's but it's fine. It is. It's a cream cheese type,
It's that kind of,
but it's not really. It's a bit.
but without the cheese.
Yeah.
Sort of like milk curds almost.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's just going to be called a wide. Another weird one here is Idam, which is a. It's it's a cheese of sorts that does have the consistency of cheese when you eat it, but it tastes like.
Be nice.
It tastes like nothing.
It does taste like
It's
zero.
got no flavour.
Yeah.
There are 30 different varieties in the shop that all taste of absolutely nothing.
Honestly, we're not kidding you, folks. It tastes like zero. Zero flavour.
Yep.
Yeah. It does melt well, though.
Yeah, and so it's melted nothingness.
Yeah, it's melted nothingness. Yeah. For any dish where you get like grated item, like say like a Mexican dish, like a fajita or a quesadilla or something like that, it's perfect for that. But it no flavour.
I do like the fact that they use it with fried cheese.
Oh right, yeah.
I have had them where the fried cheese has tasted of nothing as well.
Yeah.
But fried cheese is a good one. It's smajak. It's called smajak sir. It is pretty delicious, healthy too.
Often appears on the kids menu.
Yeah,
Funny enough. Yeah, deep fried cheese. 119 for 7 after 18. 2 overs to come. 41. So, how many runs they get here determines how many they need in the last over. I know it sounds obvious, but that's exactly what the batters are saying. Whatever we get in this over, we don't have to chase in the next over.
Yep. So it's a pretty good over again from Shah. Sorry, from
Mushtaq.
Mushtaq.
Yeah, 9 from it.
So
it's going to be toughy. This is going to be Shah then who bowls this over, and we're assuming that Mushtaq will bowl the last over.
I would say so.
That's how it's going to pan out.
It is Mansur Shah coming from this bottom end. Is it the Banks end? I don't remember.
The end is bowling from?
Yeah. I can't remember. It's a Chateau end from the other side. Is it it's not the golf course end. Oh, what a shot!
That's a great shot.
That's going towards the car park. And got down on one knee and smashed it. Wow.
I call this the top end.
Yeah, I'd go.
Just purely for angle.
That makes sense.
Yep. So Safi, 30 from 18.
Let's have a look at this shot. This will be a good angle of it. And
look away.
Yeah, the look away smashed hoik.
That's a great, well executed though.
Very well executed.
Oh, that's actually gone. Look where it's gone. That's gone very close to the cars. That's in front of the cars. That's how far it's gone.
Yeah, nice shot. All right. First ball win for Austria. Let's see how the second one comes. The bowler comes in again. And it's gone again. Another 6 runs. This one is still going on the Banks field. That's a big hit.
Danny, hold my car keys. We're not done here.
This is a big over. 29 off 10 now.
We are not done.
Good fight back from Austria after just being dominated with the ball early on. And it's Safi who's launched an attack.
Hamid Safi, he's hit 4 sixes and he's not done. Oh, Shah, you'd be a bit nervous.
I would be too.
There's a few of the brains trust there of Norway. Just having a bit of a chat there. Wicket keeper, who's the captain, Kazi Ahmad, along with his bowler. Another couple of the fielders just chiming in as well and having a chat.
It's good competitive cricket between these two. There's not much between them. Even in the world rankings, there's only about 4 places between them.
That's right.
The Czechs are quite a bit behind both of them, about 10 places behind them. A bit more. Comes the bowler again. And he's hit that pretty well. That should be saved, is it?
Oh, no.
No, 4 runs.
Oh, boy. Oh, hello.
It was hit pretty sharply. And the fielder, I think, in self-preservation and also just trying to knock it down. As there's his shades. It's knocked his shades right off his head.
Oh, dear.
Let's have a look at this. And, just couldn't quite hang on to it. Tried to put the block up. So, another win there for Austria.
16 off 3.
Ball comes in again. Swing and a miss.
Good comeback. Gets a dot in. Really needed that.
Absolutely. Well, still 18, almost 19 and over needed. And what did you say? If it was 15 or so off the last over.
Yeah. Then
so they need maybe 10 off the next 2 balls. Oh, it's still definitely in Norway's favour.
Well, he's hit 16 off the first 3 balls. That's a dot. Where's this one going to go? They need runs off this one.
And swing and miss. They'll get 1 from it. Will they? Gone!
No!
Gone! Well, good run out. He's on my bowling team now as the keeper. And he had 3 stumps to aim at. Took the glove off very quickly. And that's the end of Zadran. Safi's still there. That's another dot ball. Let's have a look at this one. So it's a swing and a miss. Gave himself a bit of room. Decided to go for it with a fumble, but well short. We'll have a look. And Joe Foster, pretty easy decision there.
Yep.
Just put the finger straight up. So the end of Zadran.
That's tough. That's really tough because you're going to have your established batter who's at the non-striker's end, and a new batter comes in to face the last ball of the 19th.
They'll have to do it all off the final over. You wouldn't want to take a single here either.
You would definitely not want to do that.
Boundary or nothing, I think.
Yep.
Unless they can sneak it too. But the new batter is Mohamed Zalmay. Let's see what he can do. A dodgy outside edge past the keeper. There is a third man in. But let's see. He might smash one into the side screen. You never know.
Yeah, Austria want this one out of the ground. Absolutely, of course they do, because that would mean they turn the corner into the last over needing 19. But you know, it's a lot to ask of a batter who comes in at this part of the game, at this part of the innings.
Comes in and, well, they won't look for one. And that's the end of the over. So first half of that over, definite win for Austria. Second half, definite win for Norway.
Yep.
So a lot to do in the final over. 25 needed. It's possible, improbable, but possible.
Yep. 16 off the over in total, so you give that over to Norway in the end. And Austria, yeah, as you say, Danny, 25 needed. The first 2 deliveries is the game right there. And I'm pretty sure it will be Kamar Mushtaq who's going to get the job. He's got 1 for 33 from 3.
By the way, you have some viewing to do soon, because Finlay's chicken got back to us.
Oh, yeah.
Has chickens.
Has chickens.
Yeah, 2 chickens. He's got his own YouTube channel
No way.
with his chickens. He had 2 chickens. One of them sadly passed away. I think during the break, during lunch, we'll have a look at Finlay's Chicken's YouTube channel.
Fantastic.
And check out his chickens.
Check out chickens. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for getting back to us, Finlay.
I like chickens. Chickens are great.
They smell, though.
No, not if they're clean.
Oh. They smell like chicken.
Depends how long they've been on the barbie.
We used to have chickens.
Chickens are great.
Back in Australia.
Yeah. Fresh eggs every day. Oh, this is nicely hit. This is going to go towards the boundary. It'll be cut off. They should get 2. They'll have to hurry. And, well, he went to the right end.
Did. Okay.
But still 2 runs off the first one. 23 needed. And tough ask. Need boundaries.
Yeah, now it's 23 from 5. Well, this has got to get to the boundaries one way or another. And it's Safi, who's on 42 from 23, who really put the foot down when he had to. But I think it's just a mountain too high to climb here. Let's see how he goes. Got to get to the boundary.
And that's hit well. Fielder's there. Takes a catch. And that's the end for Austria, I think. Safi's gone as the bowler, or the fielder, smashes the ball into the ground and just lets the umpire go and pick it up.
Yeah, Rahimi very happy with that one. As the umpire walks over, picks up the ball, turns to Rahimi and says, "No, don't want you damaging the ball on purpose there, mate." I'm sure he doesn't say that. But that is definitely the ball game. The fist bump, the throw into the ground, that's it. Norway have survived a scare here. And that is Hamid Safi who has to depart. And 137 for 9 now the score. It's looking like that is pretty much going to be, well, that pretty much is the ball game. So if you're looking for car keys, you want to post up the car emoji, now's the time to do it. But that is a really good scare. Safi walks off to a good round of applause from his dugout. They really appreciate the cameo. Well, it's a cameo and then some he's played. Brilliant innings, real aggression. Unfortunately, just not enough.
You've got to admire the fight from Austria, because they were in all sorts of trouble early with some just good bowling from Norway.
Yep.
And but now it's all over. Pretty much.
Pretty much, yep.
And that one gets through the... well, they'll look for one. There'll be a run out. The race is on and gone. Well, that's the first baller there for Basir Khan. And really,
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote.
Bowled out in the last over for 137 are Austria. And that is going to mean it's a 22-run win to Norway. And they have survived a bit of a scare. Just in the previous few overs there, we saw the run rate ticking upwards, and then a couple of great overs there around about 15 the 16th. Hamid Safi and Karanbir Singh trying to sort of keep it together with a good partnership. But unfortunately for Austria, it's not to be. And if you're a Norway fan, you'll be very happy and maybe breathe a sigh of relief from those couple of wickets that fell just recently. And also that previous over the previous over from Mansour Shah went for 16, but the over before went for 9. Mansour Shah did pick up a couple of wickets, important ones. So that is how it is. Austria are bowled out in the final over of this match as it goes to Norway by 22.
Yeah, interesting game of cricket, but dominated by Norway early up. That was a beautiful first up delivery. The next one was a spectacular catch. Let's look at this one.
Yep.
Well, didn't look at it and see it. That was a fantastic catch, and wasn't he happy there?
To be clipped and posted.
Big number 96. That's Faisal Raza was out there. Again, it was just domination from the bowlers, and it was the two fast bowlers up top, the left armer Shinwari and also Vinay Ravi, who did all the damage. And then it was good bowling from Anil Palmer and also Mansour Shah to really keep the pressure on this Austrian batting lineup. This is the spinner getting wicket. Took a couple. It was an LBW. This one was the one went through the hands of the fielder. Austria were never really on target. There was some lusty hitting at times. This is the LBW, which was a good decision from the umpire. That was a tricky one when you look at it. But it was almost to the point where it was too many runs to get for Austria. Then they mounted a fight back. A couple of really good innings. That was one in the P patch. But that was a big wicket. And not happy with himself there. Karanbir Singh hitting 50, but it's not going on with it, unfortunately. And then some late hitting. It was, Sahil Zadran helped a bit. But Hamid Safi, he was looking the man most likely. That was Zadran getting run out. Phil, entertaining game. That was the last wicket. And we knew that was the end.
Yeah, it was indeed. You can see the bowler and the fielder especially knew it. Here was the final coup de grace, which was a run out at the non-striker's end. And Basir Khan couldn't get back in time, the number 11 batter. And that was it. That was the game, set and match, and a good win for Norway there. They cleared top of the table now with 2 good wins over the opposition. And that is how match number 3 is going to finish, with a 22-run victory to Norway. That's how it's going to look. But it was close. It was close. They took it to the last over. And as I said early on in the piece, we both said it, Danny, was you get the game to the last over and it's anyone's match. Unfortunately, 25 needed from last over was a bridge too far for Austria, and they crumbled. Have a look at the batting card there. Well, Karanbir Singh, he's almost carried his bat the whole way through. 50 from 40 deliveries. But Hamid Safi, that 42 from 24, such explosive batting there. Unfortunately, no support from any other batter there. No one else getting double digits. A bit disappointing for Austria, but that's down to how good the Norway bowling was.
Yeah, you can see it in the figures as well. 1 for 12 for Shinwari, 2 for 16 for Ravi, Anil Palmer, 3 wickets there for 30, and then also Mansour Shah going under 10, and Kamar Mushtaq also picking up a couple of wickets after looking fragile in his first over. Came back well, so good bowling performance there from Norway.
It was indeed, and the final tally will tell us this. 159 for 6 on the board, thanks to Norway's batting there. Walid Aguri there, the 57, ably supported by Raza and Sher Sahak. Some good bowling, though, from Austria. 2 wickets to Zalmai, Mohammad Zalmai, and 2 wickets to Bilal Zalmai, although he was quite expensive. And Austria, in reply, just got off to a bit of a rocky start, a shocking start, a great bowling start for Norway. And at one point after 10 overs, I think the score was still in the low 40s. I think from memory around 42, 43. And that's just trouble. They had everything to do in the second half. And they weren't that far away in the end, but in the end, they were far away enough for Norway to notch up a good win here in match number 3. And we're done to dust that with match number 3. We've got match number 4 to look ahead for now.
Yeah, that'll be a good game. I think hopefully the Czechs will be a bit more competitive with the bat in this afternoon. They'll be playing against Austria, who've got a double header. That was a big game for Austria. They've got a bit of momentum maybe as well. So we'll see if the Czechs can keep up with them.
Yeah,
that'll be happening, I think, is it 2:15 local time?
2:15, yep.
Yep.
So that's not far away.
No, time for us to go for lunch, Phil.
Yep. It's just ticked over 2 o'clock. So Danny and I are going to grab a quick lunch. You guys out there, grab a quick lunch as well. Thank you very much for sticking with us during that match. Hope you've enjoyed it. T20I action continuing here at Vinoj in Prague as the ECN Tour of Prague continues. Phil G here, along with Danny Hudacek here for the European Cricket Network. Don't go too far. We'll see you back here in probably about 10 minutes' time.
are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome back to Prague for the second game of today of this ECN Central Europe Cup for 2025. It's a tri-series tournament between the hosts Czechia, Norway and Austria. So Phil is back in the commentary, well, in the bin, as we call it.
The commentary bin. We're in the bin.
Bin.
Ever since I said to Danny this morning, get in the bin. We've now called it the bin.
It is
yes, the bin. We're out here in the bin. We're getting ready for this next match coming up, match 4 here. As Danny said, this is the Czechs' third game. They've taken on Austria. Czech, well, they are 0-2. Austria, they are 1-1. And there's a lot to play for here for the Czechs. And if you're a fan of Czech cricket, you need to get behind your team. They need every bit of support. A couple of changes, Danny. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
So Piyush Singh Baghel is in and Davidson Ramani are in.
Yeah, I think Davidson's making his debut for the Czech side from memory.
I think so.
So it's good to see him in. Shub Chowdhury is a big loss, though. He's not in the selection today, the opening bowler. Also, Subhawan Devizi in attempting to catch one yesterday that he dropped. He did his finger, so he's out for the rest of the tournament. But there's a change behind the stumps as well. Good to see Devendra Singh out with the gloves, and Sahil Grover will be running around. He's a pretty good fielder, Sahil. Good safe pair of hands. He's a bit of a ball magnet, Sahil Grover.
He is.
So he 15% for Czechs, 85% for Austria. The Czechs will want to come back after a couple of losses yesterday, and they'll need to bowl well. But without their main man up top in Shub Chowdhury, it's going to be a difficult ask.
I agree.
Davidson Ramani's a good bowler, so we'll see who opens for them. But yeah, look, it's going to be the same opening pair for Austria and Bilal Zalmai, who's, again, I don't think he's really batting as well as he can. He's offering some chances. Karambir Singh, though, he's averaging over 100 in the tournament.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. I see Mark Smart's just joined us in the chat, so good afternoon to Mark Smart. Skippy, good to see you there. John Gray as well. And everyone else in the chat, Dave B, everyone's out there. Just before we kick on with our analysis, and actually almost the start of the game, just want to give a shout out to Kev Kroom L111 who's in the chat, who will be making his debut on the European Cricket Network. So good luck, Kev. We hope you go well.
Was he multitasking in the chat now and then?
I'm imagining he's going to be taking up the phone and just doing a few comments while he's fielding, possibly.
As I said,
I don't think
you're allowed to do that.
No, I don't think he'll be doing that. I think he's going to. He's just put a message in to say he's made to Hornchurch, and I'm sure the phone will get taken off him. He'll be sent out to field or bat at some point. So, Kev, everyone here in Prague is wishing you well. Hope you have a great day on your debut. So it's we're back again. It is Danny and Phil. We're here to take you through this match number 4. Czechs are looking to bounce back hard here. And if we have a look at Austria, they won the toss and elected to bat first. And I heard it from the Czechs that if they'd won the toss, they would have had a bowl. So this has worked out nicely for them.
Yep.
Maybe the game plan, we'll see. Our old mate Abul Farhad is going to open the bowling attack from the top end as we kick off match number 4 right now. Just nicely pushed there. Just for a no, not a single hesitation. Good work in the field. The Czechs will be red hot in the field to start off, and they need to maintain that intensity.
Yeah, they do. They really need to. They didn't get a wicket against Austria yesterday. There was no scoreboard pressure, really. Just a score of 113 put up by the Czechs in the first game yesterday. But we've got a chance. If they can get early wickets, especially this man, he's been batting pretty well.
True.
Karambir Singh. If they can get him early, that'll be a big wicket. But they do bat very deep to Austria.
Nicely played. Opens the face of the bat. Runs straight away down towards third man. Gets a single off the mark. Well, we saw them in that previous match. And you know what? They got bogged down by some excellent bowling from Norway. Fantastic bowling. But just towards the end, Safi and that man there, Karambir Singh, they almost snatched an completely unlikely chance of picking up a win. So they do bat deep. And they bat really well deep.
Yeah,
I was quite surprised.
They do. We saw, yeah, you're right, Safi with some good runs late down. He's batting at number 7 in this game.
Yeah.
But up the top, as I said, Bilal Zalmai is a good bat. has been for many years for Austria. And just defends that one from Fahad.
Nice work there from Fahad. Just cut in a little bit there on him. Nice bit of movement off the pitch. Fahad, every time he walks back to his mark, he looks like a man who's slightly dejected, but he's a real thinking bowler. He does think about the next delivery. When he lifts his head when he walks back, sometimes I think he's almost frustrated. It's kind of like the opposite. It's kind of like the reverse. I've watched his body language over the years since he first came on the scene here, and I think might have been even the Central Europe Cup that you and I were commentating.
I like Fahad as a bowler.
I do.
So this one's gone through the keeper, and it's going to be 4 runs, 4 byes, I think. No, it got a bit of bat, 4 runs.
Well, saw the umpire just make the little motion there to say it came off something. So it's come off the bat, all off the bat. So Bilal is off the mark with that 4. A bit of luck running his way. Hey, shout out to everyone in the chat. Chris Smith has just joined us as well. Hello there, Chris. Luke Belgium's out there. Good afternoon to you, Luke. And good afternoon to Dave B. And who else there? Paul K's out there. We said hello to Skippy. It's wonderful to have Skippy in the chat too. Good to see you there. And everyone else, whether they got a blue spanner or not, Big Boss News, I'm talking to you. You're welcome. Very welcome here. Pulled around the corner. It goes pretty straight, though. No much width on that. Good work there in the outfield. Just to get down and knock it to the ground. Very good indeed. That's Riddick Tomar, who puts his body on the line, stops it getting past him for another run.
Yeah, Tanky. He needs to get some runs soon, I think, Tanky. He was a bit unlucky yesterday.
He was looking all right yesterday. He was, he started okay, just sort of looking solid, a few good hits in the second match. But
ran himself out.
Just ran exactly. Just poor choice of runs.
He wasn't the only one. It was a direct hit, to be fair. And I think it was Rituraj Magari who called him through. And he went straight away, to be fair, but just wasn't a run in it in the end.
Yeah. Magari played a good first match, didn't he? Picked up, I think, a 30-odd in that first game.
Yeah, he did. I thought he was bright at the start.
Yeah.
And but there was no one in support. There was a collapse. I think in both games there was a bit of a collapse.
Yeah.
And a few ducks.
Yep, true.
So hopefully they'll get going because they do have a pretty strong batting lineup to the Czechs.
Yeah, I think that the thing for me, the takeaway from yesterday for the Czechs in the batting was in that second match against Norway, Murali van Drassi, who's a quality batter, 34 off 30, the best scorer in that match, just zero support. No other batter got into double digits, and that's not good,
Considering the quality of the batting, that potentially on a home ground, it wasn't good enough, and it didn't apply themselves. The first game, there were so many soft dismissals. It was really not very good against Austria. But
you mentioned the home ground. For me, I think that was probably the biggest surprise. The fact that these guys know this ground like the back of their hand. They, you know what I mean. You just expect a little bit more.
Austria have played here quite a bit, to be fair.
True.
But not for a couple of years. So they know that how the pitch plays. It does play a little bit differently to quite a few grounds around Europe. But no, the Czechs definitely with a home ground advantage, but just didn't show yesterday at all. And it was with the batting.
Finlay's Chickens just having a bit of a chat to us. Danny's saying, how did you find my videos? Also, what are your names, commentators? Well, I'm Phil G, and alongside me is Danny.
Yep.
We sometimes sound a bit similar because we are from a similar part of the world.
Yep, we're from Prague. No, from Australia originally.
Nicely done. And how do we find your videos? We'll keep that a little secret.
Did we find your videos? Because I looked up Finlay's Chickens and I found Finlay's Farm. Is that what it is? Because it didn't look like what you kind of described, because I couldn't find Finlay's Chickens. So, but it's the algorithm, I reckon. But it could be Finlay's Farm. So let us know. Let us know if it's Finlay's Farm, because I did look it up, and that looked quite interesting. It was all about chickens.
Something you also said as well about Austria. They have played here a few times. We had them as our guests in 2021 for the Central Europe Cup. I can't remember if it was the first time or not, but they won that one in 2021.
Yep.
Back in 22, that's where Czech won, and that very exciting last game.
Was it 22? Was that 3 years ago?
22. Can you believe it was 3 years ago? Because in 23, we only had Hungary.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, last year was the Women's CE Cup. We didn't have a men's.
Yep.
Austria, just down the road, only 4 hours on a train to Vienna from here. And we've welcomed Austria several times up to Vinoge. It's a pleasure to have them back again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was talking before earlier in the previous match about the Central Europe Cup, about the history, the fact that we started in 2014 and it was a 50 over Central Europe Cup. That's how it started.
Yeah.
And 2019 we changed it to the T20 format, which it's an awful lot better.
I remember I was coach for the national team for quite a few of those.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. Poland used to come.
Poland, they won 3 of the first 4 Central Europe Cups.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, they had a lot of success.
I know they're trying to get into the ICC, which will be good. Good to see. There's some good players up in Poland.
Yep.
So might see one of them, I think, play.
Who are you thinking?
I might have been playing for Spartans, which would be a turn up.
Babu. That rings a bell. Yes.
I think Babu's playing for them. He's a good player.
Because funny enough, I actually got an email from Spartans asking me about these rules, and I had to remind them that I'm no longer a league administrator. So, please direct your queries to so-and-so. But thanks for the information. Yeah. 2 overs gone, 7 on the board. Cautious start here for Austria. And a good start for Czech with the bowling. Very good start.
Yeah, Niraj Mishra is very consistent, Niraj. And there'll be a bit of swing on the ball early on, because yesterday, as I mentioned, it was a bit wet. So it wasn't... Finlay's chicken? You found Finlay's chickens?
I found Finlay's chickens on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
He's got 419 subscribers and 292 videos.
Nice. Okay.
There's a bit of viewing.
It's a bit of a shy at the stumps. I just found Finlay's farm. I didn't find anything else. So it's my algorithm. I'm going to blame, but I will have a look at Finlay's chickens.
I'll send you the link.
All right. Please do.
Cool. No problem.
I'm interested.
We're going to watch chicken videos overnight. Oh boy,
no comment.
Boy. No comment whatsoever. Okay, it's score is 8 on the board. It's inside the third. Cautious start here. Karambat only on 1. He's hit that straight into the covers, straight to the fielder. Just bobbles about. But yeah, cautious start here. And Austria, fresh off a good game, but a loss nonetheless against Norway in the previous match. So I'd be interested to see how they bounce back here, playing 2 games on the spin. It's their turn for the doubleheader today. Czech yesterday, and Norway with a doubleheader tomorrow.
So Skippy in the chat, Mark Smart is having a go at Prague already.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, come on.
I mean, they've got such a chip on their shoulder, these Brno villagers. They're just something about people from Brno. We don't
comments
care.
Like that.
Up in Prague, we just do not care. We don't care about Brno. Brno. No.
But I tell you what, Mark, you move up to Prague, you'll understand why the capital's here. So come and join us. Join the winning team.
Yeah.
Yeah, get on the team. We say that tongue-in-cheek, of course. It's wonderful you have in the chat, Mark. Always good to have you there.
I don't mind Brno, to be fair.
I don't mind it either. It's pretty cool.
Oh, big swing in the miss. Not far away from the stumps there.
To be honest, I haven't been to Brno that much. I haven't actually... I'm trying to think whereabouts I've been outside of Prague. Oh, up so close, wasn't it?
You just never left Prague?
No, I'm just saying I haven't been to too many destinations outside of Prague. I've been to Pilsen a couple of times.
Pilsen's good.
Pardubice, and then, Hradec Kralove. And haven't been to Olomouc or Ostrava.
Ostrava's nice.
I need to get out there.
Ostrava, like you mentioned Ostrava to Czechs, and like, ooh, Ostrava. And because it was very, very industrial. Now it's pretty green. My father's from Ostrava, and it's just over the top.
Yeah,
and
loft
Arnold
away.
Grover's chasing it. I don't think he'll catch it, though. That'll be 4 runs.
Indeed. Ostrava is Ostrava Olomouc the mining sort of town?
Ostrava
is, yeah right.
You look at pictures of Ostrava in the 70s, and it's just all factories and mines.
Wow.
It was grim. I remember my cousin told me stories about he used to play a game as he walked past the river as to what colour it would be that day.
Oh, dear.
It was poor.
Oh, no.
And the air quality and things. And I said, it'd be nice having a picnic near the river. And I said, you couldn't get near it because you started to tear up because of all the chemicals.
That's not good. Farhad there, just getting nudged away into the leg side, shy at the stumps. It was always home, though. 13 on the board for no loss.
Ostrava's got probably the best music festival in the Czech Republic there, Colours of Ostrava. It's in a unique venue as well. Vitkovice. It's an old... There's a coal mine, an iron smelter. They made pig iron there. And but everything was there. The coal and the iron were on the same site. It's pretty big. And they've left a lot of the... nice shot. Pulled away, 4 runs.
He's done that well, hasn't he? Really done that well. It was not a great ball. It was it was a bit short, not very short, but it was outside off, and it was there to be pulled. Honestly, if you watch the replay, from front on, he almost could have picked anywhere on the ground to hit that one. Just, oh, yeah, down on one knee. That's a lovely
little
strike.
sweep shot, isn't it?
It's a nice strike, that one,
It's
isn't
very
it?
nice. So, yeah, going back to Ostrava, Vitkovica, and it's especially at night. I mean, you're in this old iron smelter, basically. So a lot of the machinery's still there, and a lot of the things are still there. And you've got this real industrial vibe. And then the lights go down, like the sun goes down, and they light up all the buildings in different colours. It's very good. And the festival's really very good as well.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, 3 overs gone, 18 on the board. So Austria, they've seen off a couple of overs from Farhad, and they've still got a bit of work to do, but this is a pretty good start from them. I don't think anyone should be upset about that. It doesn't matter about the run rate. It's still early days here. It is a T20. It's not a T10. So there's still plenty to do here. But the Czechs can hold their heads up high, but they just need to keep going.
They need wickets. So that's the thing is that,
True.
That they, I mean, I think probably Zalmar yesterday gave up a few chances that were just out of reach.
Yeah.
Whereas Karanbir didn't, and he's just hitting the loose ball. That's what he does well. So.
Yeah. So Mishra continues. Good delivery. Tucked up, dot ball, very important. Mishra's bowling nicely here. He's been very miserly with his runs, which he often is.
Yeah.
It's one of the features of his bowling. When he's bowling well, he refuses to give runs away, whether it's T10. Seen him play at ECL for Brno.
Yep.
And he's bowled a couple of times where I've thought, wow, he's really, really good. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Well, having said that, it's going to get away from Devendra Singh. It's going to... Davison gets around there to stop it from getting to the boundary. And a leg by is indicated.
It's good to see Davidson Romani in the side. He missed out yesterday. He was 12th man, I think, for a couple of the games. But he's a good young player as Davidson Romani.
Yeah. You mentioned before about the ins and outs, and you mentioned Sabah. So what's happened to Sabah Divisi?
He dropped a catch yesterday,
Uh-huh.
which he should have caught, and he's done his finger.
Oh, no.
So it's just a bit swollen. I don't know if it doesn't look broken, but but he's the nail on his fingers got like a stripe down it, which probably is not a really good thing.
No.
So
It's
hopefully he'll be out tomorrow as well. Hopefully he'll be right for next week. So
Okay.
it'll be hard to keep him out of the side.
Well, he can't cross his fingers, but we'll cross ours that he's going to be back for ECS action, which starts, well, for him, it will start on Thursday next week. The Challenger Division starts on Monday. Premier starts on Thursday.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back for that. I heard Dylan Stain might be up with Brno as well.
Oh, that'd be good.
Not sure about Riaz. Nice shot down the ground. Well, not attacked at all. It was, again, hit down the ground and just saving the runs. Again, I don't understand this. Is it modern cricket? I don't know. Attack it. Like it bounced right in front. I mean,
Just deciding to save the boundary rather than attempt to take a catch.
that's a real odd thing that I've seen in like cricket here on the continent.
True. Now, there's another chance here. This one's going to instead probably go all the way, and it does indeed go all the way for a big 6. Straight down the ground, just to the leg side. Nice stroke for a Maximo there. So, yeah, I agree. That previous the previous strike, it should definitely have attacked that one. And in the end, the next ball goes for 6.
Yeah, I mean, you need wickets. You know, it's a good batter as well that you're trying to dismiss, and you've got to make things happen. You just can't wait back and just I'm going to save 3 runs.
Yeah. I mean, look at the guy who was on strike. I mean, you want to get him. You want to make sure that you're charging after that catch and you get him. You know, it's. I've said it before a million times. My old coach from my North Ringwood days in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, Rodney Hogg, he used to say to the team all the time, want that ball to come to you. That's your mindset. I want that ball to come to me.
Yep.
And when the opportunity comes, you're going for it. You want to take that catch. You want to stop that ball. Just want the ball to come to you. And then that was a great example of, I'll just play it safe.
It's very defensive.
It is.
I don't sort of,
You're not going to get a wicket that way. That's the bottom line.
That's it.
Isn't it? And you need a wicket. They need to get into the batting lineup here. Well, the good news is that Davison Rahman is going to come up to bowl, and pretty sure this is his first appearance on the European Cricket Network. And in T20.
Yeah, I think it's his first appearance for the Czech side.
Stand corrected. Yep, of course he's played in ECS. But this is really big for him to play his first T20I, so we wish him well. He's going to get a chance to bowl the first over.
Plays for PCC here.
He does, that's right. Yep.
There are a few PCC players here, but not as many as what there were. Look, to be honest, looking at the lineup, there's Romani, there's Riddick Tomar,
Saba.
and Saba.
Who's
but
obviously out.
Saba started off as a barbarian, and Riddick started off as a Veneradian. So
Yeah.
there's of the old guard, they've sort of stepped aside a little bit of PCC. They've got some good players coming through though.
They do. Got some
and
good younger players.
I'm sure we'll see them eventually.
Ravi Solanki is one of them.
Yeah.
First ball, just over the head of the fielder. You heard the groan of disappointment from Danny. I was almost going to do the same thing, but that is agonisingly close. Agonisingly close to almost getting a wicket the first ball. Instead, it goes for 4.
Yeah, he just turned it around the corner and the fielder, he came in a little bit. It just went over his head. I don't think it was a chance.
No.
Let's have another look.
But watch the batter here. He doesn't really put everything behind it. He just guides it. Just guides it over the infield. In the end, it's actually a pretty good shot. Doesn't try to sort of get too much under it, or else it could have gone straight up in the air.
I don't know. It's Bilal is just offering. It's going to be called a wide. Nice take. He's not as fluid as what we've seen him in the past. Put it that way. He's offering slight chances.
Yeah.
And well, he offered a chance against Norway, and they took it. The Czechs had just been out of. Just a lot of balls have been out of reach.
Yeah.
So they need a break. Good pace there from Romani.
Oh, it's going to get through the infield. It gets through backward point.
That's a nice
And
shot.
all the way for 4 runs. It is indeed a nice shot. He's placed that perfectly. And the runs are starting to come now. The run rate's now picking up. It's going to tick upwards of over 8, having had that very slow start. But now this over has already gone for, what's that, 9 off the over so far. 10 off the previous over and 11 off the previous over to that. Starting to put together some big overs now.
The other thing is, I think, with the Czechs is, I mean, it's a new captain, Morley van Drassi, who's a very good. He's been captaining Barbarians very, very well.
Yep.
And he knows his players, but he doesn't have many Barbarians with him.
True.
It's a good ball there from Romani. So honestly, I think old Barbarians is in Sahil Grover. It's now playing for Bohemians, and I think Bohemians.
Yes, Bohemians, and then Divi, who's
Divi's
Barbarian.
Barbarian. But
That's it.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Saba, as I mentioned, was a Barbarian, but not really someone that Vadrasi necessarily knows. I mean, he knows him, but has not captained him before.
It's driven nicely down the ground, isn't it? Hits the foot, but it does stop getting through. I think it was going to slow down anyway, and anyway, the protection came running in there. So this over is, it's creeping upwards a bit. It's now 10 off the over. 11.
You saw with the previous game that everything was going towards fielders, whereas I think it's a little bit different here. I don't think the angles are necessarily right.
Ooh.
Just away from the fielder. It's a good example, actually.
Yep.
Whereas, as a new captain, you kind of put in players where you think you should for bowlers without actually having that experience of captaining the bowler. So,
yeah, it's a fair point, that. One more to come in this over. And, a couple of shots have gone in the air here, but he hasn't drawn a really rash shot. That last one was the one that probably closest went to hand. There's still a fielder down. I think he's doing his shoelaces at backward point. Might want to get up because I think Romani's ready to bowl.
he's putting his... did he blow a plugger?
I don't know. Maybe he had a blowout. He's got maybe those Reebok pumps and one of them's blown out. Remember the Reebok pumps?
I vaguely remember them.
I had a set of those. It's embarrassing.
Why am I not surprised?
They were shocking.
Iron Maiden and Reebok pumps.
Goes well together. Last ball, the over. It's going to be a dot ball. Nice way to finish that on. That is 5 overs gone, 39 on the board. Austria run rate just ticks below 8 as we look at the scorecard. 39 for no loss.
Yeah, Selmo's on 21, and it's Cambia. He hasn't really gotten going yet, but he does look for the bad ball and normally dispatches it. He's a good hitter, good clean hitter of the ball, is Cambia Singh.
Yeah, he's had 2 50s on the trot in this tournament, and he'd be eyeing off the potential to maybe get himself a third 50 if he's lucky against this Czech team. He'd be absolutely stoked to get that, and so would his team. You never know. Austria win the toss and elected to bat first. That's worth talking about because the Czechs were thinking they would love to have won the toss and bowled first. That's all worked out for everybody.
Yeah.
Bowling change now. It's going to be Venkatesh Magasharam to come on to bowl. Interesting before the power play finishes. So rolling the dice here, just slowing things down. Looking to see if Venki can pick up a vital breakthrough.
Yeah, just slowing the pace a bit. He's a bit of a medium pacer in a sense, Venki. He does get a bit of turn, but he bowled well yesterday, I think. Got two pretty good spinners in the side.
Yep.
And the skipper as well. Murali Vandrasi bowls more a leg spin, top spin type. A bit slower through the air than Venki. He's coming over the wicket. You see him quite often come around the wicket to right-handers. So I'll see what he does.
Interesting test here for Venki and for the Czech team. He's bowling against, well, Austria haven't lost a wicket yet, and Czechs haven't taken an Austrian wicket yet in this tournament.
Yeah, but Venki didn't bowl in the first game against Austria, so it's a bit fresh for these Austrians. But he did take a hat-trick a while ago. I think it was in Austria. He took a
in the
fifer.
ECI. Yeah, he did.
Yep. And,
Played very well.
So he's got a bit of a history against these Austrians. I think it was the Austrians he was playing.
I'm pretty sure it was. Here he goes. Let's see how they go.
That's a pretty steady start.
Nicely done. Just the single and a good straight delivery, that one. Just nice and full. Brings Bilal Zalmai on strike. He's on 21 from 13. And, he's batting in the previous two games. I think you described it as a little bit sketchy. And, it was he was going at like a runner ball in yesterday's match. And this morning just looked a little bit out of sorts. Now. Ooh, good shout. Plays across the line there. The ball was going was pretty much straight. Might have just done a bit too much. Watch this one again. I think it's hit him outside the line.
Yeah, I think so.
It's hard to see from that angle, but I get the feeling that's right. I thought it was coming a little bit more. But Bilal immediately looking to sweep him away. Charge, hit towards deep mid-wicket, and that is going to run away for 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4 runs. You see part of the crew down there. Hello there to Paolo. Walking the boundary line, just having a look towards the peas. He's going to collect some peas for his dinner tonight. That's what he's going to do.
That's what you do.
That's exactly what you do when
Steal
you
peas from a random Czech field.
That's right.
That's what dinner's like at ECN.
Yeah, a few of the crew were saying, why can't they be growing pumpkins and make that a pumpkin patch down there? I'm thinking, well, because it'd be too easy to find the cricket ball, that's why. Pumpkin patch. Imagine that was a pumpkin patch.
Terry's in the chat.
Terry's in the chat.
Yeah.
Hello to Terry. Terry O'Connor tuning in from Brisbane. How wonderful to see you there.
Yeah. He was one of the...
Just see what he said about your comment about the pumps and Iron Maiden. Can't compare. Terry O'Connor, the biggest Iron Maiden fan on the planet as far as I'm concerned. It's been... No. Well, that's interesting because Canopy is seeing he hit the ball and just stood there and put the hand up like a traffic cop said no, and Bilal was absolutely adamant there was a run there. That could have come undone pretty quickly. 45 for no loss, last ball of the 5th. Good over from Venki.
Oh, chance.
Now,
yeah.
Can this be caught? Players camped under it for an eternity. Oh, holds it on the juggle. Van Drassi holds the catch. Danny, just a moment. My heart leapt out of my chest just then because I saw that disappearing into the grass. He's held it though.
That was a good catch, and it was fairly simple. He got right in a position very early, so a big wicket there, and Venki gets one, and it's a big one as well. That's the end of Karanbir Singh.
Oh, this is a massive wicket that. Look at this. It was in the air for a long time. Watch Murali. He stands there for quite a while. Just, no, it's all right. I was always under control there. Looks as cool as you like, but I bet inside he's probably racing. His heart's probably going about 120 at the moment. But yeah, big wicket. You're right, Danny. Karanbir Singh goes 15 for 20.
Yeah, it's a good start. Good start from the Czechs, and good start for Venki. He's been in and out of the side, and honestly, I mean, he's such a positive figure around the team. Sometimes a bit too positive. You've got to kind of tell him to calm down and quieten down. But he is a really infectious character, and you need that in a team, especially when you have some players that aren't quite as vocal. Dylan Staines another one like that who never shuts up.
Yep, true.
And is a bit of an inspiration in the field.
Yep. Yeah, anyway, I'm still happy to see Rufus in the chat, and also spotted Jan Hivil in the chat as well. He's one of the youngsters from the Cricket Academy.
Ah, cool.
So good to see you, Jan. Thanks for joining us. He gives Terry a bit of a shout out as well. So welcome to everybody in the chat, and welcome to the Vinrush Cricket Down. It's your first time here. Welcome, Danny and myself, Phil G here on comms to take you through the action. And I can see, and Vinny's joined us as well to say hello. And he's reminding us that was Venky's 5 for 26, including a hat trick
Against Norway.
It was against Norway.
Yep.
In Dresden.
In Dresden. There you go. That's
So
a good my memory is.
Not quite Vienna.
No. I thought
Opposite direction.
Maybe they were playing against Austria as well.
But
I don't know.
He did play in Vienna last year.
I remember that clearly.
Because you and I were going to go at one point.
Yeah.
And I think I had to pull out because something came up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Anyway.
Actually, if you check the record books, he probably played the year, so I probably got belted for like 40 off 2 overs or something.
Yeah, that
It's
does
the complete
happen.
opposite.
It does happen. He had a tournament here a couple of years ago where it doesn't matter what he did, he was just getting smacked for 6.
Yep.
I think Sazib bouilloned him.
He got bouilloned.
And it didn't matter. He's like, what do I do? When he was captain, I said, what do I do? I said, just don't bowl yourself.
Exactly, right.
You know, but he is a good bowler. And,
He is a good bowler. Yep. He's an integral part of the team and a big part of Czech cricket as well. He's done a lot of work, so grats to Venky. Vandrasi Murali, who took the catch in that previous over, he's started proceedings here with just a couple of singles off his over.
Spin twins.
The spin twins on.
I know, that's good, I think.
Danny, I'm getting ants crawling across my keyboard here, and I'm really worried one of them's going to get inside. I can't afford to lose another laptop. I don't think
breeders.
I don't think
Get the queen in.
I don't think Renata's going to buy me another laptop if this one blows up.
At least yours didn't get smashed by a cricket ball in France.
Oh, that did not sound good at all when that happened. That's not good.
I had no idea where that ball was going. It got just above the awning of the igloo, and I got out of the way because I saw it relatively where it was going.
Yeah.
I thought, do I stick my hand down to try to close the laptop? And before I could even do it, it was gone.
Oh, no. Just been punched down the ground. Looks like another single there. So a couple of singles, a few dots, and a single there. It's going very well here. This is a good bowling effort from Vandrasi. The spin twins are doing the job here for Czech, and they've slowed things down nicely.
Joe Cope is in the chat. He was selected for the team, but he's done his shoulder.
Oh, no.
So he'd rather be at the pub rather than here, I think. Joe Cope with that injury.
Fair enough. Being cut away. That's going to race to the boundary line. Going to be cut off, though. The sweeper comes off the point boundary and gets the throw. Just keeps it to 1. That's a good over. That's only 4 runs from it. Murali Vandrasi, the skipper, leading by example there, putting the brakes on here. That run rate is down to 7 exactly. 49 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go in this game, but the Czechs are looking pretty good, especially with that wicket in the previous over. Yeah, Joe Cope's a pretty regular player in the quizzes. With Dr. Misha, he comes down quite often as well.
See them regularly when I turn up as well.
Yep. We almost killed Dr. Misha with one of our chili tastings. It wasn't good.
The very first hot nugs.
Yeah.
Is that why he's never turned up for anyone afterwards?
Oh yeah, no. He's a surgeon here in Prague. Is it to do with intestinal stuff?
Yep.
And he said that he really wanted to call like the ambulance, but he knows that if he went to hospital, that he would know the person dealing with him.
One of his colleagues would have to work on him.
Yeah. So he decided to tough through it. Ended up surviving.
Oh dear, that's terrible.
That was Australia's hottest barbecue sauce, which was evil.
Yeah, just for people who aren't sure what we're talking about, and if you've been part of ECN, then you'll know that Danny and I, we love doing something we call hot nugs, and it's hot sauces and with increasing temperatures, and we like to give it everything we've got, as much as the sauces do as well.
I ordered some sauces the other day.
Oh, you told me about.
I'll show you. I'll try and find you a list because I think it's an interesting choice.
I like to see what you got, just so I don't double up and get something that you've already bought, because I'm going to have to go shopping for a couple as well for our next session. Venky continuing here. Just push back. Oh, Venky doing the job, getting down to stop there, getting past him. Gets a generous applause from his teammates there. Venky is a real workhorse. He loves to be involved in everything in the field. And as Danny said before, he's incredibly positive, incredibly infectious with his positivity. That's clipped nicely down the ground. It's gone probably a bit more straighter than it was intended. And that's just going to be the one. So just one off the over, a couple of dots and a 1. Spin twins doing the job.
Terry's playing again.
He's playing? No way.
Oh, good. Have even returned to playing.
Wow.
Cricket?
Oh, congratulations, Terry.
Cricket.
Yeah, we're talking about cricket here. Terry, help us out. Or are you playing guitar again? He's playing bass guitar again.
This is in the air, and it's going back. 6 runs. Nice shot.
Yep.
And it's into the pea patch.
That is going well into the pea patch. And Dressy's got the job done there. In fact, I think he might have found it pretty quickly. Just fiddling around in there. Yeah, Terry, what are you playing? Is it bass guitar or drums or maybe on the harmonica? Or maybe the triangle? Help us out here.
I can imagine Terry playing
Harmonica?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he'd absolutely smash it, I reckon. He really would. He'd be really good. The funny thing that, you, me, Terry, and Charles all have in common, our first instruments we learnt was the bass guitar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All 4 of us, all from Australia.
Yeah. That
was our first instrument. Remember we flew to ECC-21 and we talked about that on the plane?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it turned out that Charles was exactly the same. Bass guitar, his first instrument.
It's good. I like the bass.
Bizarre. And just want to shout out to Joe Cope. Good to see you there as well. Give me a chance to say hello. Oh, they're still looking. Really? They're still looking for the ball.
Yeah.
That's taking way too long.
That's all right. We can have more chance to chat. Lots of peas getting destroyed. So.
She's speaking to Terry. I was a bit disappointed. Not disappointed, but I was in Romania, and then I realised when I was in Romania that Iron Maiden were playing here in Prague just last Saturday, just gone.
Yeah.
And I was a bit gutted that I didn't get a chance to go to that. Because you, me, and Terry went to the last time Maiden were here.
That's right.
Remember a couple of years ago?
That was hilarious.
You love that.
Yeah.
You were more loving the stage show production rather than everything else.
It was Spinal Tap like.
It was a little bit.
Really was Spinal Tap like.
It was really good.
So yeah, I mean I enjoyed it. I think it was really good fun. So but yeah, it was a little odd in places.
Here's something. Fun fact from Vinny in the chat. This Friday is the 5th anniversary of the first ECN match in Czech.
Oh, really?
13th of June 2020. It was the Barbarian Visigoths versus United CC.
That was me and Terry.
That was you and Terry. That was the Super Series.
Yes.
Wasn't it? That was the 4-week Czech Super Series.
Was it 4 or 5?
I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. I wasn't.
I think it was 5, including the finals.
Yeah, I wasn't in the scene at that point.
There were two rounds here.
Yeah.
There was one at Velvari and one in Brno, and then the finals, I think.
Oh, okay.
So it was
5 weeks then.
Yeah, it was 5 weekends.
Yeah, 5 weekends. Sorry. Yeah, not 5 weeks. Not.
I had Oki, the commentary dog, with me, which was good fun.
Yeah.
You know, she enjoyed it.
There you go. So after all that, Venki continues. They did get the pill. It's been smashed away again. This time it's going to be stopped before it gets the boundary line. So just one there. So if you missed it, because it was a while ago now, it was a 6 off the 4th ball, the over, and a single. And Venki looking to finish strong here in this over.
And just worked away on the leg side.
Yeah, finishes nicely there. It's going to be, well, barring any crazy overthrows, that's going to be 9 off the over. So Venki doing all right here. 1 for 15 off 2. You can hear a mower somewhere in the background mowing something. Probably get him to go down to that area just behind the boundary line there. Maybe give it a bit of a haircut. Might help us out. Probably chop up a whole bunch of big white potato looking things.
Yeah, that's couldn't do the blades much good.
No. All right. What have you found?
Nothing yet.
Oh, okay. I thought you were ready to tell me about the sources.
Yeah, I will, but...
Okay. Bilal Zamai, 35 from 22. Putting together a good innings here. Only 4 extras so far. Only a couple of wides in 8 overs. That's pretty good bowling from the Czechs. And 58 for 1 after 8. I think that's been a pretty good start from both. I think Austria just biding their time, and the Czechs are bowling a pretty good game here. Terry just confirmed a 5-week Czech Super Series. Thanks for that, Terry.
Yeah.
There you go. So, yeah, you were right what you said.
It was good fun.
Oh, and he confirmed it's cricket he's playing.
It is cricket.
It is cricket, yep. Confirmed. Used to play it back in...
Is it old man cricket or?
The over 50s or something.
Yeah, could be.
Well,
I don't know. He does tend to snap pretty quickly. This Terry. This is in the air, and it's going to be 6.
Oh, tossed up a bit too high, that one, Danny. That just got put out of the ground. Really missing his length there. Not a good delivery. That was a good strike, though. Got onto that so quick.
Yeah. So I'm struggling with, because I've got the new tablet, and for some reason it's not just working at all. So.
Is it not picking up the internet? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is now, I think. Oh, I'm not sure, actually. It's just annoying.
This technology
it's
thing.
It's not connected. See, a while ago, I've hot spotted the computer, which
Yeah.
works fine.
Yeah.
But then this thing's just going like, nah. It's not going to work.
So you can't find it.
I
Do you want
can't-
to see if you can find my
Oh,
hotspot?
it's fine. No, I'm going to give up
Okay.
on technology.
All right, we'll talk about the sources later on then, because I'm interested to know which ones you picked
I
up.
will show you.
All right, cool. 64 for 1. Van Jesse got taken down the ground for a big Maximo, but since then he's come back with a couple of dots. They need to keep it nice and tight, the Spin Twins. Looking to get their spinning attack maybe out of the way at this point, just so they're not going to be there bowling at a time when Austria want to put the foot down. So this is not bad so far. Oh, it's a bit short. It's whipped away. The race is on.
It looks like Terry got the band back together. He's playing with the guys he used to play in the 90s and 2000s.
Oh, okay, nice one.
Good on you, Terry.
Speaking of getting the band back together, did you like the picture of...
Did.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah. I'm playing guitar on there for some reason.
Your bass guitar.
No, that's a guitar.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Nah, it should be a bass guitar.
All right,
it
let me
should
have a look
be-
at it.
It should be a bass.
Let me have a look at it. Because
Because I did 2 pictures.
Yeah.
But you're the bass guitarist on both.
okay, I look like a guitar, but maybe I'm wrong. Explain it. Explain it. It's really fun.
Okay. So all I did was I found an AI face swap app. And I took a picture of, the biggest hard rock band in the world, Metallica. And I put your face, my face, Rico's and Vinny's face onto the band. And lo and behold, we look like we've got the band back together again.
That is definitely a guitar, Phil.
Is it just a normal guitar?
It's got 6 strings.
There's a 6-string bass. But the person you're on, that's weird. That's weird.
It's a
Maybe
guitar.
I'll swap that round. Okay, so in that case, you're Kirk with
Yeah.
with that guitar.
Yeah.
Vinny is James. Obviously, the main frontman there.
Yeah.
I must be therefore Rob, the bass player, with the cap on.
Yeah.
And Rico is Lars with the soft hat.
Rico looks really good. Looks very svelte in his leather jacket and his beanie.
That picture there, that one there, straight off the plane from Eastern Europe. That is what that photo is. That is a cutting edge picture. That one.
Yeah. Anyway, no one knows what we're talking about, so let's get back to the cricket, Phil.
I'll tell you what. Anyone who's in the ECN family chat on YouTube, on Facebook, I'll put that picture in there. That shot has been absolutely clumped over the top of cover boundary for a 6. That is Bilal kicking on here. He is racing along. He's into the 40s now.
I was saying that Bilal looked a bit sketchy. He's not looking sketchy at all. He's looking pretty good. So that's it's more like what we expect from Bedal Zalmay.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing this because he's starting to break through the shackles, get away. He's the only shining light out there. Basir Khan, who actually batted number 11 in the previous game, he's out there now. He's coming in at first drop. So he's had a reversal of fortune. He's on 11 from 10 as a light A plane goes overhead. You can see there in the shot there. We see many aircraft here at Vinage, many. We're sandwiched between 2 fields, pretty much.
There was a vintage one who went past.
Vintage?
Silver one with a... this is another good shot. That's another 6.
Oh, that's out of the ground. That's way... That's gone so far back. Oh, boy. That's danger signs now. Absolute danger signs as Rudraj Margaret has to go a long way back. That travelled all of 80 metres.
So, Benke, see if he comes back.
Yeah, needs to be careful here. He's getting a little bit expensive now. He's gone for 27 from 2.2.
He's got a bit of revenge.
Comes back with a dot.
He's got the batter on his backside. I think he's okay, though. Oh, it's a cramp.
Oh, dear. Yep. He's... don't know what he's asking for. There's a few sort of... he was trying to tell the keeper and Venki, look, just push back on that. He's gone down pretty quickly. Watch this again. Goes to spin it round. Oh, that ball was ricocheted just slightly up towards the... I'm not sure if it hit him in the grill. I don't want to see that one more time, but...
I think he was the first man there.
Yeah, I hope he's all right.
I think he will be.
It's not exactly... It's not warm conditions. It's quite cool still out there as well. It's still a bit of a breeze. It's lucky if it's 19, 20 degrees at the moment out there.
Kids, that's why even when facing spinners, you should wear a helmet. It's
Yep.
going to do a concussion test.
I agree. If you don't like playing in a helmet, what I suggest you do is you jump into the nets and you put that helmet on and you practice with the helmet on. That's what I didn't do. That's what I didn't do because I just never had a chance to get to the nets. And as soon as I started, after I got hit in the face back in 2010, I think it was, my batting just got worse and worse because I couldn't bat with the helmet on because I never tried.
To be fair, Phil, you do have a pretty big melon. Do you find a helmet to fit you?
No, it has to be custom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just got too much grey matter under the skull there, unfortunately.
It's oozing out.
It is. Every time I pick my ear, there's some brain coming out. That is also coming out of the ground. That's another strike. So this over is going to be pretty ugly for Czechs and Czech supporters to be reading as that one goes downtown for another Maximo. So there was that one dot ball where we had a bit of a concussion test and a cramp break. But we've had 3 sixes in this over. And Venky's, looks like he's found Venky's length here.
Yeah, and Venky's doing a bit of the Groundhog Day thing. He's just putting him in the same spot pretty much. And it's the same result. A couple of balls left of this over. He's still got a chance to make a bit of a comeback. He did hit him in the helmet, and then he went down for a cramp. But that's a 50 up for Zalme.
Indeed. I've only 28 deliveries, and you feel that acceleration has just come like in the last maybe 3 overs.
And
he's not done. One. He's not done. That's the biggest of the lot. That has gone past that little what is that, nest box there, and that's into the very, very long, tall undergrowth there. Oh, be careful. Put a rope around that player. We never find him again. That's gone so far back. It's not funny.
Yeah, well.
Yep, that's the biggest of the lot. Wow.
That's just how he can bat. Bilal, I remember a few years ago in a Continental Cup, he was the difference between the two sides.
Yeah.
And he hit 100 that day and took the victory away from the Czechs. This one is just over the top of the fielder.
Ooh.
And that was Piyush Bagel there. And it went just over the top, another 4 runs. And big over here for Austria. At the end of 10 there, 94 for 1.
Yeah, 28 runs off it, Danny. That's not good for the Czechs. For Austria, however, it breaks the shackles and it pushes their run rate up to 9.4 after 10. And so that's going to be really positive for them. That's, really something else there. Let's have a look at Group B matches in Hornchurch. So, matches 26 through 30. We've already gone through, I think, a couple of those games. Gagan versus Old Brentwoods, then CFS Pinnacle Pro versus Old Brentwoods, and the lunchtime match, Gagan take on CFS Pinnacle Pro. The afternoon match, match 29, Gagan versus Haveling 11. That's the match where we believe that Kev Kroom 111 from the chat with the spanner. He'll be making his appearance there. And then match number 30, it's Haveling back against CFS Pinnacle Pro. And Kev, you're probably not even on the chat anymore because you had to hand your phone in. But if this gets through to you, good luck today.
Yeah, good luck. And we'll be, I could probably watch in the background somehow if I could get my...
We can set it up somehow.
Yeah, if I got my my thingy with my tablet going. Because it just, I don't get technology. I do. I'm actually not too bad with technology. I use it all the time. Just when it doesn't work, I want to smash it.
Can I just say something here? Terry's getting stuck into me because I'm not very tall.
Yeah.
You see that? Phil is also quite close to the ground, so it's easy for the ball to reach his noggin. That's fair. That's fair. I am quite short. I don't have trouble going under bridges and things like that. So yeah, that's a fair call, Terry. Actually, speaking of that, Terry, I will send you that picture that we're talking about with regards to the Metallica ECN one. I'll actually try to ping that to him in the next few minutes. Just give him something to laugh about. So we've had the little drinks break there, and we're going to resume. And just those last couple of overs. Well, the last over goes to 28. Previous to that, it was 8 runs and 9 runs. So that last over, it's just broken the shackles a bit here.
Yeah, it's hurt, isn't it?
And it's going to sting the Czechs. They're going to feel a real pinch now because they're going to think, well, if they've done that off that 10th over, we could be hiding to nothing as, well, Bilal Zama, he's gone to 64 from 30. And, it doesn't matter Bashir Khan whether he bats at the bottom or the top of the order. He just has to sit there and just lend support. But Venky is 1 for 43 off his 3, and that's not good for the Czechs.
We've got to change a bowler as well. It's Sazi Buyan, and he's pretty much medium pace. He's got surprising pace. It's not super slow.
Yeah.
But is nowhere near express, and he doesn't do much with the ball. First time I saw him, he was restricting batters quite nicely. It just depends on how he goes. Good start from him, because I've seen him get absolutely hammered, but I've also seen him contain very well and get a few wickets.
Funny enough, I was going to say exactly the same thing. I've seen him come on and, get taken to the cleaners for a couple of overs. Then sometimes he's come on and picks up 3 wickets for nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's an all-or kind of bowl.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good assessment.
Just hits it down to the ground. Going to be a single here. Yeah, but they're desperate for a breakthrough, the Czechs. They really need to get a little bit of, just maybe a little bit of luck going their way. You know, just something to happen for them. Because they've only got 1 wicket, and that was, well, that seems like ages ago now.
Yeah. It was a big wicket in Cairnbeer, but Bilal has taken the game away from them with that, especially with that last over. But they do need wickets, and they need to contain to around about 150. I think anything above that's going to be a difficult ask for the Czechs. Oh, it gets funky. Nice shot, reverse sweep, and his confidence is right up now. Bilal, that's a nice shot. Look at this one, Phil.
Danny, I'm going to go early here. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's someone really in control of his destiny here. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say he's on century watch. He's looking good.
Are you trying to jinx him?
No. Perish the thought. Perish the thought. Never.
Commentator's curse.
And I'm probably the worst in ECN commentators' history with commentators' curse. My track record is absolutely filthy.
Oh, I got him. Phil. Oh,
right on cue.
Done.
How about that?
The Czechs need a breakthrough, and it's Phil G that provides it.
That's incredible. Bowled, Bhuyan, stumped, Devendra Singh, called Phil G.
I tell you what, a really good take from Divi Singh. Let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, front on to show this.
You see him come down the wicket, good bowling, and well, Divi Singh. As I said, I think both of that's out clear,
nicely taken.
But I think 2 good keepers in both Divi Singh and also Sahil Grover. I just think Divi's better with the stumpings, and he's got quick hands, whereas I don't think Sahil's as quick. So I think that's the advantage that for me that Divi Singh has over Sahil with the keeping. We saw Sahil with 2 yesterday, but nice take, and that's a quite easy decision there for the umpire. Big wicket for the Czechs. Brings a new batter out. Still another good one in Akib Iqbal, the captain.
Yeah, big wicket that. Bilal was, well, I know, I'm surprised he doesn't come marching into this, into the commentary bin here and give me a little bit of a backhander for the commentary curse. But it has happened. It has gone down, and that's a big blow. But it's an important blow for the Czechs to keep themselves in the game here. As captain gets off the mark immediately with just a push into the covers.
Well, does Venki get another over now?
You're the captain. What do you do? Would you give him another over?
No. No. I mean, the threat's gone, but still, I mean, it's
yeah.
No.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh.
They're asking the question. They feel there's something.
Not out. I do like the way Divi appeals.
He asked the question to the batter as well.
Did he?
Yeah. Watch this replay. I don't know if we'll follow it all the way through.
It's pretty close, but I like how he jumps up and down.
I thought he was looking at square leg until he walked past him. Then he said, "What do you reckon?" The batter just goes, "Keep going." 11 overs gone. The 100 up, by the way. 100 for 2 is the score. Austria going along quite nicely here.
Yeah, they are. But, they did lose a big wicket in that over. So we'll see. It'll be David Romani coming up from the Chateau end. I think it's a good move here from Van Drassi. And Romani went for 11 off his first over, but looked pretty good, actually. To be fair, he was bowling with good pace.
The chat slid up with my commentator's curse. I do apologise to all the Austrian fans for that.
Well. When you get the feeling again, Phil, and the Czechs need a wicket. So.
Oh dear. I am the unofficial 13th man.
I love it.
We continue though. So 11 overs gone, and it's going to be Davison yet to come on. He's changed ends then, so because he came up from the top end earlier.
Yeah.
Try one more time. This time from the the chateau end of the ground. Would you call this top end? Would you call that maybe the city end? Would that be fair?
This end? The
Yeah.
city, Prague's that way, isn't it?
That way.
Is it?
Yeah, because that's north.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So you'd have to go south and sort of behind, literally behind the hut, keep going that way.
Okay.
Behind the bin. But yeah, because I mean, we call it like the golf course end, but then the clubhouse is over there, and I don't know. It's a hard one because there's not much south of here apart from we got to go a long way.
Austria.
Okay, coming in from the Vienna end of the ground. Can we say that then?
I think, did we call, I don't know if it was called the Banks end. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay.
Banksfield and the near end and the far side.
The southern end of the
Oh,
ground.
no.
You don't like that?
No.
Well, we've got a great southern stand.
Yeah, but that's not here.
It's a bench. We have a bench over there. The scaffold end.
Scaffold. I don't know.
Nah, we'll figure something out.
It's the golf course is in that direction, so it could be the golf course end.
Okay, the golf course end. No, fair enough.
But the chateau end is pretty normal. The chateau end and the non-chateau end.
The non-chateau end. Well, if someone says which end's he bowling from, you just go, not the chateau end.
Not the chateau end.
Yeah, the other one. We'll call it the other end.
The other end.
We'll just call it the other end.
Yeah. All right. It is
But,
the other
but,
end.
then every ECS, they're bowling from the other end. It might get confusing.
It might. That's all right.
Romani's bowling a little bit better here then. So it's been... Just get on the right page, Phil, and I can tell you what's happening there. So they started with a boundary, and it's just been a couple of ones. So settling down into bowling from the chateau end. Let's see how he goes here. Looking to maybe try and pick up his first wicket in T20I. Nice. Another dot. Dots are good. Dots are very good.
Yeah, it's as I said, I rate Romani's bowling. I think he's a good player, good inclusion in this Czech side. Considering there are a few players out. You look at the bowling that's not present for the Czechs in this game. As Ronnie comes in again, it's going to be, I think,
Leg buys, I think.
leg buys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
I said not out. Yeah, when you look at the danger that Riaz Afridi brings, you got Sudesh, who's probably, he's past his best with the bowling, but still a very, very good bowler. You got Shub Chowdhury out.
Yep.
So Romani to come in is actually pretty good. This one's hit down the ground, just a single.
Yeah, just the one down there. Yeah, that's a good shout, that. Joe Cope in the chat, he says the golf course end and the Zarmek end. Terry says used to always be the Chateau and the Banks end.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep. So I guess, and then Sarab Kakari's jumped in. Hello, Sarab. He says the crop end and the golf end.
The crop end.
Crop end. Well, the crops keep changing, so you can't call it the pumpkin patch or the potato field.
It's now the pea patch.
The pea patch. It is indeed the pea patch. Vinny Sandu congratulating me on my comment for this goes into the Commentator Curse Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It was a classic, you have to admit. Even I'm shocked by that.
Absolute beauty.
You know what? If I retired now, my life would be complete. I would absolutely be. All due respect to the.
That's how much value you.
That's how much value I put behind my commentator's curse. That is the commentator's curse of curses. No one can outdo me there.
My life is complete.
Exactly.
Phil G.
Hey, quick shout out to Terry too. Terry, I've sent you a photo via our messenger. I think you need to have a look at that and let us know if you think it's up to quality. That's, of course, the band photo that you and I were talking about just a few moments ago. 108 for 2 at the start of the 13th. And there's a lot of work here to be done. It's Sazib who's coming in again. It is.
Well, he got a good wicket in the last over.
He did.
He's bowled pretty well, Sazib Bouillon.
He only went for 6 runs. He got 1 for 6. So he's just gone for just that single so far. So this is good for him. This is a good return for him. And Czech's looking to put the brakes on. Keep that run rate. Well, get it down below 8. Keeps going. Oh, that's going to get away, though. Just going to turn for 2, I would say, on the arm. Yeah, easy 2 in the end.
And it's going to be called a wide. So 3 runs to the total.
There you go. So expected score. The computer suggests expected score of 193. That seems like...
It does have mystical powers, Phil.
It does indeed, doesn't it? I mean, I don't like to argue with computers. I mean, you know, I've seen Terminator. I don't know what can happen.
Oh,
There's no one at the stumps at the bowler's end.
grabby.
Don't make me upset, folks. I don't like that. Don't like it at all. And then bowler standing mid-pitch with his arms open saying, what were you doing?
Well, he's just bowled a wide that he's just stood there.
Yeah, hands on hips, shy at the other end. Now, seriously, people, that sort of thing needs to be cleaned up. That's not good.
No, it's not at this level, not at any level. I mean, it's anyway.
Never mind.
Let's keep going.
Try to be too harsh. Hit nicely along on the carpet there. There's a boundary rider out on the offside. Takes care of that. So the score's going nicely. The run rate is now up over 9, thanks to probably what Bilal did in the last few overs.
Yep.
Until his unfortunate demise. Thanks very much in place to Phil G. And Sazib is bowling pretty nicely.
You're taking credit for that wicket, aren't you?
I am indeed. I have to.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, who was the bowler? It was these ants all over my keyboard.
Yeah,
You're
me
really
too.
annoying me.
They're getting in my coffee as well, which is not good.
That's a capital punishment where I come from. Yeah, I just don't want one of these ants crawling into the keyboard. Oh, apparently we've got them in production as well. Bit of an ant problem. I may have to get some ant rid or something.
I had an ant problem in Hungary, where they were crawling all through my bag, and when I'd get home, they'd be like, get back to the hotel, I'd open the bag, and there were ants everywhere. But they formed a little colony in my hotel room. I'd come home and I had pets. Oh, this is in the air. Could be caught and gone.
Taken. Oh, I saw wicketkeeper Devendra Singh running hard there. Heart in the mouth for just a moment, but nicely taken. Another breakthrough. Sazib Bulyan returning his captain's trust. Gets another wicket there. Important wicket, that one.
Yeah, it's... I'll get a good view of it here. Looks like... is it Piyush Baghel out there?
I think it's Piyush, yep. And so Basir Khan has to go. Tried to sort of accelerate, get things moving there. Gives a fist bump to his opposite number who's coming in. So that is the second wicket to fall. So that's pretty good. Yeah, it is indeed a Piyush who takes a good catch under a little bit of pressure from Devendra Singh. I was in two minds. In that situation, the wicketkeeper says to the fielder, you've got it, or does the wicketkeeper say, I've got the gloves, I should have had it?
Well, no, I mean, look, he was always running away from it, and he saw the fielder there who was under it. And I think as long as the fielder's called it, I think the fielder has every right to just to take a simple catch rather than have the keeper running away from it.
Yeah.
Like the ball running away from him.
And the fielder was settled as well.
Yes.
So you're right. Divi's running sort of like with the ball, which is always going to be difficult.
We'll call it good communication.
I think so too. That was the end of the over. As we continue here, this shot though is not going to be stopped. That's going to get to the boundary line. Nice strike, that one. Oh, Ramani, he's searching for a wicket as well, seeing that there was a wicket just earlier. It's going to be Rasmo Shigiwal comes out to bat.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You've got a wicket going down, then you've got a player like Raswell Shigiwal who missed out on the last game. He rarely misses out twice in a row.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a difficult one for the Czechs as well.
Yeah, he got, if you missed it, Rasmo Shigiwal went to a first ball in the previous match for an absolute screamer of a catch. Oh. Gets away with that. There's a bit of a Bronx cheer from the Austrian dugout there. I think they saw a little bit of something funny in that as well. But there's nobody there. It's actually safe as houses to play that shot, to be perfectly honest. There is no one there. Where is third man? He must be quite wide. I can't see from my angle if he's the third man out there. Can you see one?
No. Let me get closer to the door.
I'm not trying to send you out of the door, out of the bin.
No, he's very wide. There is a third man, but very wide. But a big gap between the keeper and that player. No one in slip, no one in gully, and goes in the same direction.
Oh, I just had a feeling it was going to happen.
It's just going to be a 2. Well run by the Austrians.
It's well run indeed. That looks like it's Venki who's got the job patrolling that part of the ground.
About 150 metres. Yeah.
That sounds like about what Venki's usually in charge of. You look after 100 metres that way.
They've brought a player in, and that's the thing is that if you don't have a fielder there, it's such an easy shot. Anything outside of stumps, just a gentle dab for at least a couple of runs, if not more.
Yeah. 128 for 3, halfway through the 14th. Just a reminder, Austria won the toss, wanted to have a bat first, and that's looking pretty good to me. Like a good decision. Clipped nicely. Should go straight to that man. There he is there, our good mate Venkatesh Magasharam, who gets the ball back quickly.
This is what I'm saying with a new captain in Murali Vandrasi.
Yeah.
So he's obviously the bowler doesn't have a bowling plan because it's the first time probably that he's captain him.
True.
So where is Romani putting it? What's his guide from these from his captain?
Yeah.
Whereas you look at the Austrians and the Norwegians, and they've got captains have been around the traps for quite a while, and experienced players who they'll know where the bowling is and what the bowling plan is.
That's a really good point.
So I don't think Vandrasi's got his angles right. There are very few tactics, I think, going with his bowlers. So it's just a matter of experience and getting used to it. If he stays as captain, Vandrasi.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, you've got Dylan Stain, who often captains the side. Who's out.
Yeah.
Arun Ashokan has been back in India, and he just recently come back from India, and hasn't been really in the lineup for quite a while. Ed Knowles was the captain a few years ago. He's in America.
Yeah.
But they're looking for someone new, and I think Vandrasi is a good shout. I think he's a good captain, but he just needs to get more familiar with the way that his bowlers bowl and how they want to, if they want to discuss it, especially with team management and Kushal Mendon, the new captain, new coach. But I think there's potential there.
Yeah, I think it's a really good shout. I see exactly where you're coming from there. It's got to be tough to take over the captaincy of a national team when you're captaining people that maybe you're just used to playing against.
Yeah.
And it needs to be more of a sit-down discussion to understand. This is how we should do the field. Where are you going to bowl to? Talk to me about where you want the field. Now let's make sure we get that happening. Because if you can't get that field right with a new bowler, how are you going to get wickets? How are you going to contain runs? You're blindly hoping that the batter makes a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Vandrasi is going to continue. Still got 2 overs left.
It's
hit on the back foot.
Yeah.
Nice shot though, just down the ground, just the single. And it looks like that's Ritik Tomar. Well, he hasn't had a bowl yet, has he?
No, I think they've a bit like Saba. They sort of they've stopped him from bowling a little bit because he's very one pace. He's very up and down.
Yeah.
I guess of all those bowlers, I mean, Sazi Bhuyan's a little bit the same, but he does have a little bit more about him, I think. Not saying Tanky's a bad bowler. I'm sure we'll be seeing bowl in the ECS.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I think he is a bit one-paced for this type of quality that they'll be playing against.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? That you see a lot of teams in Europe where they have, and we talked about this in T10, all-rounders.
Yeah.
And I sometimes get the feeling where I just say everyone's an all-rounder. Everyone's learnt to bat, everyone's learnt to bowl, and that one's out of the ground. I didn't have to crane my head to look around the corner. I could just tell by not just the batter's strike and the way the umpire craned his head, but just the body language. That one was out of the park.
Yeah, it's just got in a position well. The batter. Let's have a look. We'll get a good look at it here. Got in position, had plenty of time.
Oh yeah,
and just absolutely hammered it. And Akib, he's a good quality batter at the top of the innings here for Austria.
Yeah, he's caned that one. Nice shot indeed. 137 for 3, only halfway through the 15th. Big score coming up if these two stick around, especially if Razmal gets onto a heater, which, you know what, he's every chance to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's have a look at Akib Iqbal. I was saying earlier in the previous match about his bowling prowess. He's known for his bowling, but his batting has gotten a lot better in the last few years. But as a bowler, 5 for 5, 59 wickets before this tournament, and he's got the best bowling average of 20.25 of the Austrian players. There you go. Most career runs, Razmal Shigawa.
Yep.
In T20I, that is, in T20I. Over 1,100 runs.
That's scrappy.
That is a bit poor. Look, they've taken a single on it. How easy was that? And Sazib just unimpressed with himself there, throws the ball back to his skipper via the ground. 140 for 3, 5 overs to come. This could be a really big 5 overs coming. You just trembling slightly. I am.
Look, to be honest, whatever the score, say if they get 180, 190, it's possible for the Czechs to get that if they bat with some sort of application.
Okay.
I don't think they were as well prepared as these other two sides.
Yeah.
As we see here, this is what's happening tomorrow. Czechia against Norway, and then Norway against Austria right at the end. You had to probably think that Norway, Austria there is going to be the decider. It was a good game in the last one with Austria trying to claw back that total. But the Czechs, I mean, they, as I said, I think they're underprepared. But they have players who can score runs and score them quickly, especially on this pitch. And it doesn't take much. It just sometimes it just takes one partnership really to put pressure on the bowling. And you'll get with any game, you'll get a bowling team that they don't know where to bowl to a batter. Yeah, they'll start to they'll put one short and it'll be hooked away. They'll pitch one up, it'll be hit back over their heads.
Yep.
And it doesn't take much, and there's enough quality in this Czech side to be able to reach most of these totals.
True.
So, but doing it is another thing. Mishra coming on. A good bowling change, I think.
Yeah, definitely good bowling change, that one. Mishra only goes for 9 of his first 2, and they're going to be looking for him to try to deliver something similar to what he's done previously to make sure this expected score doesn't hit the 190s, which it's currently looking like at the moment.
Yeah, Mishra will try to keep it nice and tight.
So Abul Fahad has got 2. Mishra, this is his 3rd. Then who would you turn to? Maybe Sazib for one more?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's taken a couple of wickets.
Or Maruli?
It's difficult.
Well, Sazib's got 2 for 16 from 2. Maruli's got none for 23 from 3. So if you're talking about economies, you probably, well, there's not much between them, to be perfectly honest. Dot ball there. Dot ball's a good ball for Mishra.
I'm sure they'll stick with the same lot of bowlers. There are other bowlers. I mean, Sahil Grover even bowls. He's not a bad bowler. But there's Riddick Tomar. Ruturaj can bowl as well. But honestly,
you can imagine bringing a medium pacer on now to this man, and he would just tear him to pieces. That's what would for me. That would scare me.
Would you bring Venki back?
No. No, I think his bowling in this today is done, as that is put out of the park, and that's what that man Shigawa can do. He's gone crash crunch, but kindly enough, he's hit it close to a one of the ball retrievers, and I reckon he's found it as well. He's almost got it. He's almost. Stay with us. He's got it.
Yeah.
Well done. That's why you got the high vis coat on, and well done, sir. So he's done the right thing. He's hit it straight to him.
Viz? It's grey, Phil. That's the lowest viz you can get.
It was a high vis. It's just been washed a few times, that's all. It was. Tucked away here. Just goes just in front of square, just for the one run.
Do you know the story about, I know you're not much of a football fan, as in the one where you actually kick it rather than, anyway.
Don't you kick a football anyway?
Yeah, it depends on the football.
Okay, yeah.
So Man United infamously played in a grey kit once, and I'll come back to it.
Lofted. Oh, is that out of the park, isn't it?
Shot.
Wow. Crunch. And the skipper, poor old Maruli, has to go searching for another one down in that part of the ground. Oh, that hurts. As a skipper, that hurts when you go look for a lost ball.
Yeah. So anyway, going back to Man
kit,
United,
yes.
they had a grey kit.
Yeah.
And they were down, 3-0 or something at half-time. I can't remember what the score was, but they reckon they couldn't see each other on the field. That was their excuse, because they all, they were just grey and nondescript.
They blended into the background.
That
maybe
was what they were blaming. Yeah.
Well, was the audience? Was the crowd also wearing grey or something? They just blended into the background. How strange to hear that, though.
So, but that was infamous. But I don't think they can blame grey kits on how they're playing at the moment. Man United. That's a team that's falling apart.
Yeah, that is so true.
It's good to see.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
And I don't follow usually the round ball sport. It's not my thing. It's not my bag.
Yeah.
But I do get those sorts of the Man U things, and and people laughing at expensive teams that are traditionally been pretty big.
Yeah.
That's been hit all the way along the carpet, and it is Venki who has to run across there to save the day, as he does as the sun bursts out from beneath some clouds.
Talking about expensive teams, PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, who won the Champions League, they beat Inter Milan 5-0 in the final, and they looked magnificent.
Yeah.
Like really fantastic side. Very young as well. They have the largest wage bill of any team. That was last year, I think.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if it's settled at all, but in wages alone, they pay 659 million euros a year.
I'm not going to say what I just mouthed then, but are you kidding me?
It's so much ahead of anyone else. It's ridiculous.
That's stupid money. That's crazy.
But yeah.
And all paid for by the fans. With the help from the sponsors.
Qatari government.
Yeah, well, fair
I
enough.
think it's Qatar. Yeah.
What else are they going to spend money on, I guess?
Yeah.
There you go. So 16 overs gone, 158 for 3 on the board. That run rate 9.9. Expected score now over 200. And I would agree that is fair enough to say that is looking like that's going to be a target over 200. It's going to be a very long afternoon with the batting.
Well, again with the Czechs, look, that's the Scott Page bench with foliage.
Well, that needs a bit of attention.
It does. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they probably won't reach a total, the Czechs, right? But they at least need good partnerships. They need to work as a team and just get some runs, because yesterday was not good with the bat.
Yep, I agree.
So
it's a great opportunity for them to literally say that. I know it sounds defeatist, but if they're chasing 200, they might say, let's be competitive. Let's get some partnerships happening, and let's get a score on the board.
Yeah.
You know, let's not fold like grandma on wash day and get done and dusted in half an hour. Let's make sure we play here.
The thing is, as I mentioned, there are players in this side, even without some of the top guns like say Dylan Stain and Sudesh, there are good enough players here to be able to get most scores, but they've got to apply themselves, and that's what I don't think they did. I think Phil's just been attacked by ants in the headphones.
I think I had an ant inside one of my headsets. That's it. Just suddenly my earlobe tickled, which was really uncomfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, is that out of the ground?
Yeah.
Oh, that's landed very close to the car park. Oh, pheasant.
Oh, yeah.
Running through the car park. There it is. Someone get it. That's dinner. Why is no one going after that pheasant?
Finlay's Chicken, if you're watching.
Finlay's Chicken, we need
Free
you here.
pheasants.
Could have been a pheasant. Yeah, there's a few of those around the ground, but you see clear as day. There he is from behind the BMW. Just going, oh, hang on. No.
Yeah. You can hear it. I tell you what, you used to be able to hear peacocks, but I haven't heard them for a while, so I think they must have moved the peacocks off.
Oh.
Because that was in the
I
hotel.
remember that.
Yeah.
They are loud.
They are loud. Oh, that's an ugly looking shot.
That's not how you play that shot. I don't care how experienced you are. That's not how you play that shot.
He almost rammed it into his face.
Rasmus gets up with a big grin on his face. You're supposed to get something behind it, some of the body, and in the end, just nah. Oh dear. Could have really come unstuck there in a painful way, but he's okay. Just falls on his moneymaker.
There you go. Vinny's put a link to the kit.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Vinny. Well, slow ball there from Fahad. Gets seen early though, and just hit down the ground just for one though. 166 for 3. 2 to come in the 17th. It's looking problematic now. But yeah, I think just to finish that point you said before, when the Czechs come out to bat, it'd be interesting to see what frame of mind they've got. But it needs to be something solid. If they don't make the score, they don't make the score. Yeah. But it's got to be them being solid, and they've got to play well together as a team, as a unit.
Yeah.
Two batters putting on partnerships. That's what they need to see.
I'm sure that's what Cushy Mendon's going to be telling them.
Yep. Agreed.
So, because I mean, look, they're with this tournament, the Czechs, I mean, they're at home, but it's a free hit. There are two teams who are significantly higher than in the rankings.
Yep.
If they get a win from against either of these two sides, then their ranking points actually jump quite considerably. So it is a free hit.
Yeah.
The pheasants are revolting. Love it.
Yeah. Dion comes up with an absolute pearl. There's been a couple of good comments from some of our chatters today. We've really enjoyed your company. And everyone else above it is saying, yum. Nice one, guys. Nice one. I've never had pheasant. I'm just trying to think. Have I had pheasant? No, I don't think I have.
I think I might have once, but I don't remember it. So, maybe not.
No. Must taste like chicken, though, surely. 17 overs gone, 3 overs to come, 168 on the board, 200 beckoning. Yeah. What's the most unusual food you've eaten?
Koala.
That was too quick. Way too quick there, Dan. That's crazy. Koala?
No, it tastes a bit like eucalyptus drops. No.
Tastes like Vicks Vapor Rub.
No. Dolphin.
Well, that could be any canned tuna.
I love it. It's when people say, kangaroo, you eat kangaroo, what does it taste like? Dolphin. It's like, you eat dolphin? It's like, no, just joking. It does anyone who loves dolphins that just gets their backs up, and it's funny.
I usually go for the endangered species joke as well. I usually say something like a white rhino is pretty good. Get stuck in my teeth, though, occasionally. That's why I've got a white rhino ivory toothpick.
A few years ago, a friend of mine said, I bought some zebra meat.
Right? Okay.
And I said, no, you didn't. He said, I had zebra meat at this. There's a Potravini where you can get, it's in Vinarati. It's up on Namistimiru.
Yep.
As we have Sazib coming on from the Chateau end. That's one's slashed away, and it's going to be 4 more.
Thought it was going to go close to a fielder there. Doesn't. Goes all the way across the boundary line for
So
4.
you used to be able to buy kangaroo there, and you could buy pheasant there. It's a random Potravini, but which is like a convenience store, but it had these weird exotic meats.
Okay.
And I said, no, you didn't, because in Czech, zebra is ribs.
Yes.
Right. So I said, no, you just had ribs. He said, no, I had zebra, because I asked the guy and I went stripes, and I said, he meant stripes. I went there and it was zebra meat.
It was zebra.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't buy it.
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
didn't buy it, but you could get zebra meat. This is up in the air, and 4, I think, that time.
I think it bounced just inside the line. It did indeed. Yep.
So, again, just not getting the angles right, the checks. It's just nothing going anywhere near a fielder. And, again, it's just, I can't say it's bad captaincy. I just can say that it's inexperienced captaincy. And he's not moving the field around. And he's probably not even asking his bowler where he's going to bowl it. To be fair, he's put one outside off stump and the other one outside leg. So I don't think the bowler really knows where it's going either at the moment. So a lot to work on for the Czechs.
Yeah, I think they're missing a bit of a trick here.
This one's gone pretty straight. It's Venki who's there. He'll just pick it up and
just the
launch
one.
it back.
Yeah, just the one there. Looking to really push harder in these last couple of overs. 200 is definitely on the cards. It's going to be 200 and then some, unless they, lose them a couple of wickets here.
It's hit down the ground. Marcus Shyam. Great catch.
Oh, you little ripper.
That's exactly what he should have done. Attacked it. And really good catch. He took him a while to work out where the ball was. Ended up coming forward and taking a very, very good catch. Venki is a good fielder out there. Let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, he's got off his mark really early here. He saw it, got off his mark. That is a terrific outfield catch coming forward. They're hard. Immediately does the honest thing and says, yes, I definitely caught that. And you can see clean above the ground.
Yeah.
What a ripper.
Yeah, great catch.
He's a real. There's something about Venki in the outfield as well. He tries hard every single time. Doesn't matter what the score is. Doesn't matter how much you're up against it. He'll always stand up.
Yeah, his head never drops.
Yep.
So good catch. Another wicket there for Bulyan, who's taken. Is he taking 3 now, Sazib?
He's up to 3 for 25. Still 2 to come in this his 3rd over. But see that again.
I like that forward roll as well.
I think we'll clip that one and put that in. It was a bit of a stuntman roll.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that.
Better than ploughing head first into the ground.
Zebra meat. When I used to live in Reading back in the UK, live in Caversham, there was a Budgeon's supermarket near me.
Yeah.
They specialised in exotic meats.
Oh, really?
A Budgeon's of all places.
What's
They had zebra.
What's a
Budgeon's
Budgeon's?
is equivalent of, in the UK, it's probably above Lidl and Aldi, but below Tesco.
Oh, okay. Oh, it says in the air and good effort.
Almost. Oh, that was a cracking effort from the skipper. He got a mitt to it, but it's gone. Unfortunately, he's hit it over into touch, I think, for Maximo. He has indeed. The replay would tell us how close this one got. You know what? That ant crawled across the pitch. I swear to God, it was something bigger crawling across the pitch. There's an ant on our screen. Look at that. One hand and almost managed to knock it back into play.
Yeah, it's good effort. Good
effort indeed. This Budgeon's, this supermarket, zebra, crocodile, gazelle. There was something else too. Bison.
That's another shot. Venki takes another one.
Well done. Good judgment of a catch there, and straight into the breadbasket and holds that one. So a couple of wickets falling here towards the end, just as they're going for the big strikes down the ground, not getting everything on it. And, well, checks, is it too little too late fighting back? Look, everything counts. Every little counts.
Well, 6 and out there for Safi. Hit the first one that just got over the head of the skipper, but well judged there by Venki. He's got a safe pair of hands. So, yeah, look, just looking here, Arjun talking about a restaurant in Portland, you could get unusual meats. But there's a thing going on. I sort of really forced out of business for offering horse. Horse is a delicacy in Europe in certain places. A friend of mine said, "Don't judge me," and went to the local market in France and bought a kilo of horse tartare. So not only does she eat raw meat, but horse. Horse meat.
Yeah.
So, but it's Slovenia. It's big. You can get horse burgers pretty easily.
There was a big story in the UK years ago. Findus Foods, a branch of Nestle, they got done for finding out they were putting horse into their ready-made lasagna meals.
Yeah, that's right.
They were in all sorts of trouble for that.
What is it about horses? I mean, yeah, they are nice, but they're edible.
I guess people do react to something which you keep as, I wouldn't say horse as a pet, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
If,
but they are sort of.
There's a reaction to that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's not for eating. That's for petting and
But
putting a saddle on.
Lambs are so cute though, but they're tasty.
Wouldn't have a lamb as a pet though.
Yeah. I'd like a goat as a pet. This is hit nicely, and 6 more.
Oh, it is indeed. Yep, nice shot that one to start the 19th. Shigewell is continuing while he's still there. 200 and something is probably where the score is going to end up for sure.
Have you heard what's been made legal to eat in Slovakia?
No, what?
Bear meat.
Bear,
because they have too many bears, and they've been attacking tourists or like hikers and things, and there's just too many in the area.
Oh wow!
I spoke to a student once, and he said, "Oh yes, at the weekend we had a bit of a problem, and because there was a bear in the cemetery."
That's okay.
Stuff of nightmares.
That is nightmarish, proper nightmare stuff.
But so yeah, they made it legal to eat bear meat.
Bear meat.
And the other thing, which is another weird one I saw a while ago.
Yeah.
There's a raccoon problem in Germany. There are wild raccoons here in the Czech Republic, but there are a lot of them in Germany.
Yep.
And so there's a German butcher that's making sausages out of raccoon meat, and so just culling these raccoons. So anyway, there you go. Unusual meats.
Fahad continues, and
that's
Fahad
gone.
taken out of the park.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Crash bang wallop onto the Hugo Bank pitch there. There's someone wearing a backpack looking a bit lost on his way to, I don't know where he's going, but you're in the middle of the camera there, sir, the middle of the field. Are you going where you're supposed to go? Who knows?
He looks a bit lost, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? He's like, hang on, why am I in the middle of a cricket ground? That wasn't here a minute ago.
Looks like a train spotter. But
if he's got a pair of binoculars and a little pocketbook, he's looking around like he's lost. Look at that.
Yeah.
What's going on here, he says.
That's
Oh, no,
right.
hang on. I think I know who that is.
Really?
He looks familiar.
It's whipped away. That's going to be 4 more, I think. And it will be.
It
Nice
is
shot.
indeed. Nice shot indeed. Hey, there's a comment in the chat from Thomas Martinez. Kroom, there's another chat, was presented with his Havering 11 cap by Tina at Hornchurch in the mini break some seconds ago. Him wearing the Hornchurch bull in the shirt and everything, a superb moment. Thank you for Thomas for letting us know about that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, please pass on our congratulations if you're in that chat for Hornchurch, or well, obviously Kroom will probably read it later on. And yeah, fantastic. I'm going to drop him a message on something I'm connected with him. Maybe I'm connected on Facebook. Drop him a little message and congratulate him. Well done. And good for Tina to get up and do that as well. So good work from my opposite G-Force commentator.
Fahad comes in again, and this is whipped away for 6 again. Well,
it's carnage time. That is going to bring up the 200, Danny. 205 for 5, 7 legal deliveries still to be bowled. This over has already gone for, what's that, 16.
Yeah, it's a fair thrashing, this one, isn't it?
Oh, this is a caning.
Again, like Fahad, he does angle the ball in. This one was outside off stump, but Shigawal just shows the experience. He's 48 off 18. He's a good player. And, well, Norway were lucky to get him first ball. It was a beauty from from Vinay.
Well, that's how you get him with an absolute ripper catch.
Just over the top. Well, it doesn't matter where he goes. He's going to hit it for 4 or 6, and that's a 50 for Shigawal.
Well done to Razmal Shigawal. 52 off 19 he's got. And with one more over to go, the score is 209 for 5. Oh, boy. This is, well, Danny, you said it seconds ago. It's an absolute, it's a thrashing, and we're not even halfway through the game yet. And I don't know if the Czechs have got the answer here, because someone's asking them the question. They do not have the answer.
The Czechs looking at 3% already.
Oh, dear.
They haven't even picked up a bat yet. So, I mean, it's unlikely, but it's possible. Again, it depends how they apply themselves with the bat, and they're capable. There's quite a few of them that are capable. So don't count them out yet, but pretty much count them out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally true.
Yeah, it is a free hit, and they can definitely have a go at it.
Farhad goes for 53 off his 4 overs. Doesn't pick up a wicket. He's going to feel. I can tell already he's going to feel pretty hard done by for that. His last over, they got for 26 runs. That's half of his runs that he gave up in that last over.
There were 2 really big overs, one of Venky's and one of Farhad's. But then, like, you got Shigawal, and the other batter that hit Venky was Bilal Zalmai. They're both very good, experienced players for Austria.
So Sazib is going to bowl the last over of the innings. He's got 4 for 31. Sazib Boyan just he's going to change his sides. Is that what he's doing? Yep, he's changing sides to the left-hander Kogyani, who's yet to face a delivery.
So Kogyani's got a simple job, just hit a single.
It pretty much is.
Well, he's left it.
Now it's a good leave. However, I'm wondering why. Now, do you think that's part of the battle plan? Many runs as possible. Just going to leave that.
Yeah, we've got enough.
Because surely you could judge that was never going to be a wide. Wicket keeper right up at the stumps as well.
Let's hit down the ground. It'll just be a single. They'll look for 2, but why? Just give the guy who's hit 50 off 19 the strike.
Yeah, what's Kogyani thinking there? Bizarre. Anyway, they continue. So, Shigawal, he's got 5 deliveries here to add to this. So, yeah, 223 the computer says, sorry, 4 deliveries, my mistake. That's right. That's right. Forgot about the leave.
The leave.
The apocalyptic leave that happened there. Brings Shigawal on strike. So he's got 4 deliveries to try to force it along here. 223 expected score. Well, the way he's been hitting the ball, I'm surprised they've at least 2 of these go over the boundary line. Let's see. There's one. That is Gorne with all capitals. That is gone. That is a big strike. The ball retriever, though, he's happy because he's found it immediately. Hasn't quite gone into the long grass. He's hit that nicely, though. We've seen some big hits, but he still hit that very well.
Again, there's no change in the field from Vandrasi. I mean, yeah.
Indeed. So, Adion Tessarand.
Oh, that's terrible. Too short from Sazib. And, well, I honestly
don't get that.
Well, the skipper can put people, like players, wherever he wants because it's not hitting anywhere near the green stuff.
That's crazy. You know what? The Czechs will watch that and they'll say, well, look, he almost fell on his stumps, but sorry, but that's not good enough. That's just not good bowling. It's not intelligent bowling. It's not thinking about that next delivery. It's just, I just want to get through this over kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
I think he's bowled okay. So he's picked up 4 wickets, but that was not a good delivery. John Gray going about the Teletubby Hill. And, yeah, that freaked me out, that show.
Did it?
Yeah, it was the one with the... Oh, this is in the air, just away from the fielder. It's Romani, he'll pick it up. Yeah, the baby in the sun was weird, but not in a good way.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I don't mind weird, but that was unsettlingly weird. Apparently, that baby has a baby now.
Huh? Really?
I think so. Yeah, I think she has a kid of her own.
Oh God!
Who will probably not watch Teletubbies.
Not at all. Last ball of the innings coming up, barring any kind of wide or no ball.
Nice shot down the ground, and should just be a single. They'll look for 2, but no point risking anything.
And that is all that they wrote on that one. 224 for 5 after 20. That is a fantastic batting display from this Austrian team. We said at the start, and actually Terry in the chat even said this as well, we said at the start of the innings that we talked about teams not putting on big scores compared to the ones being hit in T10. Austria respond, hold our steins.
Yep.
And they have indeed. They have dealt a massive, massive blow here to Czech's chances of trying to sneak a win. It's not looking good at all. As you saw the percentages there. As 2 batters walk off, the damage is done. And well, Razmal Shigwell, he holds his head up high. 65, not out from 22. Bill Alzami, 68 off 32. Carnage. Carnage at Vinoj.
Yeah, look, there were highlights for the Czechs. They did pick up a couple of big wickets early. Karen Beer was a big wicket, but then Bill Alzami really took it away from them. And then, well, they did lose a wicket. And I think it was Bashir who came in from memory. And then after that, you bring in Shigwell to just absolutely pound it.
There you go. So there was a lawnmower after all in the background there. Well, the highlight reel is probably just going to be a whole bunch of wickets. Although things started okay for Czechs. I mean, the first 4 or 5 overs were a little bit tight. A couple of wickets falling here and there, but it's just going to be a lot of hits like that you're going to see in this highlight reel. And it was the Czechs who held on to this catch here. That was the first wicket there. And so that was the first Austrian wicket to be dealt with by Czechs there. And that was a cause for a bit of a smile and celebration possibly. But it didn't stop the foot being taken off the accelerator at any time. And even the planes were in danger. Some of these balls are going very high in the air. There's one landing. That one went quite a long way. And it was real proper carnage. The Austrians just came in and went, you know what? Let's just accelerate pretty hard here. And they really did. I was very impressed with them. They constantly were getting wickets. They were getting the singles. Divi with a good bit of work there behind the stumps picks up a wicket. And only 5 wickets in total, though, with batters striking really well. I'm just looking at the strike rates as I look here. The strike rates are all really, really good. Only Basir Khan was under 100. Everyone else, 200, 300 strike rates, doing really well.
Yeah, look, it was a dominant performance with the bat for Austria, and as I said, it's just about experience. I think for the Czechs at the moment. Don't think the skipper got his angles right, but then again, I don't think there was a bowling plan at all from the Czechs, and so that was got a little bit out of hand. But then again, there were quite a few that went over the boundary to that P patch, so it was something that you really couldn't put a set of field for. But it was good batting, I've got to say. Plenty of experience from Bilal Zalmai and also from Razmal Shigwell, who got the bulk of the runs in that innings. And just too good. You just got to tip your hat sometimes.
Pheasant.
Yeah, it's a pheasant.
Pheasant watch. Good work there from 2 circles to catch the pheasant. Unfortunately, no one else caught it. Yeah, look, I totally agree. Venki there takes a terrific catch. We'll make sure that one gets clipped. Need to sing his praises. He tried hard in the field. And he got taken to the cleaners in one of his overs, unfortunately. Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. It just wasn't the Czechs' day out there with the bat. With the ball. Everything Austria did there was pretty good, you have to say. And if you're a fan of Czech cricket and you're watching this, you will be thinking, well, guys, you didn't stand up, you didn't do enough. But I think it's to your point about captain and his bowlers just not getting that communication right. I think that's where it is. They work on that over the next, days, weeks, months, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
With obviously, their coach Kushi Mendan. I think that's going to help them a lot.
I think with the bowling line they've had today, they didn't really have a cutting edge. Where yesterday Shub Chowdhury caused a few issues to the batters. He's a bit quicker than the others, and has been bowling really well.
Yep.
You've got in the past it was Sudesh, and then also Riaz Afridi coming in, who are genuine quick bowlers, just to give a bit of hurry up to the batters. I don't think the Czechs have got it in this bowling lineup. Davidson Romani was bowling at a reasonable pace, but I don't think is quite the weapon that the others are.
Got to give you another name, another bowler I was thinking about just during that match, and that was Naveed Ahmed.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of his. I think he's absolute quality.
Yeah.
And Venki and Murali did well in their first couple of overs, but it was Venki's third over that went for 26 or something like that. Murali, they got after him as well.
Yep.
And you know what? Maybe they needed someone like Naveed with that experience as well that he's got. So yeah, the names you mentioned as well, and I'll just throw that one in the mix. Yeah, and then you can say, look, Joe Cope's got a bad shoulder.
Yeah.
He's not playing as
Yep,
well. They would have
exactly.
loved him to open the bowling.
To be fair, look, talking about Naveed, he in the last tournament they played here last year, Cup, he was the player of the tournament.
He was indeed.
So
Yep.
but he is he's no longer as young as what he was. Same as Sudesh.
Yep.
And you've got to move on. You can't just dwell on the past. And we've got some really good players who could possibly still play for the national side, but it's probably better to bring in players like Davidson Romani, Ruturaj Magari as well, who proved himself pretty well yesterday. Niraj Mishra also coming in, maybe not the youngest, but also just a very good player.
Just noticed in my notes there, Naveed Ahmed, he's actually got the most wickets in T20Is for Czech,
Yep.
33 of them.
Yep.
To that point that you raised about the fact that a couple of years ago when he got the CE Cup Man of the Play of the Series, and yeah, he's gotten on a few more years now. I totally agree with 100%, and you need that new crop coming through to take over the mantle, if you like. So yeah, I agree.
There are good players coming through, and
Yeah.
again with the youth development system here in Czechia, you'll see hopefully young players coming in. I know there was a push by Kushi Mendon to try to get both Danny O'Connor and also Alfie Solchek into this side to give him experience, and neither were available for this tournament, unfortunately.
That's disappointing, isn't it?
But they will. I mean, Alfie's a good young fast bowler who'll get stronger, and Danny O'Connor's up in I think where is he? Somewhere in Scarborough or somewhere.
Oh, Scunthorpe.
Scunthorpe?
I think
it's Scarborough. Scarborough College, maybe something like that. He's at school at a cricketing college,
right,
in England.
Okay.
So he's going to be. I mean, he's 14, I think, when he played here. He hit a 6, took a catch on the boundary, and
that's right.
So, and then got wickets. So he's a good prospect for the future.
Two really good names there. Yep, definitely. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break here. It is match number 4 hangs in the balance, if you look like it that way. Otherwise, you'd probably say, well, Austria looking to defend 224 in the next innings, and the Czechs on a hiding to nothing to try to score those runs, needing 225 to pick up the win here, match number 4, and, well, basically to get the first win of this tournament. It's going to be tough any way you cut it. And we're going to be back here, myself, Phil G, along with Danny Hudacek, to bring you the run chase in probably about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Actually, no, probably call it about 10 or 15 minutes' time. I forget the break's a bit longer in T20. But join us very shortly. Don't go too far. Get yourself a fresh cup or something and get settled into the good chair in the good room and keep us on your screens. We're going to get back here in just a moment with that run chase match number 4. Czechs need 225 in their 20 overs. Phil G for the European Cricket Network alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll be back in a few minutes. Cheerio till then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back to everyone for the final innings of the day, that of Czechia playing against Austria, and that's a big task ahead of the Czech batting with a pretty big score put on the board. I think 224 to win. It's going to be past the Czechs, but they'll want to give it a good shake. And just for the progression of Czech cricket, they really need to apply themselves with the bat, whether they get there or not. So, well, actually, it's 225 to win. It'll be Raj Magare, who started off brightly yesterday in the first game against Austria, who'll open the batting. This time with Sahil Grover. That's a good attacking move. I think Sahil is one of the better batsmen in the Czech lineup to hit over the top of the infield. He's noted for that. He's pretty strong on the straight of the wicket mainly, both on the on and off side. So we'll see how that works out. And it looks like it will be Tariq to open the bowling. So of course there's only two players back in the power play. There's a third man, and there's a deep mid wicket. But straight away, one thing you notice with the field here set on the offside for Austria, it's much tighter on the offside than it was for the Czechs. Again, just knowledge by the skipper. Here comes the first ball of the final innings, and just nice Yorker length delivery, played down by Ruturaj, and no run. We'll see plenty of these players for the Czechs coming up in the next couple of weeks. Of course, we've got another day of international cricket tomorrow with the CE Cup. Be two more games. Then there's the Women's CE Cup. Czechia will be there against Gibraltar and Austria. Oh, and this is going to be out. Well, disastrous start there for the Czechs, and that's the end of Ruturaj Magare for a duck. And again, just good bowling. Just tried to dig that one out, and they hit it straight to the safe hands of Karanbir Singh. And the Czechs lose their first wicket. Not going to plan there for the Czechs. And again, it's something about partnerships and applying yourself, and Ruturaj just dug that one out. Good piece of bowling. And that's Magare gone for a duck. Piyush Paghel is the new batter. He's been around the scenes here for quite a while, and he's deserving a place in this Czech side, but he needs to show why. And it's a good stage for him, good opportunity, plenty of overs to go, and he comes in at number 3. So Tariq picks up the first wicket. Need to go at about just under 12 and over. It's going to be a difficult task in any format to do that. In T10, it's a little bit different with the shorter boundaries, slightly longer boundaries here at about 60 metres. So Tariq bowling to Paghel. He got a first bowler in the first game he played against Austria. Doesn't have that dishonour this time. Just plays that back down the pitch for no run. Good start from Tariq. Tariq's not the tallest of bowlers. I'll keep it nice and on line, but at a good pace. Obviously, just throwing the ball to different players who haven't really had much of an opportunity so far in the tournament. Again, just another good delivery, just watched by Paghel. And about the Czechs, it's about just building partnerships, getting good innings. I think the win is probably beyond them already, but at this stage, it's not about that. It's about just getting some respectable runs on the board. Nice shot from Paghel over the top. That's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs. Watched it well off the bat. That's a bright start after watching a couple. And first runs on the boards for the Czechs. So just a little bit wide there from Tariq. And Bagel, he watched it well. Of course, the power play is there for 6 overs. And as I said, I think Sahil Grover's the right man to be out there for the Czechs. But hasn't faced a delivery yet. 1 ball left of the first. 4 for 1. The Czechia. And again, just played down the pitch. And end of a very good over there from Umar Tariq at the end of 1. The Czechia are 4 for 1. So Phil's just about to join me back in the bin after showing off his toy to someone. I don't know who you're showing your Boba Fett.
Glad
Star Wars.
Glad you clarified that. I was getting a bit worried when I walked in. You said that. I just carry it with him wherever I go. I know it seems a little bit, OCD.
Did you just go to the bathroom, Phil?
I took him with me. Yeah, he kept watch. Images. Anyway, so lost a wicket in that over. I heard the cheer and then I saw the boundary hit. It's not a great start either way. Cut it. But the tactics for the Czech team, just had a quick chat with a couple of players out there before I came in. Just Venky was just lingering. He said, the word is just enjoy it. You're not hiding to nothing. So, show your quality, get out there, hold your crease, make your runs, make partnerships. Exactly what we said. Exactly what we said. So let's hope that the batters can do that and stand up here.
As I mentioned, look, this tournament's a free hit for the Czechs.
Yeah.
Because they're not expected to win.
Yep. I agree.
So, okay, it's a big score. They got that was hit against them. This one's been turned on the leg side. They'll just get the single. But they're not expected to win. They're ranked, quite a bit behind both of these sides.
Oh, yeah.
So,
they're ranked 53 from memory. I
53.
think Austria 43.
Yeah.
Now that is, and of course Norway 39. So that is quite a difference in rankings. That's quite a gap.
Yeah.
There was what was it, the Medina Cup just recently in Belgium. You had 2 teams that ranked in the 30s, I think, or high 30s. And then was it Malta, who didn't win a game? They're ranked sort of up in the high 60s, I think maybe even 70s. So it's little wonder they didn't win a game. It's just when you played these T20 games, you get good squads. You do see the difference, and you understand that's why the rankings are the way they are.
Look, and the improvement in all these national teams and in local play as well, it's just gone up in the last few years. I remember in 2019, I think the Czechs had their best year, winning the Valletta Cup, runners-up winning the Continental Cup.
Central Europe Cup.
Central Europe Cup,
Yep.
yeah. The Continental Cup, they came second to Austria. That's another boundary.
Right, yep.
Had a very, very good year, broke some world records and all sorts of random stuff. Then COVID hit and it sort of blew everything out of the water. But the improvement compared to we'd gone to Luxembourg the year before, and it didn't look good at all.
Yeah.
And but Luxembourg were playing in that Continental Cup, and the coach came up and just said, I can't believe the improvement with you guys.
Yeah.
And it was simple things. We got a couple of players in. But it was much the same. So, Bagel's gone straight through him.
Wow.
Good piece of bowling there from Iqbal. And that's the end of Piyush Bagel. And he goes for a couple of boundaries. Still not enough, though.
Yeah, just destroys the stumps there, and that's difficult. It's difficult to watch for Czech cricket fans. And Piyush, who's pushed up the order a bit, he's usually a bit of a middle order batter, and he comes in top at the top there, and look at this delivery. That's a great delivery. Just it looks like it's going to cut in, and it's just pitched away and gone smashing into the leg stump there. Piyush was trying to sort of follow it in a different line, and he goes for only 8. 9 for 2. And it's, I think Sazi Bouyan striding out to the crease to see what he can do out there.
Well, he was the form batter for the Czechs last year. In Hungary, he hit 162 in a 10-over game. And he continued that form throughout most of it and was looking really almost indestructible. But that was last year, not this year. So we'll see if he can get a few runs. but yeah, and ever since then, it's just been a real improvement throughout Europe. Hungary have improved a lot. We used to love to beat the Hungarians. And now it's still very even. I don't think there's much between, say, Hungary, the Czechs, Malta, Luxembourg is in that group. It's not quite to the level of Austria and Norway, who are a bit above.
Yep.
I think the Czechs were maybe competitive with Austria a few years ago, and I think there's a bit of a gap now with them playing against other good teams. I think they had a win against Germany a couple of years ago as well. So. But there are other sides around. There are probably others that are emerging. Greece is probably in that same bracket.
Yep.
But then you look at some of the better sides, apart from, say, the Netherlands, in Italy and Germany, and they're way above. Oh, this is in the air. This should be another wicket. Keeper takes the catch. Does he? Does. And that's the end of Grover. And that's 3 wickets down. And again, just not applying themselves, the Czechs. So...
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it? We could be heading for an early finish here. 3rd wicket falls in the 3rd over. Don't worry about what the Czechs need and how many balls they get it. To me, that is completely academic, and we keep referring to that. We're just going to waste our breath. But 3 wickets to go like this, at a time when, if what I heard from the team was that the coach said, "Look, get out there, play some runs, get yourself in form. We've got one more game tomorrow. Let's find something. Let's find our batting prowess. This is our home ground after all.
Yeah.
Get out there and enjoy it." And unfortunately, Sahil Grover goes for 1 for 3. There's no enjoyment there whatsoever. Just goes to elevate down the ground, realises straight away that he's just got a leading edge off the bottom of the bat. Easiest catch for the keeper. In close proximity for a couple of fielders who also wanted to get involved, but not needed. Not good. Not good at all.
Check your bags at the door, says Stephen Muha. I like the pun.
Check your car keys as well, I reckon. It's time for the car emojis. And that's not good at all.
We've got 2 good batters out there at the moment in Tanki and also Sazi Buyan.
Yep.
So, and then I've got right in front of us is Murali Vandrasi, who's got the pads on, but they really need just to apply themselves. As I said, you need to work into an innings. It's a T20, which is a short format, but not quite what these T10s.
Yeah. Yep. So. Do you think that the Czech batters struggle against the ball that's moving around? Like against swing bowlers?
I think most players do. That's the thing, is that...
Yeah.
But in T10, you don't get the ball moving that much.
True.
You might get a bit of swing in the first over or so, and then a little bit. But here you're bowling to a plan more than just bowling to an area, I guess,
okay.
In T10. So... it is a bit more of a long game, even though 20 overs isn't a long time. We look at it and we thought 50 overs was a short format a few years ago.
Yeah.
But anyway, Tariq coming back in. And that's hit nicely by Buyan.
Middled that.
He did, and that's 6 runs.
Well, that's what we need to see from Buyan and to be honest, from Tomar and the rest of the batters coming in after them. They need to not be shy. The score, the total they need to go for me, as I said before, it's not important. What's important is that they show something here with the bat. And, they don't want to get bowled out for 70 or 80 or something like that. The moment the batters introvert and they go in on themselves is the moment people start saying, well, the Czechs don't know how to win anymore.
But the other thing is you've got to pick the right ball to hit, and that was the right ball to hit.
Totally.
But will he try to do the same thing off a better ball, which is probably coming up now? Oh, maybe not. That's
Fuller. Bang. Probably not the best follow-up delivery to play after he hit for 6.
No, I think Sazi would be happy with that one, getting that one right out of the sticks.
That surprised me. Okay, there you go. I was a bit surprised to see. Yeah, I was expecting this one to be maybe a little bit extra pepper and a bit not as full as that. So Tariq has obviously not got the memo from his coach. Bang! Look at that. Takes it off the stumps and goes crushing it over deep mid wicket all the way to the Banksfield. The lovely, smooth, flat Banksfield over there.
I've got to say, with all three of these teams, I don't think we've seen too many loose deliveries. We've probably seen better bowlers. This one's hit in the air again. This one's going way back, and 6 again. Well, Sazib on a heater, 18 off 3 balls. And he's taking, Tariq has taken 2 wickets. He had 2 for 5 at the end, like 3 balls ago.
Yeah, true. Funny that. Sazib is one of those players that, and you mentioned before he scored 160 something in quick time in a match last year, wasn't it?
It was off 40.
Yeah. And I've seen him score 100 in. There was an 8-over match, wasn't there, last year as well? And he scored a ton, and it was an 8-over match, and he got the Bohemians across the line. I think it was last year's ECS. Yep. So he's not just a quick scorer; he's a powerful swinger and hitter of the ball. But if the bowling is better, then if they're moving the ball around and being a bit challenging and thinking about next delivery, then he's like every other batter. He'll struggle. Tomar gets a chance now.
Oh, it's a good ball. First up there from Iqbal. He's got a lot of experience. But, I mean, again, Riddick Tomar's another player who can be quite destructive. He's called the tank for a reason.
Yeah. There's an interesting comment in the chat here. If I'm going to read it out to you, see if it rings any bells. Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Ah, okay.
It's one of the teams.
Trouble over the top and caught. Well, that's the end of Tomar. Just tried to turn around the corner, got a leading edge.
Tanky he had the perfect platform there to play himself into some form. That's disappointing from him. Good catch though, nonetheless. And it's that man, Karambir, who's taken a couple of catches here today, and he's had a pretty good afternoon. So well done, nice take. And for Tomar, that's not good from him, going cheap quickly. And for the Czechs, well, they're descending into this middle order now because it's now 4 down, only 28 on the board.
I mean, they've still got a couple of decent bats to come. You've got the skipper now, Murali Vandrasi, who's looked pretty good. Still got Ruturaj Magari and also Devendra Singh. So they're still batting to come. But at the same time, they're losing wickets. And I mean, Sazib's hit 3 sixes, but that's a risky sort of game to play.
Yeah.
So
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I mean, Sazib's 3 sixes. That's all he's. That's 18. That's it. Take that out of the equation just for a second. Then everyone else has contributed basically 10 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah.
And that's disappointing.
It is disappointing.
It is really disappointing. I mean, I saw a comment in the chat before. I think it was from Luke Belgium who said that Czech cricket fans must feel a little bit depressed about what they're seeing. That massive score on the board, losing quick wickets early, and I don't think you're wrong there, Luke. I think it's a pretty fair comment. I mean, I'm a little bit sort of bummed out from what I'm seeing.
Did I say Ruturaj has batted? Just didn't see him for very long.
Did he open?
He did open.
He was first wicket, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I think he went with no score on the board.
Yeah, he did. That's why I forgot.
I appreciate your honesty,
memory. My short-term memory, Phil.
I thought you might try and just hose that down to me. Just go, no, there's runs on the board, Phil. What are you talking about? No, keep going.
No,
fair enough.
Didn't see him for very long, but
blink and you miss it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Well, you weren't even here.
I wasn't even here. No. I heard a muffled cheer. Then I heard the cheer for a 4, and I thought, okay, what was that about? Then I saw the score and went, oh, it's 4 for 1. Fair enough.
That's a nice looking shot there from Vandrasi. It's going towards the boundary. And I think it'll get there. It's pretty quick down that part of the ground. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, that one. So Skipper's innings is going to be interesting here. What does he do? Because he's going to be taking upon himself to dig in here for sure.
Yep.
And turn to Boyan and say, look, mate, if there's a loose delivery, I know how well you can hit the ball. Hit it.
Yeah.
Just do what you got to do.
Honestly, they need a partnership. That's what they haven't had so far, I think, in this tournament, is a good, significant partnership. And it's easy to say. It's harder to do against a good bowling attack.
Yeah. Guided that one straight to the player though. No run there. Yeah. No, I'm interested to watch Vandrasi here, but just because he's the new captain and he's had a rough day in the field with his bowlers. They've been hit for 224. As a captain, how does he respond with the bat now that he's got his chance? And he's in the middle order. He's got Sazib Boyan, who's a big hitter. We were just discussing a few seconds ago about the sort of things that he's done in the past and what can he do now. We'll see shortly. So how does he approach this?
It's not too distant past, but then again, the where he hit that 160 was an absolute road in Hungary. You'll see. Have you been to Hungary to commentate?
I have not. No.
It is. There are a lot of runs. We had one game where 2 players hit hundreds in the same innings.
Wow.
In the same innings, And so, yeah, look, there are a lot of runs there. It's no forgiveness for the bowlers. And there's a forest all around.
Oh, okay.
Full of nettles. So if you want a grizzly or 400, they're probably in the forest there. There's a train that hasn't been hit yet, but
A train?
there's a train that doesn't go through the ground. Oh, it's got through the keeper,
Oh, dear.
through everyone, and
Yep,
that'll
all
be
the way.
4 byes.
Ooh, well, anything as to the score, that's fair enough. Have a look at this one again. Just,
Didn't get up, did it? Bounced right in front of the keeper.
I think, keeper maybe took a rotten bounce. Just took a while to get across, I think. Yeah, he's taken a bit longer, I think, to get across on that one.
Pretty close to the stumps too. Just an
observation.
observation.
Wasn't far away. Yeah, another coat of paint. Yeah, no, ECS Hungary, that's coming up in September, early September. It's going to be you and me on that gig, so I'm
That'll be
looking forward to
fun.
that one.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It's a good time in Hungary, and yeah, the ground's nice, and good hospitality as well.
Good. Okay. looking forward to
Occasionally,
that.
they make a big pot of goulash. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but I remember a few years ago that was great.
It depends what the weather's like, whether I'm going to enjoy that or not. Can get pretty hot down there in Hungary sometimes.
Can do.
It's like in Romania, I was there last week, obviously, and when I first arrived, it was pouring with rain, 12 degrees. And then the day I flew out, it was bright sunshine, 35 degrees.
Yeah.
And that was there was only 9 days separating those 2 days, so it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Well, it was chilly yesterday as well here. I
Yeah.
didn't have the big coat, which I brought today.
Okay.
I don't need the big coat today. Let's hit down the ground and over the top of the field. There should be 4. It won't be. Good piece of fielding. And they'll did they only just get the 1? Well, that's poor.
I'm surprised there's only one there. Umer Tariq has chased that one down. That's easy too. Easy too.
I mean, it's poor. Sazib watched it and it didn't get to the boundary. And again, it's just simple things.
Yeah, these little
we
things.
We saw Sahil yesterday do much the same thing, and he was run 1 short, even though he wasn't anywhere near his crease. It's just basic cricket.
Yeah, it's incredible. Zadran continues then.
That's nicely played by Murali, and shy at the stumps. Well, I think it's hit the batter, so they're just going to stand there. Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, good. I agree. Oh yeah, yep. He's actually middled that one quite nicely. Actually, just a little bit hype in the bat, but he still middled it. Zadran is the bowler. He bowled pretty well yesterday. I was impressed with him. Didn't have a great time of it against Norway in the previous match. I think he might have even gone wicketless from memory. I have to double check that. But he picked up 3 yesterday and bowled very well in tandem with Bilal.
He's a good bowler. That's a ball he bowls well, the Yorker.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one to face.
A bit slower, that one as well. And Boyan just, completely got that wrong. So the checks here, never mind what says at the bottom there. I know it's 187 runs off 91 for the win. The run rate 12.32. Well, you could argue that run rate is very, very gettable considering the kind of run rates we've seen chased and things like that. But this is a longer format of the game. It's not a T10 match. And to maintain that is really difficult.
Especially with bowling like this.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally agree. And Boyan couldn't do anything with that one either.
So end of a very good over from Zadran, only 2 from it. And should have been more, Phil.
Absolutely. Should have been so much more. Now, let's have a look at this. European Network Hindi. Now, I heard you and Vinny talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Did he translated this, didn't he?
He did.
Do you remember?
Don't remember what it said. But it is, I think it's a Telegram.
Oh, it's a Telegram account. Yeah, there's a Telegram symbol.
Telegram account in Hindi. So if you want to follow it in ECN in Hindi through Telegram, that's a good outlet, I think. So
There you go.
Yeah.
So our chat, I know there's a lot of people who like to write in Hindi on the chat. So there you go. Have a look at that. Get involved with the European Cricket Network. It's always wonderful to hear from you. We'd love to hear from you in any way, shape or form possible. Get onto our social medias. And there's our Telegram account for our Hindi listeners, watchers, and folks who want to get involved. So please do. Nice push, that one. 6th over starts. And it's Iqbal back on. He's got 2 for 9. Vandrasi, he's got 5. They've been there for 6 deliveries. Czechs are not hiding to nothing, as Danny and myself are discussing here about what the Czechs can do going forward. But take anything away from Austria, they've played an absolute belter of a game.
That's a nice looking shot out towards the boundary. It'll be picked up by the sweeper. Just a single. It'll bring Bojan back on strike. So, it's stuff to do with playing more as a team with the Czechs. I know we've seen a lot of these players before.
Yep.
But again, there's a change with the captaincy, and again playing against very good opposition.
Bilal Zaman, just again looking at my little notes in front of me here, he was the first to score 100 for Austria in T20I against Czech.
Yeah, I know.
You were there.
That was the final of the Continental Cup. I remember it well.
You were there.
Yeah, that's the reason they won the tournament.
Yeah. At the same cricket ground I was at just last week.
Yep. That was there was a long story behind that. That was that the Romanians had celebrated getting into the final. A big congratulations to the Romanians.
Yeah.
And I kind of did the maths and I thought, hold on, if we beat Luxembourg and Romania, we're in the final. And the Romanians didn't realise that until we beat Luxembourg. And then they went like, oh, okay, well, we might miss out. And there were lots of little in-stories with that. Oh, good ball. But there was a tweet that went out while Vojta was at dinner with one of the guys from ICC Europe and also the head of Romanian cricket.
Yeah.
That there was like, can you explain this, please? Came from a certain friend of ours who may may not have had a few too many Pilsner Urquells.
I know who you're talking about.
Yep. It wasn't a pretty sight. But in the end, basically, the Czechs got in the final, and first ball, MSP went first ball, got bowled, and well on top, and then Bilal took over, and the Czechs couldn't get the total. But it was a good final, and it was very even between those two sides. And that's, again, when I mentioned when the Luxembourg coach Carpen said, I can't believe the change in what you guys are doing.
Right.
A lot of it was to do with fielding, and then the captaincy of Ed Knowles as well helped a lot. He was very calm as a captain, and this is going to be just in front of the fielder. No run, though.
Yeah, he's mishit that almost straight down the throat of... well, he wasn't quite regulation mid-off, and he wasn't quite regulation long-off. He was sort of somewhere in between. It's 6 overs gone, 41 for 4 on the board.
Yeah. So anyway, that was at the time. But things have progressed a lot in European cricket. I don't think the Czech team has progressed significantly since then, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Whereas other teams really have. And partly to do with facilities and partly to do with just the competition for places. I don't think there is that as much here in Czechia compared to other countries. When you've got a battle for your place, and there are other reasons behind, pushing and you've got talent coming through. I think there's talent here, but just not in the same quantities as in maybe some other countries.
Okay, that's a good point. Just played to the covers there, but straight to the fielder. Just can't take a trick here, can they? If the cover fielder is pretty much alone in that one position in the infield in that place. There's no extra cover. There's no mid-off, and he's picked him out perfectly.
Yeah. Again, it's about bowling plans, about a bowler bowling to his field, and the captain knowing where his field should be for that particular bowler.
Yep. That's a bit better. Well, he finds a bit of a gap there. And could throw out the stumps there. Could have been a bit of trouble, but Bojan gets home. Yeah. No, I take what you're saying there. I think that's a very interesting time for the Czechs now, because they're going through something they went through a few years ago with a bit of an upheaval of the management, the coaching, a few new players coming in, things like that. And it's again, you go through it again, but it's how fast you settle and how fast the captain and coach can bring a good competition to the next match.
Look, and winning breeds winning. Yeah, you get in a winning mentality, and you find it just the game's easier to win.
Yep.
Oh, this is straight to the fielder, and that's out.
It's not good. That's a horrible shot. Horrible shot there. Caribbeer he's got his hands in the air because he's saying, well, I've taken about 4 catches today, so I'm impressed. Putting his hand up he's still got his hands in the air. He's still happy. And unfortunately for Sazib Boyan, he's those big 3 6s he hit is pretty much the only thing he's got to celebrate about. And that is another wicket falling. And this is disappointing from the Czechs. The batting here is unfortunately just collapsing before our eyes, and that's tough to watch.
Yeah, again, it's just, yeah, it is. It's just a lack of application, and again, probably preparation. But unfortunately, not looking good for the Czechs in this game either. And just simple things that should be done. But that's another simple catch. It's just an easy soft wicket.
Yeah, it is a soft wicket. That's a good way to describe it. The fielder didn't have to work very hard, and just takes it nice and easy. This is the umpires there just checking out the pill, I think, making sure it's still in its spherical form. Umpire Charles is not impressed. He's asking a few questions. I think
the Austrians want to keep that ball.
I think they'd want to keep it. I would at 42 for 5 in the 7th. I'd say no, thank you. We'll keep that one. If it's slightly more square shape, how about we just keep going? Yeah, he's having a bit of a chat now. What do you reckon? Interested to see what happens there.
We'll keep it.
Yep.
No, they're bringing out new balls. I don't know what the story is with it. It wasn't that last ball that did anything to it. I don't think it wasn't hit very well.
No.
So
well, that's the thing. I mean, has it hit something we're not aware of? Because the last time a 6 was hit was when Sazib hit 3 in that 1 over.
That was a few overs ago.
But that was at least 3 overs ago. So I'm not sure what else it may have hit. Maybe it's just a bit of a dud. Charles is still worried about the ball. No, he's going to give it back to the bowler and say, "You're right now. Let's continue, Mr. Zadran." No, that's not Mr. Zadran. No, it is actually. Everyone's just passing the ball around now to have a look at it. Let's get everyone's input. Is that round? Is that a sphere shape as you see it?
It might change Czech fortunes, and they might go on with a big, comfortable victory from here due to the change of pill. Or not.
You never know. Devendra Singh, he's going to let us know with this next delivery coming up.
He got a first bowler yesterday in his only game. Nice shot, that.
Nicely played. Shouts a yes, yes, yes. So 2 players out there in the centre, Murali Vandrasi, the captain, and Devendra Singh, both from, well, my favourite club, the Prague Barbarian Cricket Club.
Barbarians. We started with the Barbarians. You started earlier than I did, but...
I started a couple of years before you, I think. Yep.
But, fond memories of the Barbarians.
We used to do it really hard. Every time I see a batting card that's got single digits in any cricket game whatsoever, I always think back to the Barbarian days.
You know, where we used to play was not conducive to batting in any form. Conducive to batting in any form.
So true.
For a bowler, I bowl outswing, right? And I used to get catches and slip.
Yeah.
I completely changed the tactics. All I did was bowl as close as I could to middle stump.
Yep.
Just straight up and down, and let the pitch do the work.
Yeah. No, I was the same. Because that's the only way to get a wicket on flex.
Yeah.
It's a good invention, but oh my God.
The flicks was... I played in Munich on flicks. I think... Did you play?
No, I never went to Munich, no.
It was interesting. Against Dan Weston, actually.
Yeah.
Right, who hit 100. But it was... What it was embedded. It was put in the ground. It was rolled in.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the grass grows through it. Right?
Okay.
And underneath, it's a softer surface. It doesn't need to be hard. Whereas the attitude is, we're going to roll the surface and we're going to put the flicks on top of that.
Yes.
Which leaves big air gaps underneath.
Yes.
And all it did is you get one ball that would hit you in the ankle, and the next one will fly past your nose on the same length. It was terrible. It was cricket, but it was horrible to play on.
Yeah, the only advice I'd give to new batters batting on flicks at Vipic when we used to play up here was don't go on the back foot. Get on the front foot.
Wear a helmet.
And wear a helmet, for goodness sake, wear a helmet. But yeah, if you see new batters go out, they'd go to play a back foot cut shot or something like that, and instantly you just go, oh, he's going to get bowled.
Yeah.
And he gets bowled.
To be fair, the Vipic where we played, that ground is on a 17th century battlefield. The Battle of Billahora, the White Mountain, which is a very famous battle here in Czechia. That's just short, and don't know what Van Drossie was doing.
Where was he going?
I don't know. That should have been in the P patch. It's a bit short, and didn't play that very well.
Yep.
But yeah, that was so. There's nothing. You couldn't do anything to the ground.
Yeah.
And then there's a Sidlistia, which is this is hit nicely, but a Sidlistia, which is like a housing estate.
Yes.
And so there were always people sort of at the ground, and then they built a Kaufland, like a big shopping centre,
That's right.
which was in direct line straight past sort of the short square leg area, past. So you just get people like walking past straight through the game and swearing at us because we're on their path.
Yep. We put signs out. We put, prosim and pozor, which means, please be careful, cricket. And we'd point to where the cricket's happening, and then we have an arrow pointing, please walk around this way. Nobody wanted to walk around the ground. They wanted to walk through the ground.
Yeah.
And you could tell that people were basically arguing, saying, I've been shopping here for all my life.
You haven't been shopping. It just turned up.
Exactly. That's what we used to say. We would say, the Kaufland's been there for 20 seconds. You have not been shopping there for all your life.
Yeah.
I was coming back from the airport a couple of months ago now from, I can't remember where, but the driver took me past Vipik.
Oh, yeah.
Because usually they go a different way to take me back home where I live in Vinarati. And they took me past Vipik. And that path, the path you were talking about, it's such a well-worn path.
Oh, yeah.
You could clearly see its dips.
Yeah.
It dips like a good 6 inches below the surface of the ground around it. And I remember seeing that path, and I thought, memories coming back now about those days.
Yep. Not many great social memories, not great cricketing memories.
Not great cricketing memories, no, not at all.
So, but here it's even the first year or two here was quite tricky. But it's good ground now. This is a pretty new field, actually. It's only 5 years old. It was actually it opened during the very first Czech Super Series, and it was super slow.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And it had been raining and raining and raining, and it was difficult.
Yeah.
Scores of 70 and 60 would win games. Or 70, it was difficult. Anyway.
There you go. 8 overs gone, 47 for 5 on the board. Van Drossie on 11 from 16. Skipper trying to put together a big score here, maybe for, just for his team as well, just to try to get him up to a total where it doesn't look like it's going to be a complete thrashing. He's on a hiding to nothing, though, to try and do that. Devendra Singh just joined him recently, his counterpart from the Prague Barbarian Cricket Club. That's why we mentioned the Barbarians, as these two are teammates from one of the oldest existing domestic sides here in Prague. One of the original 4 that started pretty much the domestic competition here.
Yeah. PCC, the oldest club. They've had a lot of touring teams and things coming out. And,
they did.
They're still very well established here in Prague.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of good teams, and we'll see them in action starting next weekend. I'm looking forward to it. And again, this has just been pushed down. New bowler. It's Kogiani, the left armour.
Yeah, just looking at the chat now, I think a lot of people sort of feel the sting's gone out of the
most of them
of this
watching
game.
Kroom, aren't they?
I think they are, yeah.
How's he doing anyway?
Well, I'm looking at Johnny here. I'm not sure how to interpret that. Johnny here said Kevin just bowled 17 runs. Does that mean he had 17 taken off his over, Johnny? Is that what you're saying? I might try and find out just really quickly, maybe try and see how things are going. If I quickly have a look at the ECN website, I'll just log in very quickly and have a look and see how our mate Kev is doing from the chat. Oh, John here's just said Kevin took a catch. Oh, well done. How about that?
Good on him.
That's already exciting. That's great stuff.
Give him the match ball.
That's it. He owns that match ball now. Done. Have a look here and see what's going on.
Kogiani coming in again. And bowling to Devendra, who gets one on the pads. Big appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
It's hard to give that out. But I got to say, we've seen those kind of scores being appeals being given though, but not given. I'm just trying to see where is. Why can't I find the game, the current game? That's really weird. Anyway, 49 for 3 halfway through the 9th. Don't mind that the Czechs need 15 runs per over. They need to do quite a lot there. But anyway, let's see how we go here. Kogiani in again.
It's hit down the ground by Van Drossie. And well, he hit the stumps. Well, Skippy's got some explaining to do because I don't know what he's talking about a sign that they put up that the city of Brno have made the club put up. It's not very...
What's he saying? The sign the city made us put up in Brno has the most tone-deaf conservative wording. Okay. Explain, Skippy.
Please, because
It's gotta be more to
that
that.
ground's a bit out of the way. I can't sort of see people walking through that ground. It was a good ground, that old baseball field that was converted. This has been hoiked to the leg side just for another single from Divi.
Steve, I was giving you and me a bit of a thank you comment there. Thank you, Steve. Well, thank you for joining us, and thanks for your contribution in the chat. It makes things good for us when we see you guys in the chat talking all sorts of stuff as well, so thank you.
Yeah, it's been good fun today, and it's been a while, Phil.
I don't think we've commentated together since... Did we commentate last year during the ECS?
I don't know.
Because I was venue manager for most of the ECS last year.
Yeah, well, this is in the air. This should be gone.
I think it will be.
And never got there, did he, the fielder? And a bit of a chance there. One of the rare sort of misses for Austria.
He was always a step short of where he had to be. That's how I feel. Look at this where it comes down. Yeah, almost bounced up, hits him in the head there. He was probably about a step and a half shy of where he needed to be. Just need to attack that one a little bit better. Maybe just a bit worried about going a bit too hard. So Kevin Kroom, as you know him in the chat, I can tell you now, he bowled 2 overs. He picked up 1 for 39.
Okay.
So he was a bit expensive.
Picked up a wicket though.
But everybody's been expensive. In terms of the economies, he's not the worst. He's not even close to being the worst. He's actually done all right. But he did pick up a wicket, and he's also... Well, hang on. Johnny, he said he took a catch. I'm not seeing that in the... he took a wicket, but he didn't take a catch.
Unless it was caught and bowled.
It wasn't caught and bowled.
No, okay.
Najarajan took the catch.
Okay.
And that's definitely not Kevin Room. Definitely not. But they got the Malhotra, who got the half century, 50 off 17 deliveries. Whew, that's good timing. They got him out. So Kev did get a wicket, so he's pretty happy about that, I'm sure. But he did go for 39. So 50 up just a few moments ago. Oh, they've got a couple of short infielders now. This is a nice little bit of pressure here. So Austria get to try a few things out in the field as well. I mean, we were talking about, maybe Czechs can try something. Now Austria can try something.
Skippy's sent in the translation. Practice increased awareness when traversing the area surrounding the grounds.
Yeah, Skippy, you were right the first time. That is tone-deaf conservative wording. What is that? Good shout there. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, you get that.
Normally in this part of the world, you just get a sign pointing to where the nearest pub is, rather than warning signs. I don't remember warning signs here at all. Anything. Oh, that's got to be gone, I think, and it is.
He is given.
That's the end of Divi Singh.
Oh, Divi made an effort to get back there. Slide, fall, whatever you want to call it, to stumble over the line. His left pad's taken a little bit of a battering there, but it looks like he hasn't got it. Umpire says, think about it, says, yep, I've seen enough. Watch this on the replay again. He's gone a long way back.
And we'll have a good look at it here. And
it's pretty close.
That's pretty close.
You'll see that one more time. Really slow this one down. Thanks, guys, at 2 circles. Watch this.
And that is...
He's in.
No, he's not.
I reckon he's just over on that previous frame. Go back one.
I don't know.
I thought he was... Maybe he was just on the line in that previous frame.
It's a very tight call. I think this one's not going to show us much, but the side on, let's have a look. So, there and
back one frame.
There. Oh, it's so close.
Stump's broken there.
I think there.
But the bail's off on that frame.
Yeah, it's a tight call.
If you saw that in the T10, the umpires would probably say too hard to give. Oh, that is not good at all.
Well,
so Benke,
no, Benke,
no.
The king pairs. It's a.
What do you call it when it's 3?
I don't know. Trifecta.
He's got a
trifecta.
No, the triple golden duck man.
Oh, Benke.
Oh no. How do we'll have to ask him, what do you call that?
Not very good, Phil.
He's
Not
just-
very good.
I can't believe he scooped that one straight back to the bowler.
That's the third one.
Bilal's got a massive smile on his face. Oh, dear.
Well, they've been all three dismissals have been different, though. To be fair, so he's varying the way he's getting golden ducks. The first one, he ran himself out by the length of the pitch. Then he chopped one on, and this one he's just pushed back to the bowler. So he's still got probably one innings left in him tomorrow. Stumped, you reckon?
If he gets a game.
LBW?
He might not get a game tomorrow.
He'll get a game.
Oh, Venky, what have you done? And you know what? No one will believe me when I say this, but Venky's quite handy with the bat.
Yeah, people will believe you after 3 golden ducks.
Have a look at the close attention around the ball now. So they're looking for looking to get Romani pretty quickly. It was the hat-trick ball, that's why.
Yeah.
And close attention, and it was just Romani just happy to leave that one. Nothing going on there. Well, Salmai's got 2 for 6 from 2 overs. He's still got a couple of overs to bowl if he wants to, if he can. And you can see that's today's Group B action there in Hornchurch. We were just talking before about Kevin Room, who is Kroom in the chat.
Yeah.
He did actually end up taking a catch. He caught Arman Randhawa for a first ball duck off Alfie Jeeves.
Alfie Jeeves is possibly the most British name I've ever heard.
Can I say Alfie Jeeves? He's got 3 wickets.
Has he? Good on you, Alfie.
Alfie. You have to say it like this, though. It's got to be Alfie.
Alfie.
You know, it sort of sound like who's that guy from? Is it TMS or Five Live Sport in the UK?
Yeah.
You know, Blowers. You know, talks a bit like this, a bit like a toffee mouth sort of man. You know, oh, I love a shot that on. Yes. So that's what's happened.
It's Havering against Gagan.
Yep. I think it's Gagan.
Oh, is it tomorrow? Hold on. Oh no, this is what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, this is tomorrow.
Old Brentwoods versus Gagan. Then Old Brentwoods against East Londoners. And then Havering got a couple of games at the end against Old Brentwoods and East Londoners as well.
Yeah. I bet it's not pronounced Gagan. I'm sure it's Gagan.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. I think Gagan, because if someone is gagging, it's double G, G-A-double-G, because it's only G-A-G. That's why I think it's Gagan.
It's in England. It could be pronounced anything.
Well, that's also true, because obviously English language has so many exceptions. Yeah.
So from now on, it's Gagan.
What I'm thinking about is a couple of players. I think in Malta there's a player called Gaganpreet Singh.
Okay. And
he's pronounced Gaganpreet, but that's how he spells the first part of his name.
Fair enough.
But as you say, you know, in England, who knows? So
I spell my name D-A-N-Y.
Yeah, true.
So it should be Daney, shouldn't it?
Daney. No, only if there's an E between the N and the Y.
No. Maybe. Many. So it should be Denny.
Denny? Yeah, exactly. so that doesn't work, does it? What other words is just A-N-Y?
Any.
Yeah, there you go. So you should be Denny.
Denny.
It sounds
Denny.
like a New Zealander calling your name.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, Denny.
Denny. Yeah.
Apologies to all the Kiwis watching.
Why are you apologising to Kiwis?
I know, they're a dangerous breed. They really are. Anyway, 55 for 7 here. 10 overs gone. We just had a little bit of break there, which is why we're just chatting about, well, pretty much nothing really. Skippy's talking about, I slid a run on the flicks at Vipic.
Oh, no. You don't do that.
That is not good at all.
Oh, that's another
And you don't do
wicket.
that either. Well, honestly, unfortunately, I said this at the very start. I don't want the Czechs folding like grandma on wash day, but sadly they are folding exactly like my grandma used to do
this time
on wash day. That is a shocker.
And it's Carambia Singh again. Look, again, just another simple catch.
Yep.
Little bit lower this time, but still, this is not a good performance here from the Czechs, and that's something. Well, I mean, Austria are a good side, but this is just not good by any standard for the Czechs. A lot of work to do for them.
Yep. This is descended into category poor now. You know, if they want to try and find positives take away here, good luck. That's all I got to say about that. Good luck.
No,
there's no positives here anymore. No. Carambia Singh, 1, 2, 3. He's taken 4 catches in this innings.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. No wonder he was celebrating 2 catches ago.
I wonder what the record is. I know that I think Ed Knowles co-held the record. I think it might have been 4 or 5.
the number of catches
in one innings for a
non-keeper.
Non-keeper.
Oh, okay.
Have a look at it because it's there somewhere. It's probably 5, I'd say. But I know that in Malta, Ed took 4 catches and I think dropped one as well. Pretty simple one, but ball just kept on getting hit to him. So I know that there are ICC records for that.
Oh, okay. I suddenly went, oh, ECN stats. No, it's ICC.
International.
Yes, internationals. Yes, no, I stopped myself before looking foolish and trying to tell you that, no, the record's 3, Danny.
So I was tucked around the corner
Something
just
crazy
to see
like that.
3.
So Rahmani and Farhad, 2 bowlers who now have got a bit of work to do with the bat to try to restore something here. And when you look at what the Czechs still need to be competitive, it's 169 runs short of the target. This is, well, I just saw another message at ECN highlights here. I'm sure I've got nothing to do with ECN. Probably should double check that, and maybe if they've got nothing to do with it, they should probably change their name, because I'm sure there's some sort of copyright infringement there. He says Austria should win this comfortably. Let me correct you there. Austria are winning this comfortably. There's no should about it. They are winning it comfortably. And Paul Kempen finally says the Mercedes is ready. He's got the Merc ready. I think the Mercedes might have been ready 5 overs ago. This has not been a good performance here.
No.
Czechs have to go into that big room full of mirrors and have a good long hard look at themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has not been at all competitive, sadly. John Gray saying start the tram. That's more apt.
Yeah.
Start the tram. Nice one. Yeah, no, disappointing. Really disappointing. But I don't know what can happen in the next little while, because they've got to face Norway tomorrow. Norway have Austria, and then they have Czech team to play. So there's still a little bit to do here for Norway. But it's basically Norway and Austria to see who ends up on top.
So here we go. So for the Maldives against Qatar,
Yeah.
it's Melinda with 5, and then there's quite a few with 4. Ed Knowles is there, down against Malta.
Okay.
Master in 2019, but
Yeah.
also Sammy there for the West Indies against Ireland. There's Barron there for the Netherlands. So he's gonna, if he takes one more, he's gonna hold a world record.
Just going to double check to make sure it is exactly 4.
I remember 3.
Yeah, Rudaraj, Kurt Rudaraj, Sazib, Ritik, Murali. Yeah, that's it. So it's the 4.
So he's in the record books because it's more than 3. There are 3. There are
Right.
quite a few that are 3. There's quite a few, probably about 20 odd that are 4, but only one 5.
Wow.
So if he takes another catch, he's going to hold a world record.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll try and find out where he's fielding, because there's only 2 wickets left as well. So if we can try to locate and really keep a tight eye on
I
him.
can see him. I can see him. He's going. He's going to his favourite mid-off spot. There he is.
Oh, he's just coming up. Is that him just coming up in the circle? Or no, dropping back?
Dropping back.
Okay.
So
So
let's look it out. And it's almost hit back to the bowler.
he needs to go for a strike down the ground here.
So it's he won't know it, of course. But
Of course not.
He will be. He is on that list. It's on the ESPN, the quick info list. Well, it's mistimed somewhat by the batter, but yeah, if he gets this one, it'll be a co-world record with Melinda from the Maldives.
Well, I mean, all due respect to the Czechs, but I would love to see him take that catch, just so we can say, well, out of this game,
We saw something.
We saw something. We saw an equal world record.
Yeah.
How good would that be?
I mean, with the Czechs, I was there for Ed's 4 catches.
Yep.
That was equal world record at the time, but there were. Damn.
No, 2 straight.
I was there for quite a few world records in Turkey. Against Turkey.
In Romania.
In Romania.
Yes, you were indeed.
There were so many world records in that game.
That was crazy.
It was the highest score at the time of 278. Highest winning margin of 257.
That's right.
It was the lowest total for Turkey, and it's been hit on the leg side. They
Fastest 100 from Beast.
fastest 100. at the time. It's none of those, I think, still hold.
And Beast's 100, I think that was the first 100 for Czech as well.
Might have been, yeah.
First Czech in T20I.
Yep.
So there's that. So there's a few things there going on.
Yeah, it was good. Sean Dalton got a golden quacker too. Hit it to the only guy on the Turkish team who could catch. It was a good catch too, right in the boundary.
Shout
and
out to Sean.
that's the only reason why Sudesh came in so early.
Is that right?
Yeah, because Sean Dalton came in number 3 and got a first baller.
Hello to Sean Dalton if he's watching. So remembered for other reasons, clearly. 12 overs gone, 62 on the board for the loss of 8 wickets. And this has been a bit of a dismal showing here from the Czech team. The home team here just capitulating, and they'll be disappointed. They'll be absolutely gutted, of course they will. They need to find something overnight. They've got, I think they've got the first game tomorrow morning against Norway, and then Norway and Austria, I think, play the afternoon game. So there's a fair bit to do for them to try to, not necessarily resurrect the tournament. The tournament's gone for them, but they need to hold something together tomorrow. Need to be competitive.
Need to be competitive. So this is hit down the ground, it won't be a run. Big Joe Cope has come up and said Harry Brook took 6 catches recently in an.
I'm sure Joe. I'm sure Joe wants to say more.
Yeah, an innings, but was it
in an exhibition game?
Was it a T20? That's a T20I because we're looking at T20I records here.
Yeah.
But good ball. I'm sure I'm sure he meant in an innings.
Yeah.
In an ambulance. In an.
I thought exhibition match. Or,
in an exhibition could be, but
no
one really plays in exhibition matches anymore.
In an amazing display of cricket,
of catching.
God, no one knows what Joe was going to say there. Knowing Joe, he'll probably make up something so extremely ill-defined. It'll be incredible.
Elephant.
In an elephant. How do you take 6 catches in an elephant? Oh, no, hang on. Let's not go there. That would be disturbing. So, Joe, help us out. What were you trying to say there? Because can't stand sentences that aren't finished. It makes me really...
Let's do a lurker call out because
castled. Oh, bang. Oh, dear. 9th wicket falls and Farhad has no answer for that delivery from Zadran. It's quicker, it's top of off, and crunch go the stumps, bing go the bails, and off walks the batter.
This could be an early finish.
I think it is going to be an early finish. Going to be home in time for tea, I think. Look at this one again. Just on the money goes. Crunch, top of off stump is knocked back.
Very nice bowling. And, so 5 actually ODI. Completely wrong. Ignore me.
Thanks, Joe. He could have just retracted his other comment just to don't ignore me.
It's still a good showing, though. 5 catches in in innings.
Big time.
But yeah.
So, anyway, the bottom line is that Karanbir Singh, he's only got one more opportunity to try and take that catch with that wicket falling. And for me, that's what I'm hanging around for, apart from the fact that I have to hang around anyway. Mishra.
Quick lurker alert.
Yes.
This might not last too much longer.
We've got moments.
Out there, I know that there's a couple from Czech cricket. Lons was out there watching. Joe Cope's there. He's popped up occasionally. And also Skippy from Brno. Here we go, the final ball of today's play. Ooh, almost.
Boy, almost a good shout there, Danny. Oh, boy. Could have been, should have been.
Is that a reverse curse?
Yeah, exactly.
Reverse commentator's curse.
You're balancing out the equation of this commentary bin here.
I do remember, like, with that, when we were holding the tent down for Vinny, I watched that again, and that game would never end.
Oh, it just kept going, didn't it? No, I remember that too.
It needed like 4 runs to win, and it just took forever, and we were hanging off. We almost... Oh, that was a beauty. That's close to LBW, you know.
It's a good shout, isn't it? That's a really good shout.
And he's keeping us here. Is the umpire.
Okay.
Miles Croucher.
Yeah, and I remember that. That was Yeah, you, me, and Terry holding down the tent.
Yep.
You were supposed to be commentating, but you had to hold the tent down as well.
I think I still had the cans on.
I think
I'm not
you
sure
did
if
too.
I was saying anything.
No, if you had the cans on, you had this little thing turned off.
Maybe.
But Terry was on one corner, I was on another corner, and yeah,
There
Vinny.
was someone else as well. I can't remember.
You
who it
think
was,
so?
but yeah, there are definitely four corners.
I thought it was just the three of us.
Yeah, no, I think it might have been.
Who do you think could have been?
Could be.
Anyway,
Anyway,
it could-
look back at it.
I was going to say, maybe it was someone like Prakash or one of those guys.
I don't know who it was. But you can look back at it. It's on YouTube sometime in the Czech Super Series a few years ago. You can see how things have changed since then as well. Wearing whites, one guy in hiking boots.
Wasn't it? It was the 2021 ECS, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh, yeah, it would have been.
I think it was.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
yeah.
It wasn't. That was the, because Vinny was there. So it was the,
Yeah.
it was the, it was in May.
Yeah.
And that was
and we lost
cold.
all those tents got destroyed,
Yep.
and we bought the igloo tents.
They were Joe's igloos, Joe Foster's igloos.
The
Yeah.
light blue igloos.
They were great.
Oh, and it's the wicket. That's it. Game,
All
set,
right.
match,
Missed
done.
it.
Well, there was a wicket, but there was so little celebration and so little commentating. Let's have a look and see how that happened.
I think it was. I think it was out.
Yes, it was. It was. There you go.
Yeah.
Umpire says, "Yep, I've seen plenty." That ball's going on, hit the stump, so it's leg before wicket, and that's how it all finishes here at the Vinraj Cricket Ground. Handshakes all around, and it's a comprehensive. I can't think of the superlative words I want to use to say how big that win is for Austria.
Absolute thrashing.
I think Danny's right. We just have to simply call it what it is. This is an absolute caning of monumental proportions. This would probably be one of the biggest losses that the Czechs have suffered
For a
in
while,
the
at
T20I.
least. Yeah, for a while.
For quite a long time. This
Yeah.
has been as one-sided a contest as it gets. And a few moments ago, we did say, look, trying to think of the positives the Czechs can take out of this.
Yeah.
Still struggling. Still struggling, trying to figure out what it could be.
Well, I go home early for dinner. I get to feed the dogs. They're both positives.
Okay. And tomorrow, coming up in the morning, Czechs take on Norway. They've got to bounce back and take on the Norwegian team. And match number 6 is Norway taking on Austria. That is your final right there for mine. I can't see the Czechs being competitive tomorrow against Norway. Prove me wrong, please. Please prove me wrong. I would love it if they could. Take nothing away from that. But the way it turns out, this match is any indication, is if Norway get the win over to Czechia tomorrow, then Norway, Austria in the afternoon match. Well, there's your final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it was a good game before between Norway and Austria. See some of the highlights, and they're all pretty ordinary.
That's Rudiraj there. That was the wicket that when we started
right.
saying, has he had a bat yet?
Yeah,
he has indeed. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, forgot.
The highlight reel is going to be a lot of wickets, and it's going to be a few boundaries here.
Yeah. There'll be 3 Sazi Buyan sixes.
Yes.
There's one of them.
There's one.
Yeah.
Is that the same one? I think
And
so.
there's another one.
That's the
That
second
was a
one.
full toss.
I like that one.
Yeah, that was a gimme ball. And then that's Rittik turning one around the corner.
Yeah.
That was the catch I didn't notice because he was in
Yeah.
position.
Right.
And another catch. Simple one.
That's another one for him there.
Yeah.
When he celebrated that one, I thought he knows something that we don't know. That's interesting. There was the stumping, which we thought was very, very close.
Very tight.
And
Venky getting a third gold duck of the weekend.
Oh, Venky. Have a chat to him about that. I know what he'll say. He'll smile and say, hey, Phil, these things happen.
Yeah.
And I'll be saying, all right, mate, fair enough. Karen Beer with another catch, and then stumps being hit. Sajran bowling really well, and then Bilal taking care of business and saying, we're done here. Aren't we? Umpire says, I agree.
Done.
And that's all that was written in the book. Lock it up. She's done.
Well, good victory again for Austria. And I'll tell you what it's done.
What's it done?
Look, the Austria have had 2 big wins against the Czechs. Norway have had a significant win against the Czechs, but not by as much. And even though Austria lost to Norway, I think if Austria beat Norway, the run rate will be much better for Austria.
Yeah, I agree.
So it is definitely a final, unless the Czechs can pull something out of the bag against Norway tomorrow morning, which is looking unlikely the way they're playing at the moment.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's a final coming up, I think, with Norway and Austria, winner take all. I think
so too.
that's how it's going to work out, because definitely I think the run rate is favouring Austria. I'm sure we'll see it in a moment when we see it there at the table.
Look at that bowling card. Everybody got a wicket.
Yeah.
How about that? So that's pretty good. 3 for 11 though from Bilal there. Fantastic stuff. 2 for 5 for Zadran.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some incredible numbers there. 2 for 11 for Akib Iqbal. Umed Tariq, well, he 2 for 23, but 3 of those deliveries were the 3 sixes that Bouillon hit.
Yeah.
So take him out of the equation. It changes the
5.
complexion pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear. So match 4. It goes in the book like this. 224 for 5 is Austria's score. Mammoth target there. And Czechia just capitulating inside of 14 overs, 63 for 10. Just not good enough.
No, not good enough.
There's not much
by
more to say about
standards.
that, really.
So you can say they're rebuilding and such, but it's just application that's just not there at the moment for the Czechs.
Yep.
Well, good day's cricket, Phil.
Really? Well, the morning was good.
Morning was good.
This was not so good.
No, but
credit to
still.
Austria for their batting. That batting display
it
was exceptional.
Yeah, it was. They're a good side, Austria. You can tell that they're very stable. They're captained well. They've done a lot of work in their fielding and they're bowling to plans and things. And the Czechs just not quite as organised yet. There's a new coach, there's a new captain, and there are new players who've come into the side.
True.
And it's just not a cohesive unit as of yet.
True.
But I'm sure they'll work on it. It'll be better.
I agree.
Coming through.
Yep. So this morning's game was pretty good. That was Austria going down to Norway by 22 runs, but then this game is a complete and utter blowout by a mammoth score. Absolutely huge score, that one. Just double checking for you all. Austria beat Czechia by 161 runs, which is mammoth, and that is a massive body blow. A real... it's a kind of defeat that could really, these guys will drop their shoulders. They'll be feeling, well, what happens next? You said before, winning begets winning. You know, when you win, that happens.
Absolutely.
I would say the same goes the other direction as well.
Absolutely. There are definitely ways to
even
lose
more
games.
so, right?
Yeah.
You know, we talked earlier about AFL, Richmond Football Club, and I get really upset when they don't finish games.
Yeah.
They forget how to win.
Yeah.
Teams do forget how to win, how to close out games.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for the Czechs, this is one of these moments where they have to remember what it is like to win a game, what you have to do to win a game, and how you have to pull together to win a game. And they'll get there eventually. They'll get back there.
Yeah.
Because there was a time when, I think when you and I started commentating the CE Cup, many years ago, and then I think it was in when did they win that one? In 22? And when it was Austria and Luxembourg were here, it was almost like they remembered how to win games.
Yeah.
They remembered how to do that. And they had that really good win against Luxembourg and one win, I think, against Austria. And it was like, oh my God, they finally remembered how to win.
Yeah.
Once you remember, it rolls on.
Absolutely.
It can happen. So just a reminder, match 5 and 6 coming tomorrow is Czechia versus Norway, then Norway take on Austria. So Norway got the double-header tomorrow. Interesting to see how that goes. Danny and I are thinking that the Norway-Austria game will be a bit like a final. Yep. That's how we see things, depending how the Czechia-Norway game goes. But considering how things have gone today for the Czechs, I think Norway looking pretty hot to win that one, but that's tomorrow's action, and that will be Vinny back in the hot seat, along with Soban, who's a guest commentator coming in from, I think he's done some IPL duties in his past.
Okay.
That's his background. He's also, I think he actually now lives here in Prague, and
Plays for PCC.
I think he's a PCC regular. I've commentated with him a couple of years ago on a PCC Challenger Cup they have sort of around about August, and they invite teams in from around the country. So tune in for that one tomorrow. But for tomorrow, for you and me, Danny, we both get a day off.
Big plans for your day off?
Undecided yet. I haven't figured out because I've got Tuesday and Wednesday off, and I'm back on Thursday with you on Thursday. Cool. Is that sound right? Yeah. And then I'm back on Friday with Vinny, I think. So, yeah, you and I are back for the Central Europe Cup for women on Thursday. But Central Europe Cup continues tomorrow, so tune in for that one. I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm still trying to work out what I'm going to do this evening because now I've got a bit more spare time. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Thank you, everyone in the chat. I can see people have been disappearing. They've been waving goodbye to us. Paul Kempin, John Gray, Johnny He, Dave B was in there earlier, might have disappeared already. Luke Belgium is in there. And there's a whole bunch of you. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Skippy as well, Mark Smart, love to have you there, Joe Cope, and a few other regular good friends of ours appearing. So thank you so much. But that's it for today. That's it for day number 2. It's Monday Cricket Action T20I, and that's it. We are done here from Vinoj.
So, from us, it's goodbye, and see you again tomorrow.
My body back and forth. my body.